someone stepped forward. It was a man out for a jog around the streets. His name was Ju In-gong. It meant protagonist in Korean. His parents chose it hoping he'd become someone important. He walked into a shop where almost everyone recognized him. Ever since he was young, people teased him because of his name. But he never cared. He didn't want to be the main character of anything anyway. It was a game store. He told the blonde clerk to stop messing with him and asked if the new game was available. The clerk had already saved a copy for him. They were talking about the remake of Night Saga, titled Night Saga, R.E. The story is about humans versus demons. The player can choose between the human hero, Locke, or the demon king's eldest son, Zephyr Ragnaros. The gameplay revolves around adventuring and completing missions. He had beaten the game more than 10 times as a kid, so he knew everything about it. It was also one of the first games released after VR became mainstream. In-gong then arrived home. He immediately took out the game card. He put on his VR headset and inserted the game into the console. He waited for it to load. He planned to relax that day by playing for just 8 hours. Just a few seconds later, he was transported into the game. Upon opening his eyes, he saw sunlight coming in from the roof. He was already inside the game, waking up in a bed. And there was one thing that bothered him. He didn't recognize the character he was playing. Someone outside the door asked if he was still asleep. An ogre peeked through the cloth door of the tent and yelled at him to come out because they were going to be busy. He was amazed by how real everything looked and complimented the game's graphics. The ogre was confused. What graphics? He realized he could talk to them. That shocked him since the ads never mentioned this feature. He asked the ogre for his name. It looked surprised that he already forgot and said his name was Karak. Karak then called him Prince Shutra and said everyone was waiting for him. In-gong finally remembered who Shutra Ignas was. He was the Demon King's 9th son. He couldn't understand why he was playing as Shutra when there was never an option. He waved his hand to open the status window, and it actually appeared. He assumed he was forced to play as Shutra for the first run. Even normal NPCs had at least 10 points in every stat, yet he only had 5 across the board. That was extremely low for a prince. He decided to check his skills. He had Conquest at level 1 and Protagonist Setting Adjustment at level 1. In-gong started to sweat as he wondered if Protagonist Setting Adjustment meant what he thinks it is. Karak then peeked through the cloth door again and yelled for him to come out. So he did. His jaw immediately dropped. The ogre soldiers were already lined up waiting for him. He asked Karak why the atmosphere felt so tense, like they were preparing for war. Karak told him to stop talking nonsense and move. They had to wipe out the Scarlet Lightning bastards. That made him pale. He learned that it would be their first battle. He panicked. He hadn't even done a tutorial yet. Because the Scarlet Lightning tribe's orcs had formed a military force for an uprising, he was expected to help resolve it along with the 7th prince and 8th princess. He was confused why they were only bringing 10 people to a war. Karak told him he already explained yesterday and that it was just a patrol. Karak then asked if he ate something weird because he was acting strange. Our MC opened a screen. Just as he expected, there was a mini-map. That made things much easier, so he decided to keep it open at all times. He then noticed a hidden path on the map and assumed it was some kind of event. Karak checked his own map, but said it would take too long if they used that route. He told Karak to follow him since he knew a faster way, so everyone followed. They pushed through shrubs, then climbed a rocky mountain. As expected for a short cut, our MC already looked exhausted, but eventually they reached a door hidden in the forest. It was made of stone with 2 handles. Still catching his breath, he heard Karak ask how he even knew about this place, and followed up with a question if he was a mage, but he just replied, as if. Then the ogre saw his pale face and asked if he's all right. Our MC didn't expect that a level 1 character would be that unfit. He told him to check if the doors would open first, but something made him stop, and it made his body glow. His jaw dropped. Then the system informed him that he had just leveled up. He couldn't believe he leveled up just from walking. Plus, all his stats went up by 2, and he had 2 extra points. That was insane, he uttered. A noise then caught his attention. Karak told him to hurry, so he went over, seeing that they had already opened the door. He had no idea what might be inside, but at least he wasn't going in alone, and more importantly, he had the protagonist's plot armor. The path ahead was dark. Karak guessed the dwarves had dug the cave. In-gong was surprised. He thought they didn't have any. The ogre clarified that they didn't, but they used to exist. Our MC then asked if they moved out of the demonic realm or something, but Karak had no clue. They all stopped when they saw a treasure chest and equipment scattered along the path. The ogres lit up with excitement at the sight of gold, then called the dwarves stupid for leaving their weapons behind. They picked everything up, even if it was heavy. Meanwhile, our MC fell into deep thought. The system told him his level, strength, and magic weren't enough to use any of those items. But Ingong decided to take them anyway. He'll look for a way to store them in his inventory. He tapped an item while thinking about taking it, and it vanished. Then it appeared in his inventory window. So he learned he only had to touch something and think about collecting it. Suddenly, he saw something on the map. He shouted for everyone to back away. When they turned toward him, they failed to notice the wall ahead cracking open. Then, it exploded. One ogre was down, and an orc stepped out. These orcs were led by the Scarlet Lightning Tribe's general, Kai-chan. They had been waiting for them to come this way. The orcs immediately charged. The ogres were slaughtered. They fought back as hard as they could. Our MC, however, was frozen on the spot. He wondered what to do and started to consider stealing kills to gain experience. So he quietly approached an orc locked in combat with an ogre, and struck it, only for his sword to shatter. He was speechless. The orc turned and snarled at him. He ran for his life with the orc chasing after him. He then tripped and fell flat on the ground. His health dropped to 1/15, while his magic stayed at 5/5. No more moves to play at this point. He just screamed as the orc approached him. But an ogre blocked the attack. He was relieved to see Karak, who asked what the F was he doing and told him to move immediately. Karak and the orc continued clashing swords. Ingong's hands were still shaking. He then reminded himself that it was only a game. He decided he'd had enough for the day. It was too terrifying. He opened the system panel, which showed his stats. He kept checking. It also showed his skills, or rather, it showed nothing. Then he felt something was wrong. There was no option to end the game. That's when he realized he might actually be trapped. Everyone else was fighting when Kai-chan started moving toward him. Kai-chan lifted several stones into the air and shot them straight at our MC. Ingong, of course, didn't want to die here. But the stones struck him in multiple places. Pain shot through his body. Then an explosion followed. He was barely conscious, gasping for air. Through his blurry vision, he saw Kai-chan approaching. The last thing he saw was Kai-chan's blade coming down on him. His health dropped to 0/15. Shutra's consciousness entered an empty space. He had no idea where that was. The last thing he could remember was being taken down by the orcs. He became horrified when he thought that he died. Suddenly, a golden light appeared. Then someone spoke to him, saying that he was the fated existence of that place. A woman appeared and told him to conquer, enslave, and then rule. He was confused. And then the woman disappeared. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, ogres were being overpowered by the orcs. Kai-chan struts back to the main force. He didn't expect them to come there with such a small number. They were either ignorant or just stupid. He told his army that there was no need to waste time and kill them all. He noticed something that seemed like an awakening. To his surprise, it was Shutra. Shutra's body was exuding a golden light. He was also informed that telekinesis level 1 has been acquired. He had no idea when he had learned it. Something caught his attention. He had a subclass called Knight of Conquest level 1. Kai-chan immediately commanded his army to kill the bastard. Karkan saw the prince, and he ordered everyone to protect the prince. He emphasized that the prince must not be harmed. Shutra watches them fight, and then he checked his screen. He knew that Knight of Conquest wasn't one of the classes available under knights, so he was confused why he had it. He emits powerful energy from his body. It felt familiar to him, like he had known it all along. The spells kept echoing in his head. He looked determined now. He started the incantation by saying, "The power of conquest shall be the power of a king under the king's banner." He struck the ogres with a powerful golden light. Under the king's banner was a level 11 conquest skill that provides buff effects to allies within a designated area. The ogres cheered. They felt the strength overflowing. They got motivated to sweep up all those enemies. They used their fists to fight. They kept going, and had taken down the orcs, one after another. Kai-chan was rattled that they suddenly got stronger. He thinks it was absurd. Then he noticed Shutra, and realized that he was the source. He attacked him to make him stop. But Shutra didn't budge from his position. Karak destroyed the incoming stones that were about to hit him. They looked quite pleased with their teamwork. He buffed Karak and made him charge towards Kai-chan. Kai-chan got terrified. He didn't have the chance to evade. Karak beheaded him in one clean cut. The morale of the orc army went down, and they started to run away. The ogres didn't let any single one of them escape. The system notified Shutra that the general's merits were for the king. He also received several notifications that he leveled up. He was so happy. Karak noticed him, and then he wondered what exactly was the strength that he received. It also made him happy. Then he turned his attention to the prince, and he thought that the prince was the cause. They went back to their camp. Shutra was in his tent, and he was stressed out because the log out button wasn't on the menu. He forced himself to calm down. Two possibilities came to his mind. First was that he was trapped inside virtual reality. He thought a critical bug happened in the real world, and if that was the case, it could be fixed once there's an update. The second possibility, although it sounds insane, was that it wasn't a game, but a reality. Just like in novels and comics, he considered the idea of himself entering the world of the game or a world that resembles it. Considering the background that can only be described as real, and NPCs who could converse back and forth, and most importantly, there was no mosaic censorship. He confirmed it when he checked his genitals. All of those reasons led him to think that he's really in another world. He got scared of the idea of dying there, but he didn't want to risk that. He just looked at the bright side that at least he's not an orc or an ogre and he was a prince, born with a golden spoon in his mouth. Karak entered his tent to ask if he had some time. He didn't expect him. Karak requested a sparring match with him, and he asked why. Karak explained that it was because he's going to be his leader, and knowing his swordsmanship level would help them prepare for the future. He asked if that was truly necessary. Karak threw the sword at him, and told him not to worry since he'll hold back as much as he can. Shutra laughed and pointed out that his statement wasn't something to say to a prince. He charged at him and told him to fight seriously. Karak braced for the incoming attack. When the sword hit him, both of them got confused. He stood there while Shutra kept hitting him. He was getting annoyed since he wasn't able to feel anything from the hits, so he struck back, pushing the prince a few steps away. And then, Shutra fell. Karak got concerned and asked if he's all right. Shutra told him that he shouldn't hit hard all of a sudden. Suddenly, the system notified Shutra of his acquisition of basic swordsmanship. He wondered when. Then he realized something. It was the same way for telekinesis. He started to think that he acquired skills when he directly experienced attacks with his body. Karak decided to end the match there so they could go eat, but he didn't want it to be over yet. He assumed a combat stance and announced that he's just getting started. Shutra confidently charged ahead. Karak deflected his attack. He also noticed that Shutra's movements had improved. It made him wonder why he was so terrible at the beginning. He doubted that his skill would suddenly get better, though. Shutra stepped back when he attacked. He looked like he's having fun. He asked Karak about his attacks. Then he also asked for his level. The last time Karak checked, it was at 21. After learning that, Shutra checked his own. He was confident that he'd be able to catch up soon enough. The people of that world all have levels. They couldn't check their levels immediately in the status like he could, so they need to use an evaluation spell. In other words, being able to see all the status and reinforce them using extra points would be a great advantage. Our MC continued his attack. Karak was slightly caught off guard. Shutra believed he could become stronger. Not only stronger, but much faster than the others too. The demon arc of the Night Saga follows the story of Zephyr and how he surpasses his siblings to become the Demon King. There were many episodes until the ending, but the most important one is the story of Zephyr and how he surpasses his siblings to become Demon King. The event happened in the year 517. It's when Zephyr kills all of his siblings to achieve his goal. The key word is all, so it means he would also be killed. It was currently in the year 512, so he still had time before that event. He needed to prioritize preventing it, and the best way would be to become stronger than Zephyr. Karak approached him and asked what he's doing there. He looked everywhere for him. Shutra asked why and if something happened. Karak asked if he had forgotten that there's a meeting, and everyone has been waiting, inside the tent. Shutra had tea with 2 other people, but he looked uncomfortable. He told them they were early. The 7th prince, Chris Moonlight, asked why he's suddenly polite. He was encouraged to speak comfortably since they're siblings. The 8th princess, Caitlin Moonlight, didn't totally agree since that was their first meeting. But Chris insists that Shutra call them by their names. Those 2 were the children of Elaine Moonlight, the 4th queen and the queen of the lycanthropes. They were a real pain in the ass in the game too. However, a year before the day of the massacre, those 2 died at the hands of Zephyr and the Demon King's other children. The reason for that being the secret of Caitlin Moonlight's birth. She's a bastard daughter. She asked Shutra why he fought those guys without following their plans. She told him before to only go on patrol. Shutra explained that it was because he didn't expect them to come from there. Caitlin decided to take a look at him. She asked if he was hurt anywhere. Then she told him that he had to be careful since he was the weakest of them. Shutra was confused why she's worried about him. He wondered since when did the Demon King's children become that close. Chris added that he was in for some real scolding if he does something dangerous again. He couldn't believe that they were actually kind. He thought of something. There were lots of aura users among the lycanthropes, perhaps thanks to all the life force they have. So he thought of using the same method to get skills and easily learn aura too. So he expressed that he had a favor to ask. He asked if they could hit him using an aura. Those 2 were dumbfounded. Their reply was simply, "What?" At dusk in the mountains, orcs were taken down. The ogres fought mightily. Then a large ogre came charging. The small ogres behind him cheered. In one strike, several orcs were instantly killed. One enemy attempted to slash this large ogre, so he got a scratch on his arm. He glared at the enemy, making that enemy scared. And then he hit him. The enemy's body scattered. Then he yelled at his army to kill them all. He promised to reward the one who gets the most kills. That made everyone excited. So they fought as hard as they could. Meanwhile, Shutra's consciousness was transferred into a void. She saw the goddess-looking woman, and there were more people with her. He asked who they were since he doesn't seem to recall those characters in Night Saga. The woman approached him, and then it enveloped him with golden light. Then he woke up in his bed feeling confused. He wondered if it was just a dream. Suddenly, Karak was in the face to ask if he's already up. That startled him. He complained that he scared him, but Karak responded that he looks fine. Then Karak asked him why he asked the princess to hit him. He kept whining, so he ended up like that. Then Karak noticed him glowing. Shutra had obtained Aura Level 1. He could feel the aura from his body. Karak inquired if he could awaken the aura if he got hit with it, and he gave a vague reply to it. Then Karak probed if it was also the reason why he was suddenly full of energy when fighting the Lightning Tribe. He replied yes. Karak seemed to be impressed. Shutra inquired if anything happened while he was sleeping. Karak replied yes, and reported that the main force won against the Lightning Tribe. Shutra was confused. He thought Chris, Caitlin, and him were the only ones there to take down the Scarlet Lightning Tribe. Karak replied there's no way it would happen because the tribe was big. It led Shutra to ask who was in charge. He revealed it was General Bandal. That surprised Shutra. General Bandal was one of the strongest guys out there. Thanks to that, Ingong really liked him as a subordinate when he was playing as Zephyr. Then Shutra saw this chance. Bandal becomes Zephyr's subordinate in the year 515. So at this time, he wasn't Zephy's subordinate yet, which means he could take him for himself first. He knew all there was to know about him. The rewards he likes to receive, the food he likes, and his talents. But the most important part to bring him to his side was to defeat him in a duel. If he knew that much, he should be able to take Bandal as his subordinate before Zephyr. Shutra thinks it was worth trying, and he still has a lot of time. He aimed for Bandal to be his subordinate at Caitlin's camp. Both Caitlin and Chris were shocked since he reached the first level of aura expulsion in just a day. Shutra had this smirk on his face while thinking that it was a given since he put all his points into his aura. It wasn't a rash decision either. Aura improves one's physical capabilities in general. It was better than having telekinesis. Chris couldn't believe it. He wondered if it was because Shutra was a Gandharva. He asked him if he could make an underground map too. He couldn't really do it, but he had a mini-map anyways. He requested a pen and paper. Some time passed, and he finished the map. Chris saw that it was way more detailed than the map that he has. He called Shutra a genius. Since the Scarlet Lightning Tribe that they had come across were all dead, they wouldn't know that they knew about the underground tunnels. Chris expects to be able to ambush them if they utilize that. On that note, they had something else they needed Shutra to do. After that conversation, Shutra left. He was with Karak and their army. They were assigned to patrol the area again. Shutra had no choice since he's the youngest out of his siblings. Karak replied that it was a good thing that they had reinforcements. Shutra acknowledged that it was all thanks to their hard work. Suddenly, 2 robes appeared in front of them. It was Caitlin and her adjutant. He asked what was up with the robe. She shushed him. Because she was following him secretly just in case something happened, but she only planned to step in if things got really dangerous, since it needs to be his accomplishment. He couldn't believe she'd support him like that. It made him wonder if she's stupid. Then Sarah, the adjutant, introduced herself. He replied that it was nice to meet her. Caitlin told him that they would follow them on their own, so he shouldn't mind them and focus on scouting. They entered the cave. It was dark, but they kept going. The rooms were completely empty. It was a puzzle to them on who moves out without taking their valuables. They assumed the dwarves took all the valuables. It made Shutra ask about the valuables they got last time. Karak could only assume that it wasn't considered valuable. They continued inside. Karak sensed that something was coming their way. Shutra heard it too. He checked it on the minimap. He had an idea on who it could be. Then he opened his inventory. He took the flash spell item just in case that happens. Then he ordered everyone to close their eyes when he gave the signal. They braced themselves for the enemy. Suddenly, several eyes stared at them from the darkness. Then the rock spiders came crawling out. They were monsters that often appear in places like caves. They were always in groups of dozens and possessed a very strong paralysis potion. As soon as he saw them, Shutra commanded them to close their eyes. He threw the potion in the air, and the vial shattered. It illuminated the tunnel. The stone spiders were blinded. Stone spiders were rendered useless if they were exposed to light because they live in the dark. He commanded them to attack and kill all the spiders. The ogres charged. They punched the spiders and overpowered them. Shutra watched them. He knew that stone spiders hunt in groups, and groups are bound to have a leader. He told Karak to follow him so they could get the boss. They passed through the battlefield and went straight to the boss. It was bigger compared to the others. Karak charged at it and hit its head, but he was left confused because the exterior was so damn hard. Shutra forgot about that. Axe won't pierce its exoskeleton. Its weakness was fire, but he can't use fire magic yet. It got angrier. And it charged towards Karak. Shutra instructed him to use fire because it was the weakness of that boss stone spider. He was confused on where he's supposed to get fire. Someone yelled at Shutra to raise his sword, and suddenly it was wrapped with fire. He was surprised to see magic. Caitlin asked if that was enough. He acknowledged her presence, then shifted his focus on the incoming boss. He glared at it, as he waited for the right timing. Then, he attacked it. He moved fast around it, while hitting it with the burning blade. The boss stone spider was set on fire. The flame engulfed the boss stone spider. Then Shutra's body glowed. He had leveled up. Now he's at level 9. Caitlin asked if he was okay since she saw light from him. He explained that it seemed like a blessing and there was nothing to worry about. She asked if it was from Gandharva, and he replied yes. Then she asked if he had fought those creatures before because his responses were pretty skillful. He lied and simply told her that he just read about them in books before. But in reality, he fought them plenty of times in the game, so he's familiar with how they work. Suddenly, Karak pointed at something. It was some sort of a door. It opened, and they entered. Shutra saw what was inside. A town portal. Karak was surprised that he knew what that was. He replied that wasn't so sure, but he had a guess. He could tell that the pattern was a dwarven style. When he played as Zephyr, he never got to see one. But when he played as a hero, he saw it a few times. He thought of injecting mana into it so it would activate. He told Caitlin that it could be a portal. Sarah could tell he was right from the design of it. Caitlin asked if they knew where it was connected to. She suggested searching nearby for some inscriptions. Karak saw the inscriptions and informed the prince about it, so Shutra and Caitlin approached it. It was obviously not a demon script, and it looked like dwarven characters. Karak asked Caitlin if she could read it, but there was no reason for her to know the dwarven script. So he asked Sarah, but she couldn't either. Then someone spoke saying that it was Gishka Mountain's portal number 2, and it was connected to portal number 3. The one who read it was Shutra. He was surprised that he could read it. The system notified him that he acquired the dwarven language level 1. He didn't expect that he could learn languages like that too. Karak had to confirm with him if he could read that, and he replied yes. Caitlin got curious, since when he had read dwarven. Sira asked what it says below. He read that it says, if they infuse mana, it would activate. He asked Caitlin to inject a little mana there. She asked why he wouldn't do it himself. He simply replied that he's still clumsy with it. But in reality, he can't use mana at all. So did it. The orb glowed. The light spread, and it created an image of the Gishka Mountains. The dot on it was their current location, and then the other mark was the portal number 3. It meant that there were dwarven tunnels over there too. Karak thinks it was a good thing, since the main forces of the Scarlet Lightning tribe were stationed right in front of those mountains. Shutra agreed. With that, they can strike them from behind. Caitlin decided to stop there for now, as she needs to discuss it with her brother. Back at the tent. Chris couldn't believe that there was a portal in such a place. He was so happy that he claimed that Shutra was a blessing. He told him that if there's anything he wants, he could say it. As long as it's something he could do, he'll grant it. But as his leader and elder, he wanted to reward him. And if he refused, his feelings would be hurt. Shutra asked if it was okay to be a bit unreasonable. That made Chris even more curious. So he asked if he could teach him the Beast God Fist art. Chris was shocked and he became tense. Shutra couldn't wield weapons properly yet because of his level, but techniques were different. The Beast God Fist art was a martial art passed down through the lycanthrope royal family. In simple terms, it was a powerful S-rank martial art. He knew it was a pretty ridiculous request. He would understand if he refuses. He started saying that he knew it might be difficult and he figured it wouldn't be possible. But to his surprise, Chris agreed to teach him. Of course, he couldn't teach him the secret techniques, but he could at least teach him the aura. He asked if that was good enough as a gift. Shutra was speechless, and since he wasn't saying anything, he assumed that he didn't like it. Shutra replied that it's absolutely perfect. Then in a serious tone, he called Shutra's name, and asked if from then on, he could think of him as his brother. Shutra thought about it. It was a pretty meaningful word. He didn't dislike the idea. Rather, he liked it. He replied yes, and they shook hands. Pleased with that, they all had this smile on their faces. Shutra also looked forward to working with them. The system notified him of the established alliance between Chris Moonlight and Caitlin Moonlight. Their alliance status was normal for now. During dusk, at Scarlet Lightning Tribe encampment. The orcs were busy. One of them intimidated the person who attacked their place. They knew she had another agenda. They addressed her as Princess, so they asked her what brought her there. They had her tied up. It was the 6th princess, Felicia Doomblade. Shutra checked his stats. He has 21 across the categories except for Charisma, which was at 17. At first, every time his level went up, all his stats increased by 2, but at some point, his charisma only started going up by 1. He wondered why. In the original Night Saga, appearance and charisma were separate. Appearance simply meant how good-looking a character was. Meanwhile, charisma was about how likable a character is in the eyes of others, but it made sense to him since his growth pace has been so good so far. More importantly, he's about to hit level 10 soon. In the saga, whenever Zephyr and Locke reach level 10, their unique skills, Descendant of Darkness and the Chosen One, go up by 1 level. So, he expects that once he hits level 10, at least one of his skills will rise. Suddenly, Karak called him. To inform him that everything was ready, he told them to start. Karak noticed that he was cheerful that day, so he was asked if something good happened. He simply replied, no. Karak made their way towards the center. Then he faced their army, and announced that they would get going. In that forest, they entered a cave, and engaged in a fight with bipedal wolves. Their target was to reach the door. Eventually, Shutra, Karak, Chris, Caitlin, and Sierra made it through the door. They asked 2 people in robe if they had finished their investigation. The wolf-like creature in robe confirmed that the portal was connected to the Eska River of the Gishka Mountains. Chris inquired if it appears to be functioning properly. He replied that there were no issues, and as expected of the dwarven craftsmanship, it was sturdy. After hearing that, Chris decided to proceed. Those wolf-like creatures activated it. The orb glowed brightly. Then it showed the view on the other side of the gate. Shutra and Kara were in awe. Shutra couldn't believe he's seeing a gate in real life. Chris and Sierra had already walked towards it, so Caitlin had to turn back and ask him what he's waiting for. That's when he came to his senses to follow them. He went through the gate. Everyone made it to the other side, but it surprised him. Below the cliff was an encampment. It was as Chris expected. Judging by its size, he estimated there would be roughly 5,000 troops. If they're striking from the rear, then supplies would be their priority. Chris thought that if General Bandal launches an attack from the front to distract them, then their infiltrating units could burn down their food stores from behind. But Sarah thinks something was strange, because there weren't nearly enough troops in the camp. Since she brought it up, they noticed it too, and wondered where everyone went. They thought that they had already started an attack. Then Shutra saw something. From a distance, there was a battle going on. Chris told him to focus aura on his eyes. He did what was told. And now he could see clearly. A woman fought with several orcs. Caitlin knew that the one side was the Lightning Tribe, but she doesn't know who the others were. Chris replied that they're not General Bandalol's men, since they haven't scheduled any battles for that day. Plus, the scale of the fight was too small. Shura watched it clearly. She saw brown-skinned women with silver hair and long ears. He thought they were dark elves. Caitlin had to clarify what he said, so he explained that the other side had a smaller build, and they were riding Dracos. Then Chris saw that they were retreating. He wondered if their commander fell, since they're retreating at an incredible speed. Karak asked what was going on. He wondered if the fight was over. Shutra was curious why the Dark Elves were there. At sunset, they went back to their camp, and they talked to General Bandal through a screen. He had heard that they found the dwarves' portal. He had high expectations from Chris. He asked how they knew that a portal would be there. Chris replied that he wasn't the one who found it, and clarified that it was the 9th prince, Shutra. Shutra responded that he was just lucky. Deep inside, Shutra felt good to have seen General Bandal again. General Bandal told him that it's time that he's finally rewarded properly at the Demon King's castle. But before that, Chris asked if he knew anything about the small skirmish in front of the Lightning Tribe's camp. He replied that it was likely the Dark Elves. It seemed like they joined the battle on their own accord. Chris probed as to why they would do that. He wanted to know if they were not reinforcements from the Demon King's castle. General Bandal wasn't really sure, aside from the fact that they planned to scout before joining, but things went wrong. Then he brought up that they had a bigger issue. The leader of the Dark Elves' independent unit was captured by the Scarlet Lightning Tribe. Chris asked if the skirmish was because of that. Shutra asked who was the commander of that independent unit. General Bandal replied that it's someone he knew well, and revealed that it was the 6th princess, Felicia Doomblade, their sister. They were surprised to hear that, the 6th princess, Felicia Doomblade. She was the daughter of Sylvia Doomblade, the 3rd queen and princess of the Dark Elves, and the twin sister of the 5th prince, Sylvan Doomblade. In the game, Felicia and Sylvian both belonged to the faction of the 4th princess, Anastasia Necreon. That's why Shutra's impression of her was always as an enemy. He wondered why Felicia was showing up there. One of his theories was that she's interfering in order to claim merit. Chris asked if those Scarlet Lightning bastards even realized that the Dark Elf was Felicia. General Bandal replied that they haven't been able to confirm that yet. Chris asked what they plan to do from there. General Bandal replied that if they could save her, then they'll do that. Chris asked if there would be no negotiations, and General Bandal replied that if they made the first move, they could at least talk, but he had no intention of bowing down first. General Bandal told them that he's going to gather more information from their side, and if anything happens, he'll contact him. And then he's gone. Chris expressed that their oh-so-brilliant older sister had become a prisoner. Caitlin replied that if she was still alive, then they'd have to save her. Chris responded that it would be nice, but he knew it wasn't going to be easy. If they try to rescue her, they could end up suffering losses themselves. But Caitlin insists that they have to save her because she's their sister. Chris pondered about it. He knew that, but he couldn't just readily agree. Shutra noticed his behavior at their camp. Chris discussed their simple plan. When General Bandal lures the Scarlet Lightning Tribe's main force, they'll strike their encampment from behind. After that, he'll charge straight into the center of their base and cause as much chaos as he could. He assigned Caitlin and Shutra to lead their own squad and carry out the mission. Shutra clarified if what he meant by mission was to rescue their sister. He replied yes, and after that, they'll burn their food storage and armory first, and then they'll rescue Felicia. But if it becomes too dangerous, he wants them to retreat immediately. They couldn't afford to lose more lives just for Felicia. Caitlin didn't like that. Chris told her to be quiet, and reminded her that he was a commander of a unit too. She insists that Felicia was family, so she couldn't accept him saying things like that, but he was firm that they can't allow Felicia's reckless actions jeopardize the whole operation. Shutra noticed it. Chris doesn't seem very intent on rescuing Felicia. He wondered if something happened between them. They carried out their plan that night. The warriors charged forward to annihilate those Scarlet Lightning bastards. Chris and his squad watches from the cliff. The encampment was still peaceful, but there were guards everywhere. He waited until some parts of the camp exploded, and several orcs were caught up in it. Then General Bandal and his squad charges. He commanded them to kill them all. Meanwhile, Shutra's forces were stationed at the back. Karak asked why they hadn't begun moving when the attack had already begun. Shutra told him to wait for the signal. The ogres aggressively charged at the orcs who were caught off guard. They overpowered them. While General Bandal oversees the battlefield, he was just observing. Eventually, he ordered everyone to retreat. Chris watched the chaos from the cliff, and when the time was right, he told everyone to get ready to move. And they would carry out the mission exactly as planned. Him, Shutra, and Caitlin charged together with their own squad. The Scarlet Lightning Tribe was shocked. They were overpowered. Caitlin told Shutra to be careful, and he told her to do the same. While running, Shutra checked his minimap. Then he commanded them to move left and dash straight to the food storage. Karak yelled to kill them all. He led the charge. A large orc was about to punch him. He couldn't defend. Fortunately, Shutra came to his aid and threw a dagger to the orc's head. Then, Shutra had the skill dagger throwing at level 1. He can now throw daggers to strike his target. He was quite pleased with what he did. Karak got curious about when he had learned to throw daggers. He simply replied that it was nothing special. But in reality, last night, he just tossed daggers last night and somehow gained the skill. Karak saw a tent that looked like the food storage. He asked if they should set it on fire. Shutra replied yes, so they could continue the plan. But he wondered about Felicia. If she was locked up inside, she could get caught in the flames and even die. So he told Karak that they have to find her first. Karak asked how he planned to do that. He opened his minimap. Felicia should register as a neutral NPC, so she should either be marked blue or purple. Then he saw it. He told Karak the way. He entered the tent. It was the place, but he couldn't see her, until someone called his name. At the far back, there she was. She was chained on the ground inside a magic circle. She asked what he was doing there. Shutra told Felicia to continue the talk later. At that moment, he needed her to stay still. The place was dangerous, and they needed to untie her quickly and get out. Deep inside, he was thinking that it would be useful if she gets indebted to her later. Felicia stayed quiet. They barely escaped. Shutra told her to hurry up so they could regroup with Chris and Caitlin. She was surprised that Chris and Caitlin came to rescue her. Shutra thinks it's obvious, so her question doesn't make sense. So he asked if they weren't supposed to come to rescue her. Since Shutra was removed from the power struggle, he might not have done something, and Felicia was about to reveal it to him, but Karak informed them that the enemy had come swarming in. He quickly led Felicia. She noticed that he called her by her name, so it made her wonder when he started doing that. She saw him running, and then yelled at him that there's something behind him. Suddenly, something pierced him. He was in pain. Then, flames engulfed him. Karak and Felicia watched the flames. Felicia was worried. Suddenly, an orc charged at her. She got annoyed, but something caught her attention. A fire was thrown to that orc's face. She was confused. She checked behind her and saw a silhouette. Shutra stepped out of the smoke. He had acquired mana control level 1 and fire arrow level 1. He had this confident expression. As he fired flaming arrows to the enemies, he went into a frenzy and shot every enemy around them. Those orcs burned. He was enjoying his use of magic. Even though it's only at level 1, he finds it incredible. Then he noticed something behind him. There was ice. He saw the enemy firing an ice arrow, and he was aiming for Felicia. Felicia was rushing to his side to check if he was okay. He pushed her away while yelling at her not to come closer. She was surprised by his behavior. Then the arrows were fired. He did that to her because he wanted to claim those arrows. He had this excited expression on his face, and so it hit him. Smoke covered the area. Slowly, it revealed his silhouette. Then the system told him that he had acquired Ice Arrow Level 1. It was just as he thought, but he didn't expect anything. He fell on his butt. His health points had dropped drastically, putting him in extreme danger. It was only on 13/95. He knew it would be bad if he took another hit like that. Suddenly, someone called him an idiot. It was Felicia. She questioned him on who asked him to save her, but she had this flushed cheeks, and then she scolded him. Among the siblings, he's the weakest, so it should be him who needs the saving. He realized that she must have misunderstood. Then he was surprised at what he saw. The enemy at the tower was down. She asked him when he learned magic. He couldn't believe that she just took down that mage. He realized that she misunderstood, thinking that he was trying to save her. She pulled out the ice on his chest, and it made him scream loudly. Then, a green glow showed up. She healed him. He watches his wound as she does so. The hole in his chest was closing. With that, he had acquired Heal Level 1. Also, his wound was instantly healed. As expected of the genius mage, Felicia Doomblade. She asked how he was feeling and if he could stand up. He replied that thanks to her, his blood had been replenished. It confused her, so she asked what blood. They were interrupted when they heard when they heard a loud noise. A large ogre came charging. Felicia asked what that was. He replied that it was a blood ogre, one of the mutated species of ogres. She asked if it meant that they had to get through that thing to escape. And he replied yes. It approached them and screamed at them, which made them run away. Shutra had no idea how they would even fight that. The blood ogre attacked them. Shutra couldn't believe how fast it was despite its massive size. Felicia told him to buy some time and she'd blow it away with magic. He had no idea how he'll do something like that. Suddenly, the ground exploded. He had no choice but to agree to aggro it while she prepared some magic. She had no idea what aggro meant. Then he called for Karak. Karak responded, so he told him that they're going to do it like last time, so he wants him to get ready. He opened his inventory. He hoped to use the dwarven dagger. So he took it out, and then he pierced the ground with it. The ground exploded with light, and he cast it under the king's banner. The light reached Karak, and it engulfed his body. He felt the power coursing through him. The blood ogre was caught off guard. When Karak charges towards it, the blood ogre was thrice Karak's size, but he attacked it using his axe. His attacks were so heavy that the blood ogre got overwhelmed. He lifted his axe again, and hit it on the stomach. The blood ogre groaned in pain. Meanwhile, a hologram of Felicia floats near the blood ogre, and then her main body ran towards it. Then she unleashed grease on the ground. The blood ogre slipped and fell hard. Karak took this chance to attack. He knew it would be the end, so he unleashed all his power in his axe and hit it right at the center of its stomach. The blood ogre groaned loudly, and then it coughed blood. Shutra watched them defeat it. He was happy that they won. There were still other enemies left, but the most troublesome one had been taken care of. Suddenly, his body glowed, and the screen popped out. To notify him of his level increase, he reached level 10. The level of protagonist setting adjustment had also increased. He was amazed. Thanks to the effect of the protagonist setting adjustment level 2, a new passive skill has been added. He also looked forward to opening the gift box. He obtained Battlefield Protection level 1, which brings the accuracy of projectile weapons aimed at the protagonist to decrease significantly. He called it the Stormtrooper effect. Everyone had seen it at least once. Bullets rain down in volleys, yet somehow, every single one just barely misses the protagonist. With that skill, he could actually reproduce the protagonist's plot armor effect. The enemies came charging. Felicia asked what he was doing when the enemy was swarming at them. She got annoyed at those enemies, so she attacked them with wind whirl and rage. It blew the enemies away. Shutra watched it carefully. It looked like magic, but he knew it was not magic. He was certain that it was a spirit. He realized that, corrupted or not, a dark elf is still an elf. Felicia wasn't just a brilliant mage. She was born a spirit summoner. But then, it made him curious if he could be hit with something like that too. He had this excited look on his face. The dark sky was illuminated. They all saw it. Karak asked what that was. Shutra knew that yellow flare meant to retreat. Karak wondered why. Shutra was curious what was happening. He wondered if it was because someone was in danger. Karak asked him what he should do. He ordered him to take the troops and fall back, because he had to go to Caitlin. Karak wanted to come with him, but he told him to do just as he says, since there might be a reason for the retreat order. Karak wanted to insist, but Felicia volunteered to go with Shutra instead. She couldn't stand owing people, so she took this chance to repay her debt. Besides, she still had business with those pigs. Karak had decided to follow the order and wait for the prince above. Shutra replied that he would see him in a bit. While Shutra and Felicia made their way to Caitlin, she asked why he needed to go to her. He just wanted to be safe since the sudden retreat order was suspicious. Felicia got worried that Caitlin got caught like her. He hoped not, so they could all go back together. She noticed how he's worried for Caitlin. He replied that it was only natural since she's his sister. But deep inside, it was because of their alliance. She was suspicious, especially when he said, only natural. Meanwhile, the orcs charged. Caitlin defeated some of them in just a single punch. Then behind her, she threw fireballs at those enemies. Then, another group charged from the side. She stepped back to evade their attack. Then, she took out her weapon, and with just one swing, she took them down. Felicia and Shutra watched from the side. It was as Felicia thought. Shutra realized there was nothing to be worried about after all. Caitlin saw Shutra, so she asked why he hasn't retreated yet. He replied that he came to save her, but it looked like there was no need. She got confused as to what he meant then. She saw Felicia. She jumped to hug her. She was so glad to see her safe. Felicia blushed too and replied that she just worried too much. Shutra noticed that they seemed close. Then he saw some movements on the minimap. The enemies were circling back, so they had to retreat at once. They let Shutra lead the way while they covered the rear, at the portal. The army waited. Eventually, they made it out. All three of them, Shutra, Felicia, and Caitlin. Felicia asked Caitlin if it was true that it was Shutra who found the portal. Caitlin confirmed that and shared that he played a huge role in the operation. Felicia was amazed. It made her wonder when he had changed so much. While they were talking about him, he went to talk to Karak. Chris saw that everyone made it back safely. Caitlin was happy to see his brother, and happily presented Felicia, whom she brought back. Felicia greeted him that it has been a while. Chris was silent for a few seconds, and replied that it had been a while. There was this uncomfortable, subtle tension between them, at a certain part of the cave. Chris, Felicia, Caitlin, and Shutra gathered. Chris informed them that General Bandal's side won as well. Yakuzan apparently abandoned the fight after seeing their camp burn. Shutra asked about Yakuzan, and Caitlin explained that it was the name of the Scarlet Lightning tribe's chief. She asked if he had already forgotten. Felicia clarified if Yakuzan surrendered. Chris clarified that it just seemed like he ran off somewhere else, and if he gathered the scattered allies, he could still put up a decent fight. That's why he planned to strike Kaichin's older broker, Kairam's forces. If Yakuzan joins them, it would be a headache. After that topic, he probed Felicia on what had brought her all the way there. She explained that she was researching the nearby ruins, and while she was on her way to help after hearing about the battle, she was captured. He asked if it was the truth. She replied with a question, asking if he thinks she's lying. They glared at each other. Chris decided to drop the topic. Then he encouraged everyone to rest. The ogres had their meal while the others patched themselves up. Meanwhile, Shutra checked his own skills. Looking at it made him feel good, but the only one useful in combat was the aura. Suddenly, someone called him. It was Felicia. He saw that she changed clothes. She asked if she could come in. He asked what brought her there in that hour. She approached him and called his name. She grabbed his arm. It shocked him. Even more so when she told him to take off his clothes. His cheeks turned red. Shutra was confused. He thought he's in Sweet Home Alabama. So Felicia told him again, but he asked why. His eyes wandered to her chest and lips. She asked if he doesn't want to be treated by her. He was dumbfounded. She admitted that what she did earlier was closer to first aid. Since he may have sustained internal injuries, she was trying to cast healing magic on him again. In his head, he was thinking how he got her there for a moment. She asked if there was a problem in his body since it gave off some light earlier. He replied that it was nothing since it just happens sometimes, and then he brought up that he had a request, and it was something only she could do. After that, he had obtained Cure Level 1, which recovers status ailments, Cure Poison Level, which helps recover from poisoning, and Cure Disease Level 1, which helps recover from disease. He was pretty satisfied. Thanks to Felicia, who willingly listened to his request, he learned 3 healing spells. On top of that, it was the day that he looked forward to. Caitlin told him that Beast Fist Art has many different branches. Shutra could finally learn the Beast Fist Art. And on that day, he'll learn the werewolf branch, Beast Fist Art. Beast Fist Art is a martial art symbolic of the lycanthropes. Among them, the werewolf's Beast Fist Art was considered the foundation of Beast God Fist Art. That must be why Caitlin decided to teach him that martial art. Beast Fist art utilizes both external aura and internal aura, and her plan for that day was to teach him the basics of internal aura usage. So she told him to close his eyes and focus on the aura. He could feel it. Aura, the power of life. Aura was very close to the power of the soul, and when taken to the extreme, it becomes the power of the soul itself. The bright light blinded him. Eventually, he was notified that he acquired the passive skill called Protagonist's Physique Level 1. He didn't expect that. Protagonist's Physique Level 1 greatly boosts training efficiency for physically learned skills. When the skill levels up, traits for that level are unlocked. It was another broken skill. He has the Protagonist's Physique Level 1, which greatly increases efficiency and training skills that were mastered physically. Then he also has the Extreme Demon's Body, Level 1, which slightly increases efficiency in magic training. And lastly, the Hero's Blood Level 1, which slightly increases efficiency in divine power training. It doesn't fall short of Zephyr or Locke's passive skills at all. And the fact that special traits unlock by level means that the system adds entirely new functions as the level rises. It made him grin. He realized that it is what it means to be the protagonist. He was thrilled. Caitlin scolded him for being distracted. She told him to concentrate. For that, he apologized. It was about time they properly began learning the Beast Fist art. Eventually, he acquired the Beast Fist art Level 1. He was impressive. He performed the basic movements of the Beast First art so quickly and accurately. Even when bare-handed, he feels like he's wielding deadly weapons. She planned to teach him the next technique when suddenly a wolf called out to her and reported that something terrible had happened. Chris announced that Kairam's unit had vanished. They were all surprised. It seemed like Kairam had caught wind of their plan. Caitlin asked what they're going to do. According to General Bandal's intelligence, Yakuzan and Kairam were expected to rendezvous in the area marked in their map. Considering the terrain and location, the probability was quite high. Shutra could sense that they had to gamble. Chris announced that from then on, they would be joining General Bandal's forces. Along with the main army, they would enter a full-scale battle against the Scarlet Lightning Tribe. Meanwhile, at the Scarlet Lightning Tribe's Subjugation Army main base, General Bandal welcomed Prince Chris. Chris greeted him back and noticed that he hadn't changed a bit. Bandal greeted the princess too, since it has been a while since they last met. Felicia asked how his subordinates were and replied that they were all doing fine. Shutra watched Bandal with a smile on his face. He was the man he favored the most back in Night Saga. Maybe that was why, even with a stern face, he felt strangely familiar. He approached him and introduced himself. Bandal watched him, and eventually accepted his hand for a handshake. Meanwhile, in another realm, the goddess that Shutra met before had appeared, and so was another woman in armor. She had curly golden hair. Her eyes were blue, and she wore a mask on her nose and mouth, and the armor covered her entire body while flames swirled around her. They looked at each other, and they looked at Shutra, who was in front of them. Shutra was overwhelmed. He thought of conquest and war, and then he woke up. He sat on his bed, puzzled about his dream. She was certain that she met the woman with blue and red eyes before, but he had no idea who the woman in red armor was. Carrick opened his tent and told him that they would be heading out already. They left the tent. Their squad was busy moving things. In that battle, he was placed on the left flank. Bandal commanded the center, while Chris and Caitlin took the right. The swift Dark Elves formed a separate unit to guard the rear. The march began and time flew. Before he knew it, he was standing in the middle of the battlefield, surrounded by thousands. He was short, so he was barely visible in the sea of ogre soldiers. General Bandal commanded the army to prepare for battle formation. He hyped them up by saying that they should teach those bastards the true meaning of pain. All troops had advanced. The enemy had their defense formation. The enemy leader in front smirked and called them fools. Suddenly, an explosion happened in the rear. Bandal was caught off guard. The shock made him freeze. It was because the enemy had a large mammoth with them. He called it a swamp mammoth. After seeing that, simultaneous explosions happened in different areas. Many of their troops were caught in it. They were blasted left and right, without the chance to defend themselves. Even Karak and Shutra were shocked. Shutra realized that they fell into a trap. Those assholes knew everything from the very beginning. Swamp mammoth. As its name suggests, it resembles a mammoth, but its sheer bulk cannot even be compared to some mere mammoth. In short, it was true monstrosity. Aside from that, a crocodile foot had stepped out. Another set of troops appeared. They all glanced behind them and saw the lizardmen. Chris was angry. They knew all this time and had been toying with them. Caitlin suggested that they retreat and look for another opportunity. But Chris argued that if they don't pull back successfully, they might suffer even greater loss or even total annihilation. She pointed out that if they continue like that, casualties would only keep piling up. so they needed to make a decision at once, and she pushed to retreat. Chris caught the attention of their forces. He commanded the mages to form a defensive line at the rear and hold them off as long as possible. While the rest quickly form ranks and prepare to retreat, the lizardmen slashed the ogres. One jumped to Shutra, but Karak was able to hit it from behind before it reached him. Then he yelled at Shutra to come to his senses because of a wrong move, and they would all die there. He realized Karak was right, and that it wasn't a game anymore. Chris was surrounded by enemies, and he fought them. He gave an order to survive and return alive no matter what. He doesn't want his men dying on him. Back at the camp, the ones who made it back were getting treatments, while Chris, Caitlin, Felicia, Shutra, and General Bandal had a meeting. Chris admits that it was his fault. He knew he should have suspected something. General Bandal told him that it was already done, and at that point, their only options were either to completely withdraw or request reinforcements from the Demon King's castle. He agreed to that, especially when he could no longer let his subordinates be dragged towards death just because of his pointless pride. He was about to make a conclusion, but Felicia expressed that she had thought of something. She told them that the very reason she came to the area in the first place was because she was going to explore a ruin, and the destination of that exploration was at the end of the Gishka Mountains. Felicia may be an outstanding mage, but even in Night Saga, she wasn't a combat-oriented character. Her character traits were focused on research and ruin investigation. She opened the map and told them that for a long time, she had been studying a ruin said to exist within those mountains for 1,500 years. It was called Enkidu, the Earth Dragon's lair. Enkidu, a dragon born from magma, employed numerous treasure guardians to protect his lair and his hoard. Among those guardians were the dwarves who once lived in the Gishka Mountains. Enkidu bestowed weapons upon them in order to protect the lair. It was the anvil that gives birth to thunder. It was a relic that not only allows one to be able to control the chimeras created to serve as treasure guardians, but it also allows them to cast army-scale magic. With great emphasis, she slammed the table, and she told them that if they want to win, their only option is to find that. She revealed that it was the reason why she came there in the first place. General Bandal asked if she knew the exact location of the anvil. She replied no, and it was the extent of what she knew. Chris commented that in the end, it wasn't helpful information. They don't know when the enemy might attack again, so he couldn't risk everyone's lives on a foolish treasure hunt. The way he said it made her angry. But then, Shutra confirmed that the anvil that gives birth to the thunder was definitely there. Felicia was surprised with his statement. When he played as the hero Locke, he encountered it. But he just told them that he came across the related story while studying dwarven runes. And also he put it out there that above all, he believes in Felicia. Her eyes widened when she heard that. She was touched, but to him, it was just an opportunity to earn some points. Chris pointed out that it's not about who he trusts or doesn't trust. He doesn't want to further waste time on that. Internally, Shutra was getting annoyed at how persistent he was. Shutra insists that even among the Gandharva tribe, there's a similar legend passed down about the place. He told them that there's a high chance that the entrance to the ruins was nearby. He was certain that if he went to scout the area, he would be able to find it. He also promised to take responsibility for everything that happens if he fails. So, with a firm tone, he told Chris to trust him even once. Since Chris was persistent, he decided to go full throttle too. That night, they rode Phantom Steed, a horse that Felicia summoned who could fly in the sky. Felicia, Caitlin, Shutra, Karak, and 2 other soldiers went. Shutra was glad to have succeeded in setting out to find the anvil. He was thinking of what was left to do when Karak screamed. He was scared of riding that Phantom Steed, so he told the prince to hold on tight or he might fall off. Shutra assured him that he would be fine. He was confident that he wouldn't fall because when he played Zephyr, he rode it all the time. He checked the minimap. At that speed, it should take them about an hour to reach the ruins entrance. And with his minimap, finding the ruins themselves won't be difficult. The problem was how he'd guide them without making it obvious. He tried to think of something, but nothing came to mind. He decided to think about it until they arrived. He trusts that it would somehow work out. And when they arrived, he just randomly explained that when he activated the portal, he studied the tunnel maps carefully. There was a certain consistency to them, so if he combined the terrain of the place with the characteristics of the tunnels, he thinks he could roughly determine the anvil's location. Then, he looked at their faces to check if his rambling worked. They simply asked what that means. He wished for them to just let it slide. Felicia told him to just lead the way. She told him that she understood all that, so he could just take the lead. He didn't expect that his bluff would actually be convincing. He led the way. Little did he know Felicia was pouting, so they followed the prince's lead. But the path was blocked. Karak asked him if he's certain that it was really the entrance to the ruins. It didn't look right, but he clarified that he didn't say they were heading to the entrance. He asked Caitlin if she could break through there. She was slightly off guard that he requested her. He told her to give it a good hit, so she tried. Felicia had deduced that the anvil that gives birth to thunder could be inside the cliff. Shutra explained that in his calculations, if they broke through there, they wouldn't have to deal with the dungeon guardians. So he told Caitlin to break the wall. Felicia couldn't believe him. She called him an idiot for expecting her to smash that with her fist. She asked if he thinks Caitlin was some kind of siege weapon, but he couldn't think of a way to break through. Felicia created a swirl of wind in her hand. She shared that ruin explorers always have a sub-major in destruction and explosives. Then she threw the wind to the cliff. Part of the cliff caved in, and it exploded. And there, she created an entrance. She couldn't believe it. They found the relic quickly. She asked if the half-dome is where the anvil was. Shutra suspected that it's the final safeguard, and inside lies the anvil. Carrick asked if they just had to break it. He replied that they couldn't just recklessly break it. If they do, the anvil inside could be damaged. He looked for the mechanism to open it. Felicia observed him. Then the statues on the side caught her attention. She thinks it was strange. Out of the 9, 3 were holding weapons and 6 were not. Caitlin noticed that too and suggested that they give weapons to the remaining statues. Felicia doesn't think it's that simple. Since the weapons those statues were holding were dwarven made, it means that the other statues likely need dwarven weapons too. They wondered where they would suddenly get 6 of those swords. Shutra told them that he happened to have 6 of them. He couldn't use them back then since his level wasn't high enough, so he stored it in his inventory. He never thought it would come handy like that. He explained to them that he picked up weapons during the last tunnel expeditions as backups. Carrick was surprised. He couldn't even imagine carrying 6 of them in his bag. He was perceptive, and internally, Shutra was starting to hate ogres with good instincts like him. He simply dismissed the question and told Carrick to take it because it was heavy. Carrick complained how frail he was. They set up the swords on the statues. The statues' eyes lit up, and the light spread. Then the half-dome opened. They all anticipated what it was going to reveal. Shutra was surprised. He couldn't believe it was the anvil that gave birth to thunder. Felicia told them that on the records, the final procedure to activate the anvil was still needed. She instructed Shutra and Carrick to remain where they are, and the rest must take positions at the 3 o'clock, 6 o'clock, and 9 o'clock marks on the circle. From that moment, they would infuse mana into the disc. The order would start from her, then they would proceed clockwise. The amount of mana infused must gradually increase. They were in position. She told them to focus as they begin. They released the mana. She told Shutra to push his mana a bit stronger. When it was at a good level, she told him to hold it there and not lose his concentration. They continued to do that. The anvil was struck with mana. Shutra did his best to hold the position. He was starting to struggle, when suddenly the light shot up to the sky. The room was filled with smoke. Shutra got confused because he saw some warriors around him. And there was a monster, too. Different creatures were all marching in the same direction. He had no idea what was happening. Suddenly, someone spoke. "My vassals, heed my words." Shutra heard the voice and looked at the sky. A shadow loomed over him. It was a large flying creature. This creature ordered everyone to protect the sacred nest of the great Enkidu. They were to become the gatekeeper who stands between the demon realm and human realm. After that, Shutra was back. He was gasping for air. He was certain that what he saw was a black dragon. So, it was a black dragon. He suspected it to be the earth dragon, Enkidu. Felicia asked him if he saw it too. She also didn't look well. She talked about a massive black dragon with its body flowing with molten lava. Carrick shared that he saw it too. He asked if they saw the same vision. Felicia suspected that, but she wasn't sure what it meant yet. She looked at the anvil and spoke that using the anvil would reveal the truth. She thought about it. Then she touched the anvil. Suddenly, a strong purple light came out from it. She struggled as black mist swirls around her hand. It was getting tough. Shutra approached her. He wanted to stop her. He was surprised. Suddenly, Felicia screamed loudly. Caitlin and Carrick got worried for them. Shutra screamed loudly. He was told to conquer the Earth Dragon and Kidnu's mana. Trial was cast upon those who were not granted any permission. To conquer was to dominate. Caitlin and Carrick just stood there. They saw how the Shutra's body emitted the light, and he was holding a black hammer, but it looked like he wasn't himself. His right eye was black. Meanwhile, at the temporary camp, an enemy spied on them from the edge of the cliff. The camp was stationed between 2 cliffs. The enemy thought of them as fools for hiding there and thinking that they wouldn't be able to find them. This orc asked what they should do. He was waiting for the order of Lord Yakuzan. Yakuzan checked his army and told them to prepare themselves because they would clean up the stragglers at the temporary camp. The ogres noticed a bright light on the sky even if it was nighttime. Apparently, they were being rained with fireballs. Those fireballs hit the camp directly. Many were instantly killed or injured. Then the enemy, along with their swamp mammoth, charges in. They were ready to crush them. Chris and everyone were caught off guard. He got angry and worried. It was such bad timing since neither Caitlin nor Felicia were there. They would be annihilated at that rate. Successive explosions happened, while Yakuzan watched from the edge of the cliff. He laughed at those demons for rushing in without knowing their place, and they got what they deserved. He told his army to finish them all. Suddenly, a mage couldn't move his hand. The swamp mammoth glowed, and its eyes changed, and it attacked their allies. Yakuzan saw it. He asked what was going on and why they were being attacked by their own swamp mammoth. Chris saw it from afar. He was dumbfounded. It was because of some black hammer. He couldn't believe they found the anvil. Earlier, Shutra held the anvil. He was confused at first, so he asked what it was. Felicia answered that it was the thunderhammer, the pair to the anvil. And it looked like Enkidu had chosen him. She didn't look well, and the elf with her helped her up. Shutra couldn't believe it. Then Felicia urged him to use it. He looked at the thunderhammer. Enkidu's mana had shown him how to wield it. He remembered him saying to conquer, subjugate, and enforce obedience. It was the method of using the anvil that gives birth to thunder. He raised the thunderhammer. He chose to dominate the swamp mammoth first. Purple light shot up from the anvil, and the swamp mammoth had been covered with it, and they went on a rampage. The orcs couldn't understand why they were suddenly attacked. Aside from that, they were surrounded. Bandal had attacked them all. Seeing how the swamp mammoth was attacking the Scarlet Lightning tribe, he suspects that the prince and princess pulled it off. So he told his army that it was the time to kill them all and not let anyone escape. They charged at them. The enemy tried to fight back. Yakuzan watched it all happen. He asked why the swamp mammoth was acting like that. His adjutant had no idea. He was puzzled on who could be controlling such overwhelming mana. He suggested retreating and waiting for another chance. But Yakuzan didn't like that. Unexpectedly, an explosion happened behind them. It was Chris. He told Yakuzan that it was the end for him. If he surrenders, he'd make his death less painful. Yakuzan cursed at him and attacked him. Chris' brows furrowed. Then he used the beast god fist art. In a blink of an eye, Yakuzan's head rolled off. The adjutant and the mage ran away while announcing that their chieftain was dead. They were so scared. Now, all that was left for Chris's army was to finish off the stragglers. He realized that if it weren't for those two, they would have been in serious trouble. He watched the sky and hoped that nothing happened on their side. Meanwhile, the screen displayed the battlefield. Karak couldn't believe they're seeing the scenery the swamp mammoths were seeing at the moment. Felicia explained that with the anvil, it was possible to control all the treasure guardians. She was saying that with the power of anvil, the Scarlet Tribe would be done. She had gotten weaker. Then she fell, but fortunately, the elf caught her. The elf asked if she's all right. She assured her that she just needed some rest, and she would be fine. The other soldiers suggested that they find another place to rest, but they noticed that Shutra had disappeared. Meanwhile, Shutra was relieved to have finally taken a breather. The system notified him of his level up. His level had risen quite a lot. He wondered if it was because he controlled the relic of Enkidu. Also, the system notified him that the level of conquest had risen. He opened the screen and saw that even the Under the King's banner had leveled up. He realized that it levels up with the conquest at the same time. He doesn't fully understand it, but if his main skill grows stronger, then that is good for him. He also wondered what kind of skill was King's Knight. Judging by the name, it sounds like a summoning type. Suddenly, someone called out to him. It was Caitlin. He remembered that he left without saying goodbye. He was about to apologize, but she hit him on the head. She scolded him for disappearing like that. He apologized. She let it go since he was safe, but they had to hurry back. It seemed like they would have to camp out for the night. He thought they were going straight back to the temporary camp. She replied that it was the original plan, but a problem came up. He got curious about what it was. Then he found out that Felicia lost consciousness. She had just been released after being captured by the Scarlet Lightning tribe, but she must have pushed herself too much. Caitlin also shared that before she collapsed, she would be fine with just resting, but they had no idea when she'll wake up. And without her, they couldn't summon the Phantom Seed. So, for now, they'll just have to watch over her condition. Shutra was worried about Felicia. That night, everyone was asleep, except for Shutra. He wondered if his stamina had fully recovered from just leveling up, because strangely, he doesn't feel tired at all. He thought of waiting until morning just like that, but he remembered that they were in a ruin, which means that there must be some hidden weapons or treasures inside the dungeon. He also expected some traps or guardians. He pulled out the thunderhammer and considered the possibility that he's the ruler of the ruin, because he has that. The power of the anvil only works while in there, but within the ruin, it manifests as absolute power. In other words, he already obtained a free pass to the entire place. Karak was laying on the ground, sleeping peacefully. He woke him up. He wanted him to come with him. The pathway was lit with a torch. Karak wondered if it was really okay to just barge in like that. He was worried that something would go wrong. Shutra stated that he's the ruler of the place, so there was nothing to worry about. He explained to Karak that the place was a ruin, so there should have been good weapons there. Karak agreed. He opened the door to a room. It made Karak gasp. He saw an enormous monster. Shutra explained that it was just an arc golem, and in the form of a griffin. Karak had no idea, so he made him think of it as an extremely powerful monster. If they had just wandered in there blindly, they could have just died right there. Karak told him to stop saying such unlucky things and hurry out. He was terrified of the presence of that giant thing. He would rather avoid fighting monsters like that if he could. Shutra teased him for being a coward. He clarified that he's not a coward, but instead, he's cautious. They reached another room. He got excited because it was full of treasure. He excitedly showed the prince an amazing piece of armor. Shutra replied that it looks good on him. He could feel a subtle mana from it, so he knew it was magic armor. He asked Karak if he wanted it. Karak got excited and asked if he could really have it. He replied yes, since it was way too big for him anyways. Karak sincerely thanked him. Then he saw some gold coins. He wondered what those ancient gold coins were for. He decided to store all the useful things inside his inventory. He also instructed Karak to grab everything he could. He noticed the treasure chest. He got curious and opened it, but he got alarmed. A door had opened. It was a hidden space. It totally made him excited. He was looking forward to what was in there. He stepped inside, and after going through the passage, a wide chamber appeared. And then someone called him. There was a mana at the center, and he was familiar with it. Even though it was his first time seeing it, the name just surfaces on his head. Enkidu. It was Enkidu's gauntlet named Earthquaker. Shutra watched the gauntlet. It addressed him as the valiant knight of conquest. He approached it since it was calling out to him, and then he took it. As soon as he touched it, the system notified that his level, mana, strength, and mental strength was insufficient. He realized that he can't wield it yet. The gauntlet glowed, and it granted him permission. The system notified him that Earthquaker acknowledges him as its master. The system changed the user of the Earthquaker to Shutra. Shutra's hand glowed. He felt pain when he wore it, but he was able to endure. He was glad that it acknowledged him as its master. His strength, mana, and endurance had increased by 10. He didn't expect his stats to go up that much, just from equipping it. He could imagine what would happen once his level rises. He was quite pleased with it. It was a better item than he expected. Karak then unexpectedly appeared behind him and asked what just happened. Our MC was startled. He asked him since when he had been there. The ogre replied that he saw it all, that he made some gauntlet appear out of nowhere. He didn't expect him to see everything. If something like his inventory gets exposed, he knew it would be a hassle. Karak knew that whatever it was, it would only bring trouble if people found out, so he promised that it would just be between them. He was confident to take the secret to his grave. Shutra was touched. Karak told him that they should head back now that they had everything they needed. He expressed that the place feels eerie and gives him a bad feeling. He agreed that they should return. They passed through the room full of treasures, but something caught his eye, so he told Karak to wait. The ogre asked what it was this time. Then he pointed it at him, but Karak had no idea what he's talking about. Shutra replied that the exact thing they needed was right over there. Later on, they made Felicia drink some potion. Her body glowed, and she regained consciousness. He asked if she's awake. Caitlin was so relieved. Felicia asked what happened. She explained that Shutra brought back a mana recovery potion. She asked where it came from. So Shutra asked them if they had forgotten where they were. She knew they were in the ruins, and he reminded them that he's the ruler of the ruins. He encouraged her to rest, and once she woke up, her mana would be fully restored properly. Felicia thanked him. It seemed like he didn't hear her properly, so she said it again. But she looked embarrassed. At sunrise, Bandal exclaimed that they were finally back. He was happy to see them. He knew from the start that they would succeed. He acknowledged everyone's great work. Chris cleared his throat. Shutra noticed him. He started to say something. With flushed cheeks, he told Felicia that she had done an impressive job. Felicia arrogantly replied that it was nothing much. Shutra saw their heartwarming interaction and had this smirk on his face. Chris told them to get some rest while they handled the cleanup. Shutra was surprised to learn that it was not over yet. He explained that the remnants of the Scarlet Lightning tribe still remain. It would be completely settled within half a month at most. To Shutra, it means that they would get vacation for half a month. But Caitlin responded, "Vacation my ass." She whispered to him, and it made him blush. With flushed cheeks, she told him that he still has something to do with her. It was a bright, sunny day, and Shutra was getting hit by Caitlin's fist. She reminded him that if he doesn't pull himself together, he'll suffer. So he should hurry up and get up, but at that point, he could barely move from the pain. He was prepared for it, but it was seriously brutal training for the Beast Fist art. The something that Caitlin mentioned earlier was none other than Beast Fist art training. In the first 5 days, it felt like he did nothing but get beaten up. Only after a week did Caitlin's punches start to become visible to him. And so came the 11th day of training. He faced her. She noticed that he was starting to keep up quite well now. He replied that it was about time after all the beatings he had taken. He thinks that it was thanks to the daily special training that his Beast Fist art and aura levels had both reached level 5. At that point, Caitlin deemed that he should be ready to begin the Beast God Fist art. That got him excited. She expressed that she was impressed. She had never seen anyone learn that fast before. He had this big smile on his face after knowing that he could finally learn the secret techniques of the lycanthropes, the Beast God Fist art. From there on, she would teach him a new way to wield aura. She grabbed his hand and told him not to miss a thing and follow carefully. She asked if he got it. He replied yes. Their hands glowed, and instantly that blue light engulfed him. He could feel Caitlin's aura. It was guiding him. It was similar to Beast Fist art, but also different. He could feel the depth of aura more and more. Aura, the force of life itself. When pushed to the extreme, it becomes akin to the power of the soul. While his consciousness drifted, he thought about conquest, which was to conquer and force obedience, a ferocious domineering power. It was like he's underwater. He wondered if that was the true aura. The light engulfing them intensified. Then the system informed him that the level of Beast Fist art and aura had increased. She was amazed. He was able to do it. The aura covered his hands, and the system notified him that he acquired Beast God Fist art level 1. He thought about the Beast God Fist art and Earthquaker. He dispersed the aura from his hand, and the impact created a gush of wind and made a dent on the ground. His level had increased to level 14. He claimed that it was the time it truly began. He didn't notice that someone was spying on them. It was Bandal. He had this pleased expression on his face. The next morning, Shutra and Caitlin were eating breakfast together. He had something to ask about Felicia. He asked why things are like that between her and Chris. In his perspective, Felicia was supposed to be a key ally he needed to bring to his side, just like Chris. But if their relationship was strained, it could be a problem. He noticed that they weren't on bad terms, but they were distant. She told him that it's not like there was some direct incident between them. She wasn't so certain, but she thinks it has something to do between Chris and Sylvan. Shutra said that name. And Caitlin scolded him that even if he wasn't there, he shouldn't throw his name around so lightly. He apologized and explained that he was just a little surprised. Felicia's twin brother, Sylvan Doomblade. He was a pretty troublesome opponent when he played as Zephyr. He asked if there was some problem between Chris and Sylvan, but Chris suddenly entered the tent. They were startled. Caitlin asked him what was going on since he's early. He told them to pack their things because the matter wrapped up quicker than expected, so they were going to leave in the afternoon. Shutra asked where they were going. Chris couldn't believe he's seriously asking that. He told them that if the matters were done, they need to report it. Bandal shook the hand of Shutra while acknowledging the hard world of the prince and princess this time. And he told the 9th prince that he looks forward to meeting him again. Shutra replied that he'd be waiting too. Chris asked them if they're ready to head out, and he replied yes. They were off to the Demon King's castle. Meanwhile, at the castle, it looked eerie. There was someone on the throne. He was huge and was wearing full armor. The journey of returning to the Demon King's castle was fairly simple. First, they moved to the teleportation circle, capable of long-distance spatial leaps, and then they used transfer magic to return directly to the Demon King's castle. The estimated time to reach the nearest teleportation circle was 3 days. It was a journey that did not consider stopping at inns at all. In other words, another night of camping under the open sky was confirmed. They would be arriving at the Demon King's castle tomorrow, and Shutra felt nervous about it. Currently, the Demon King's castle is divided into 3 main factions. The second prince, Zephyr Ragnaros, the Demon King's second son and his worst enemy. Then there was the first prince Baikal Raganros, and the 4th princess, Anastasia Nekrion. In the struggle for the throne, the order of birth meant nothing. The one who accumulated greater achievements and demonstrated superior ability was always placed at the top. That was the structure. Among them, Baikal and Zephyr were full-blooded brothers, and their abilities were nearly equal. They inherited the blood of their mother's side, the Draconian clan, and both held immense strength as a result. Still, if one had to be chosen as heir, the more moderate-natured eldest son, Baikal, would probably be the better choice. But Shutra knew that the choice had no meaning anyways. Because after a certain day, everything will change. That's why he had to prepare for everything that he could. First, he planned to raise his level until he can fully wield the Earthquaker and make maximum use of the new strength he gained, the King's Knight. He activated the skill and a Knight Order was created. Shutra thought that it was just another summoning type skill, but the system showed more details. He's the Knight Commander, and he had 0/2 members. There was no Knight in training. He had the skills, Knight Order level 1, and under that was the Knight's Blessing level, which increases the health points. On top of this was the special skill summon at level 1, wherein he could summon the Knight Commander. It was limited to once every 3 days. It was some sort of guild system. He was surprised at how broken the skill was. It was already good at level 1, so he got excited on how good it would become later. Karak finally found him. He scolded him for still being up instead of sleeping again. He nagged at him to sleep early if he wanted to leave early in the morning. Karak wanted him to hurry up and come. He responded that he came at the perfect time. He invited him to try out an experiment with him. Karak was startled. He asked what it was. Under the moonlight, he called him Mighty Ogre Warrior Karak. He held his sword, and then appointed Karak as his knight. Karak noticed his body glowed, and he felt strange. He felt that his loyalty towards him had risen. Karak, at level 24, became a Knight Commander and a rank 1 soldier. Shutra's experiment worked, and he was so happy. Karak couldn't understand why he's overflowing with strength, but he was pleased. Shutra asked him if he wanted to become the strongest ogre in the world. Out of excitement, Shutra mumbled on how he's going to raise him into the mightiest ogre emperor in Night Saga. Karak looked at him with suspicious eyes and asked if he's feeling unwell or something. The next day, at a tower, Chris and the rest approached the teleportation device. He asked if they're ready. Shutra replied yes. They stepped inside the magic circle, and instantly they were teleported. The light shot up to the sky, and when they reached the other side, Shutra felt like he was falling. He got scared. He was falling head first. But to this surprise, they arrived just fine. Caitlin asked if he's fine. He replied yes. Suddenly, someone called Felicia. They had been waiting for her. It was her attendants. She happily chatted with them. Shutra saw it as a fan club. He asked if those were her attendants and subordinates. Then, someone approached and welcomed Chris and Caitlin. He noticed that there was no one for him, and the Dark Elves started gossiping about him. They laughed at him. He now understood where he stood within the Demon King's castle. He was fine, though, since it was all within his expectations anyway. He asked if Karak was ready, because from there on, they would start changing things one step at a time. Inside the Demon King's castle, particularly in an old room. That seemed like a storage area. It was Shutra and Karak's dwelling. Shutra was just thankful that there was a room for them. Karak thought of unpacking their things there. Then he remembered that the official event schedule starts tomorrow. Until then, they are allowed to spend their free time however they like. Shutra replied that it doesn't feel any different from being left to rot somewhere. Suddenly, someone knocked. Flora Sevensward, from the Demon King's Castle Real Estate Management Bureau, greeted him. Shutra asked what brought someone from such a high office to a rundown place like that. She told him that it was because his public merit level has increased. So he's now eligible to choose a new residence. Isabella from the Office of Public Merits came to meet with him too. Shutra asked her if it was true that he could receive a new residence there. She replied that he had come to the right place. She displayed a screen. With his latest conquest complete, his merit level officially rose to level 5, bringing his total merit to 15,000 points. The system laid out his achievements one by one, uncovering the dwarves' hidden mine and its connected portal, crushing the Scarlet Lightning Tribe's chief and his elite unit, personally carrying out the execution, rescuing the 7th princess, Felicia Doomsblade, leading the frontal assault on the tribe's main stronghold, claiming the legendary Thunderbirth Anvil, and finally placing the entire Scarlet Lightning Tribe under his rule. The rewards followed immediately. New sections of the Demon King's castle were now open to him, and his monthly stipend skyrocketed, jumping from a pitiful 5 gold to a staggering 500. He was the first prince to achieve that much on his very first mission. He asked her to show him the available residences right away, later that day. Karak's jaw dropped. He couldn't believe Shutra's new residence. Flora told them that they came earlier than expected. She told Shutra that it was an honor to serve him starting that day. Flora could be used as a butler and headmaid. She is a follower of Camilla, goddess of dreams and shadows. Karak was confused because earlier she said she was from the Real Estate Bureau. Shutra replied that he hired her using her merit points. It's something like a currency earned through accumulated achievements. He didn't explain further since there was no need for Karak to learn all the details. Karak commented that he had started talking nonsense lately. The next day, they were dressed up. Karak told Shutra that he kept getting the feeling of needing to pee. He wondered if it was just his nerves. It was gross, so Shutra told him to just go already. He also made him nervous by saying that. Someone arrived and told them that they look amazing. Felicia was the one who picked their outfits. Caitlin responded that she's the best. She replied that all her efforts paid off. Caitlin told Shutra that he looked good. He got embarrassed, but he thanked them and told them that they look amazing too. It made those girls blush. Chris also arrived. He realized it was Shutra's first audience ceremony. He told him that he's the star for that day. He encouraged him to show himself to everyone in the Demon King's castle. He confidently replied yes. He knew that there were those people who would think that his achievements were simply luck. The vassals were in the room. Shutra was confident that everyone would soon have their eyes on him. The prince and princess entered the room. Shutra wanted everyone to look again at the worthless prince they once dismissed. They knelt in front of the Demon King who was sitting on the throne. Chris introduced himself and announced that he stood before the great ruler of the demon realm. Demon King Mitra watched them. He had golden eyes, brown hair, and beard. His facial features looked more human. His aide would now report the achievements of the prince and princess. Demon King Mitra was the father to all the children of the Demon Kings. Shutra had forgotten that he was the one being who must never be underestimated in the Demon King's castle. While he was kneeling in front, he felt immense pressure. Just standing before him was making his entire body crumble apart. The goddess reminded him to conquer. His heart glowed in a golden, warm light. She told him that he's also a king, and she encouraged him to overcome the gaze, that suffocating pressure, and subdue it under his will. The golden light spread. He was told that it was the power of conquest. Shutra was able to look confidently and directly. Demon King Mitra saw him and called out his name. Everyone's jaw dropped when they heard it. Shutra simply met his gaze, though he was slightly taken aback. Then Demon King Mitra told him that he looked forward to seeing his future achievements. Everyone in the throne room was shocked and confused because the Demon King had never once called any of the princes or princesses by name during an audience before. They questioned why he would mention the 9th prince, who barely even has a presence. It was an utterly ordinary statement, but it was a statement no one had ever heard from the Demon King before, and that made it invaluable. Shutra replied that he'll do everything he can to live up to his expectations. And that was how Shutra Ignas finished his first audience while leaving a powerful impression on all who witnessed it. At dawn, Shutra was being woken up. He asked Karak what was the matter since it was still so early in the morning. Karak informed him that a letter from the Office of Public Merits just arrived. Shutra received the letter while wondering why, and he was surprised when he opened it. Karak was curious about what it said, so he encouraged him to read it out loud. Shutra wasn't sure how to feel about it. It looked like the Demon King, his father, had given him a personal mission at the castle. Shutra shared the letter to Chris and Caitlin. It contains the mission to subjugate the Cassius herd. Basically, it was a monster extermination task. Caitlin told him that he would be heading to the Anger Plains. Shutra remembered that it was where the centaurs live. She shared that Chris and her went there for training once. Cassius herd subjugation pretty much became an annual event. Chris wanted to go with him, but they also have their own schedule to follow. Caitlin was positive that Shutra would manage on his own, but Chris was worried. People would start paying attention to him, and some would try to approach him, and others would be wary of him, so he'll have a lot to keep an eye on. Shutra knew that. Even Zephyr himself said he was never once called by name during an audience. Chris told him to come to him if he needs any help. He thanked Chris for that. Then he told him to go see Felicia before he leaves, because she said that she has something for him. It was still dawn when Shutra prepares to leave. Felicia knew he would need a good pair of legs to travel around Centaur territory, and so she gave him some mounts. Shutra thanked her, but she had more to give. It was a dark elf's tear. He couldn't believe that she's giving him one of the dark elves' sacred treasures. Normally, the only way to obtain it would be to kill Felicia herself. She shared that the dark elves are a proud race, so they never forget either kindness or vengeance. She hugged him and told him to take care and return safely. He never expected Felicia to act like that, so it made him blush. As he was about to answer, she pushed him away, which surprised him. Apparently, she got embarrassed. She must have realized how awkward it looked. Shutra, Karak, and the mounts hopped on the teleportation circle. He waved goodbye to Felicia and wished her good health until they saw each other again. And then he was gone. She simply replied okay as she watched him disappear. At Anger Plains, Shutra, Karak, and the mounts appeared. Karak had to confirm if they had arrived. Suddenly, someone was behind them and greeted the 9th prince. She is Karma, the ranger assigned as his guide. He noticed that her upper body was of a human, and the lower half was of a beast. He replied that it was nice to meet her. She answered that it was an honor for her. Given her appearance, he understood that she's from the satyr race, and they moved right away. They were moving fast. He and Karak rode their mounts. She informed Shutra that it would take at least 2 days to reach the Centaur settlement from there. She plans to travel with as few breaks as possible. Shutra had no problem with that. Then she inquired if there were no other soldiers. He explained that the mission came suddenly, so it was just the 2 of them for now. She replied that they have the centaurs on their side, so they won't be outnumbered. he figured that it would be a group fight, and in that case, the real problem would be the weapons. Since it might end up like a mounted battle, he thought a spear would be best. A sound caught their attention. He asked what it was. Karma told him to wait while she checks it out. She dashed away. She stopped at the edge of the cliff and got nervous at what she saw. She wondered how the Cassius herd found them already. They looked ferocious as they chased a centaur. They growled loudly as they leapt towards him, and that spooked the centaur even more. But Shutra bumped into this Cassius to push it away, and it crashed. His mount eventually steadied its footing. The centaur was surprised to see him. The herd approaches him. It seemed like the welcome party came too early. But it didn't matter, because he was itching for a fight, too. His gauntlet glowed. Shutra dared those mutts to come at him. The centaur asked if he's the prince. One of those wolf-like creatures stepped forward and roared loudly. Then it charged at them. Shutra realized that it was the boss. Karma and Karak rushed towards him and asked if he's all right. Karak scolded him for dashing like that since it's dangerous. He told them that he's fine, and they just watch closely. He jumped away from his mount and towards the Cassius to do the beast god fist that he's been practicing all this time. His gauntlet exudes powerful energy. Again, the Cassius roared loudly. He attacked it with the skill called Fist of Explosion. That was surprising for Karak and Karma, and the Cassius boss's corpse was decapitated. It was defeated so easily, and that made the other Cassius terrified. They escaped as fast as they could. Shutra was also surprised with his recent attack. He wondered if the Earthquaker, his gauntlet, amplified his aura. His attack was way more destructive than he expected. He was pleased when he realized that it was almost the same as Caitlyn's strength. Karam praised him for blowing the head of a Cassius in one strike. He looked proud of himself. Then, the centaur thanked him for saving him. He introduced himself as Swift Wind, a scout sent to escort him. From then on, he would guide him to the centaur settlement on the Engel Plains. Little did they know that the corpse they left behind started glowing. They reached the Engel Plains centaur settlement. There were 4 centaur tribes that dwell on the plains: the Fierce Wind, Heavy Rain, Rough Night, and Raging Flame. Among them, the Raging Flame tribe was the most powerful, and its chieftain also served as the High Chieftain, uniting the other tribes. Shutra was being welcomed. He met Savage Eyes, the High Chieftain of the Centaurs. To anyone who played Knight's Saga, the Demon Realm chapter, they would recognize that name since he's an unavoidable encounter. Not as an ally, but as an enemy. Karak whispered to Shutra about the deadly glare of the High Chieftain that lived up to his name. But Shutra knew his place as the 9th Prince. Savage Eyes glared at him, but he looked at him with fierce gaze as he demanded to hear the assessment of the current situation. They went inside the tent, and Savage Eyes revealed to him that the situation wasn't good. The Cassius herd, which should have been far north by then, had now come down south much earlier than usual for that year. So at the moment, the scouts were out observing the area, although some assume that part of the Cassius herd may have just simply lost their way. In the game, Savage Eyes was an unrecruitable NPC, one that players could never ally with. Shutra was informed that in 3 days' time, the warriors of all 4 tribes would gather there, and once united, they could crush the beast no matter where they were. Shutra was hoping things would be different this time. He responded that he'll wait, and he asked if there's anything else. Savage Eyes addressed him as the 9th Prince, and verified if it was true that he smashed the Cassius skull with a single punch. He smirked and replied that it was true. Deep inside, Shutra was hoping that this time, Savage Eyes would be an ally too, just like how Chris and Caitlyn became his allies. Then he told him that if he wanted, he could show it to him later. Savage Eyes observed him, and responded that he'd be looking forward to it. When they left the tent, they caught the attention of the other centaurs. They talked about him since they heard that he crushed the Cassius skull with a single blow. Karak noticed that similar to General Bandal's incident, Shutra became popular once again. Shutra proudly replied that it was all thanks to his natural charm and virtue. Karak was unimpressed and regretted saying that. Then he encouraged him to get some rest. That night, Shutra was deep asleep. There was a faint glow over him, and that woke him up. To his surprise, it came from Earthquaker. He had no idea when it got into his arm. But suddenly someone appeared and called his name. He turned his attention to that person. The green glow came from her. She expressed that she requires his assistance. He asked who she was. She explained that she's a fragment of the Watcher Ankle, and she's called the Green Wind. Shutra was familiar with Green Wind. It's one of the nature spirits worshipped by centaurs and satyrs. In the lore of the Night Saga's world, the reason the Engel Plains stayed lush and green was because of the power of Green Wind. He was surprised when he was transported to the plains. She brought him to her home, where the fragment of her creator, the Watcher Ankle, resides. Hearing about the fragment of Ankle, he remembered something. Watcher Ankle was one of the 6 Elder Dragons. Elder Dragons are divine beings that players could never encounter in Night Saga. He only recently obtained Enkidu's Earthquaker, and now, there's this encounter with Watcher Ankle. He was suspicious of how coincidental it was. Greenwind told him that they have no time. Monsters from the north were approaching her home. Their goal was to steal the greenery of the Engel Plains. They would destroy her home and devour her spirit. She knew only him could protect the place. Shutra was doubtful of that because his level wasn't high enough. She pointed out that he already possesses the power of Enkidu. He had nothing to worry because the fragment of Ankle would also grant him greater strength. But first, he has to show the token to her children. After that, he was back in his room. His fist was still glowing. It was from the fragment that he's holding. She told him that her children would surely lend him their power. That night, he went directly to Savage Eyes. Upon hearing that, Savage Eyes raised his tone. He couldn't believe that Green Wind was in danger. Shutra explained that there's a small temple to the northeast, and if what Greenwind said was true, the Cassius would be attacking it soon. He told Savage Eyes that there's no time. They had to gather their troops and move out immediately. Savage Eyes cleared his throat and replied that it was quite a claim, and they couldn't just march out based on a single story. But he stopped mid-sentence when he saw a faint green glow. He immediately recognized what Shutra was holding, the Green Wind's divine relic. His stance had changed. He asked Shutra what he needed to do. The next day, the centaurs had gathered. They have spears and bows with them. Shutra on his mount walked among them. Shutra was guided by his minimap, and nearby, he could already see their destination. It was the Temple of the Green Wind. If it weren't for the minimap, he would have never found it with how deep it's hidden in the wilderness. But they saw the attackers coming closer. Shutra wondered how the Cassiuses found out where the Green Wind resides. He could tell that there was something that he's not aware of. Savage Eyes expressed that there were more Cassius than he expected. He asked the prince for his plan. Green Wind told Shutra to draw power from Ankle's fragments. He could tell there was something inside the temple. He told Savage Eyes that he would head there while they keep the enemy from getting close. He invited Karak and Karma to come with him. Meanwhile, Savage Eyes ordered their army not to let a single one through to the temple. He told them to prepare for battle, and they charge. The archers got into position and fired the arrows. Many Cassius were hit. The swordsmen pushed forward and slashed the enemies on their way. While Shutra and his team hurried to the temple, Karak confirmed with Shutra their goal, which was for Shutra to reach the temple. Shutra told him he's right, and that made Karak more determined to clear the path no matter what. He went in front as the Cassius approached them. He prepared his axe and slashed those who were in the way. Karma fought too, using her dagger. Shutra praised them and kept going. They were almost there, but a large bat had almost hit him. The attack threw him and his mount away, and they both fell. The large beast-like centaur growled loudly, and it charged again towards him. Shutra felt bad for letting his guard down. Karak rushed to his side and deflected the attack. He was relieved to see him. Karak asked if he's all right. Karak smiled at him and told him to get up since it wasn't time to rest yet. The large creature growled again. Karak deflected its attack. It happened again, and it looked like he was having a hard time. Shutra teased him for acting cool earlier, and now it looked like he's done. He activated the skill Under the King's Banner and boosted Karak's strength. This time, they're going on the offense. Karak struck the creature and caught it off guard. This creature staggered backwards and Karak chased after it. He gathered his strength and slashed it at the chest. The large creature vomited blood. Karak went for the head. He hit it with all his strength. The dust in the area scattered. He told the prince to go now and leave that place to him. Shutra counted on him and left. Shutra ran as fast as he could towards the temple. He opened the door. Then he heard a voice telling him to hurry up. He recognized that it was Green Wind. Her gauntlet glowed. She told him that Enkidu's artifact would guide him. He sensed the energy was heading towards the interior of the temple. It continues to flow inside, towards a giant tree. He stopped in front of the giant tree. Then the tree's vines started to move. That startled him, but it gently stopped in front of him to give him something. His eyes widened at what he saw. It was a dragon heart, the source of mana that every dragon possesses. Dragon heart. Now he realized that the fragment of Ankle was pertaining to that. Green Wind appeared and informed him that the Engel Plains have maintained peace for a very long time through the magic of the Watcher Ankle, and the temple was the center of that magic. It was born from the fragment of Ankle, and if the place was destroyed, the peace would shatter. She instructed him to awaken the old magic of Ankle left in the temple and stop that from happening. Meanwhile, outside the temple, Savage Eyes commanded their army not to retreat. They mustn't let the enemy enter the temple. Karak continued to fight. The same goes for Karma. Green Wind begged the Ninth Prince to protect Engel Plains and her children with the magic left behind. Shutra accepted the dragon's heart. and he was transported into a different place. He was confused at first, because there was a dragon in front of him. He knew it was Watcher Ankle. Her eyes glowed. Then she offered her powers to him. It made the temple shine brightly, and that light even shot up to the sky. It caught the attention of the centaurs even during mid-fight. Their jaws dropped. Carrick thought of his prince. Thick, large vines had emerged from the ground, and it grew taller and larger. It was forming into something. When it was done, it formed into bipedal wood creatures, and it targeted the Cassius. It attacked without hesitation, and the Cassius were caught off guard. They didn't have the chance to evade or run. Those wood creatures continued to thin their numbers, until Greenwind sensed that the magic of Einkel had awakened. She sincerely thanked the prince. But Shutra was still holding the dragon's heart. It made Greenwind step back. She had no idea what was happening. She questioned why the mana of Ankiel was flowing into Shutra. She asked him if he's trying to absorb Ankel's power, but it looked like Shutra wasn't himself. She told him to stop. If he keeps going, his body won't be able to stop it. Shutra was notified by the system that his level increased. His cheek was cut, but it healed instantly. Greenwind saw it happen. The system continuously notified him of his level up, and Shutra heard once again that he should conquer, to subdue and make them kneel in obedience. Even if it was the lingering remnant of an elder dragon, it would still kneel before him. The dragon heart merged into his heart, and that caused a blinding light to appear, and eventually, it subsided. Shutra rested his arms on his things to support himself. The glow from his body slowly dims, and when he opened his eyes, he was called the Knight of Conquest, and he had obtained a passive skill called Dragon Body Level 1. He also acquired the skill Dragon Blood and Immunity to all poisons, Level 1. He gained another subclass, which was the Dragonborn. It is a being who has awakened the dragon gene and can wield dragon magic. Despite being a hybrid of a Draconian and Asura, Zephyr's recessive inheritance allowed him to awaken the dragon gene. Greenwind told Shutra that he obtained both the spirit and body of a dragon. She could feel the power of the Watcher Ankle within him, but she wasn't disappointed, because after all, this was a power that no one could use. It was sealed away and kept in slumber for a millennium. She addressed him as successor of Watcher Ankle and expressed that she had one wish. She asked if he could protect the Engel Plains and her children. Shutra smiled and replied yes. Outside the temple, the wood creatures continued to fight. Many Cassius were taken down, but they sensed something. A large Cassius had cut one wooden creature in half, and it intimidated the centaurs by roaring loudly. Shutra saw it from the roof of the temple. He realized that it was the one commanding the Cassius, so he jumped down and approached Karak, for there was something he must do. The commander of Cassius continued to take down the wooden creatures. It growled at them. It sensed something, and suddenly, it was punched by Shutra. It counterattacked, but Shutra stepped back to evade it. For its size, it was surprisingly agile. It chased after Shutra. So Shutra positioned himself for another punch. He used Fist of Explosion. The impact made his arm tremble. He complained about how thick its skin was, and then it attacked him. He realized that it was tougher than he expected. Even the Fist of Explosion doesn't work on it. He decided to use his new skill. He activated the exclusive skill for Dragonborn, the Dragon Blood. It made the Earthquaker release his part of its true power. He risked everything on a single strike. The commander was about to attack him too. He told Karak that it was his turn. He summoned the King's Knight, and Karak appeared from behind the commander. Karak had hit it on the side of the head, and it became angrier. While it was distracted, Shutra rushed towards it. It noticed him approaching. Shutra's attack was completely different from before. He used Earthquaker's secret art. It was such a powerful move, he called it a gigantic piston. His punch made a large hole on the commander's chest. Savage Eye's jaw dropped. Karak looked proud of him. The enemy fell, and Shutra leveled up. The system notified him that he had defeated the boss Drake Ogre Mustafa, and he had acquired the title Drake Ogre Slayer. He wondered how much aura he had just used. If he hadn't leveled up, he would have collapsed for sure. To use the ultimate skill embedded in a weapon, he would need a special move control skill, but he doesn't have that yet. In other words, the gigantic piston wasn't even Earthquaker's true ultimate move. He realized that there was an even greater technique within Earthquaker. Karak reported to him that some were running away after the guy fell. Savage Eyes slashed some of them. Then he ordered his men to chase them down. If they let them escape, it would just come back to attack them again someday. They chased after them, as they were determined not to let a single one escape. The nighttime came and the battle was over. The centaurs relaxed at their camp. They even had some drinks. Karak and Karma had a toast with their drinks. Everyone was having fun. So Greenwind asked Shutra what brought him to her when they were having the time of their life. He came because he had a few questions he wanted to ask her. Since he granted her request earlier, she was willing to answer whatever he asked. But before that, she requested that he release her from his control. He had no idea. She explained that because he absorbed Ankle's mana, she, who was born from Ankle's magic, became bound to him. Now he learned what she meant. He told her to give him a moment to do that. She waited, and after a few moments, they ended up looking at each other. Shutra had no idea how to undo it. His question made her pale. She had to verify again what he just said. She panicked and asked him if he seriously doesn't know how to do that. He replied no, since he was never taught how to do it. She was slightly annoyed that he acted like he did. He told her to calm down as he thought it through for a second. He asked her what her current condition was. She claimed that she was his, therefore she obeys him. But it wasn't what he meant. He asked if she's uncomfortable in any way, or if she felt some changes. She replied that there was none in terms of her abilities or condition. However, if she were to disappear, the Angle planes would lose their vitality, for she was the living symbol of the life magic Ankle cast upon the planes. Shutra thought about it again. He suggested that she simply remains there in Angle planes instead of leaving with him. She was dumbfounded with his suggestion. He further explained that there was no need for her to go with him. That made her sad, because to her it was like he's abandoning her. He clarified that it's not what he meant. He asked her if she wanted to come with him. She yelled at him that he's her master, so it's natural that she accompanies him. Deep inside him, he was caught off guard that he just accidentally formed a spirit contract. And then he clarified what she said earlier about how she's the symbolic embodiment of the grand spell over the Angle planes. He asked if she could create something that could take her place. She replied that it would take some time, but it was possible. He instructed her that once she made something that could take her place, she could come with him. She wasn't pleased with that because she won't be able to be of much help to him for a while, because he'd have to leave most of her power behind in the Angle planes. He told her that it's not a problem at all. Internally, he felt like he hit a jackpot. Forming a contract with a high-ranking natural spirit like her was a great opportunity. Her eyes sparkled with what he said. Now that it had been settled, it was time for him to ask questions. He asked how and when Ankle died. She was taken aback with his question. She replied that she's only a fragment, and as a spirit born anew from nature, she does not possess many of Ankle's memories. However, she could remember that 1,000 years ago, she was murdered. She does not recall who the killer was, but she's certain that it was not another elder dragon. Shutra wondered who could possibly kill an elder dragon, being said to have godlike powers. Green Wind told him to speak to her casually now, since she's uncomfortable when her master addresses her formally. Now that he had become Ankle's successor, he asked if that meant that he could also contain the power of another elder dragon within him. Generally, it would be impossible, but she thinks that if it was him, it might be possible. He already wields the powers of Ankle, the Watcher of Polarity, and the Great Enkidu, the mighty one who opposes her. If he could balance those two opposing forces, then he might be able to wield the powers of other elder dragons as well. He was impressed. He thought it was the main character's plot armor. He had one last question. He asked her if she knew anything about the power that he possessed. She reiterated that she was simply a fragment and she does not retain all of Ankle's memories, so her knowledge of his power was incomplete. Suddenly, she emitted a blinding light. Shutra squinted his eyes and asked what happened suddenly. It was like someone else was talking using Green Wind. She addressed Shutra as the Knight of Conquest, born under the destiny of kings. He was told that he shall conquer and rule over all creation. That is the power of the king, and it shall be his. This was the message from Ankle. It was sunrise at the temple. Shutra was sleeping outside peacefully. When the sun rays hit his face, he started waking up. He asked what happened because the last thing he remembered was talking to Green Wind. Green Wind appeared to check if he regained consciousness. She had no idea why, but it seemed that the consciousness of Ankle that remained within her surfaced last night, and he probably lost consciousness because of that power. He remembered that conversation. He was told to conquer and rule over all creation, for that was the power of the king, and it should be his. He realized that Ankle already knew about his power. Green Wind declared that he was now her master for eternity. With that said, she had something to reveal to him. She showed him a screen, and informed him that at the northernmost end of the Angle Plains lies one of Watcher Ankle's relics. Just like his Earthquaker, it was an artifact imbued with the power of an elder dragon. It was called the Shield of Life. Over 1,000 years ago, the Watcher Ankle bestowed the Shield of Life upon the bravest and most righteous centaur warrior. The warrior led his people against the enemies of the north and achieved countless victories without suffering a single wound. However, he was not truly invincible. He did not take the shield to bed with him. One night, while sharing his bed with a woman sent by someone who coveted it, he was stabbed to death. The Shield of Life had been granted to a courageous warrior by Ankle himself. Thus, no one but its owner could wield or carry it. The warrior's followers buried the Shield of Life alongside him in his tomb in the north. Centuries passed, and the Shield of Life became a legend. The centaurs named it after the warrior himself. Its new name was White Suri. Shutra was familiar with that. It was the legendary artifact that only appears in the Night Saga backstory. Even veteran players like him couldn't find it, the best shield of all, and it turns out to be an elder dragon's artifact. Green Wind asked if he knew about it. He got excited and inquired where this tomb was located. She told him that if they head toward the northernmost end of the Ingle Plains, she should be able to find it. But first, she must create a replacement for herself. Once she finishes speaking with him, she'll begin immediately. He asked how long it would take her. She answered that thanks to his help activating the protection spell, it should take her 2 days. He was happy that in 2 days they could head out. It was a little far north, but he knew it wasn't impossible to reach. He was determined to go there no matter what happened. He was positive that with White Suri, things would become much easier. Shutra left the temple. While he was walking around, he thought of traveling to the north under the pretext of hunting down the remaining Cassius. The problem was that the protection spell that activated at the temple must have already been detected by the Demon King's castle. They would likely dispatch a specialist to inspect the ruins soon. If the report goes out today, the specialist would arrive in a week. In that case, it would be best to leave before they got there. But just as he thought of that, Savage Eyes informed him that someone from the Demon King's castle has arrived. He was surprised to hear that. They went inside the tent. Felicia saw his expression and asked why his face was like that. It seemed like he saw a ghost. He asked why she was there. She halted their talk and suggested they exchange greetings first. It confused him. Then a woman approached him and formally greeted him. She was Daphne, daughter of Echo, the 5th concubine. Shutra knew that she was the Dryad-born druid. He was determined to secure one of those 3 half-siblings at all costs. Felicia informed him that she's an exceptional druid. She would be helpful for the mission since the guardian spirit of the Engle Plains was involved. She expressed that it was a pleasure working with him. He didn't expect to meet her there. He aimed to make a good impression, but he remembered that Felicia was supposed to be heading to Gishka Mountains to study the anvil that gives birth to thunder. She had planned that, but Shutra finished his mission quickly. She whispered to him that he's attracting attention. She revealed that the Cassius subjugation wasn't a hard mission, but finishing it in just 2 days changes everything, since it normally takes at least 2 weeks. And since so many irregular events happened during the mission, everyone was shocked. If someone else had come, they would have probably interrogated or spied on him. He asked if that was the reason she came there. She blushed and admitted that it wasn't only because of that. Because she was also curious about the magic of the temple and about why Cassius's behavior changed. Shutra could tell that beneath her cold exterior, she has surprisingly a warm side. He thanked her for worrying about him. She asked what his plan was now. He told her that he's going to scout the northern region to see if there were any remaining Cassius and to find White Suri. Savage Eyes volunteered to go with him because it was their duty. It made no sense for him, the tribe's chieftain, not to go himself. Shutra agreed that it made sense. But to his surprise, Felicia wanted to come too. She reasoned that it was better to study the living Cassius than the dead one. He just agreed to it, but deep inside he was bothered because looking for the remaining Cassius was supposed to be just an excuse. Karak expressed that he had a feeling that things were going to get complicated. A few days later, they had seen the Cassius. Karak, along with the centaurs, fought with it. While on the battle, he had seen something which proved his instincts right. The centaurs fought. A Cassius almost got Shutra from behind. He had no idea where those things suddenly came from. He was getting annoyed since he thought they already killed them last time. Some flying monsters shrieked. He asked if they were geist. It was such a troublesome bunch that showed up, but they weren't the only ones who could fly. He used the blessing of the wind level 1, which makes the user's body become light, allowing them to move with the speed of the wind. Green Wind asked how he could use her magic. He charged towards those geist. Those geist were caught off guard. He used Fist of Explosion on them, and threw them away. He told them to stop getting in his way and just disappear. Upon seeing that, Green Wind was left whining about her purpose of existence. Meanwhile, Daphne was surrounded by Cassius corpses. She was terrified. A monster leapt towards her. Fortunately, someone grabbed her and cut the monster's head. It was Karak. Felicia was engaged in a fight too. It worked in her favor that those monsters showed up because she planned to find them anyway. They finished at dusk. Corpses were scattered on the plains. Felicia told Shutra to look at the faint purple aura surrounding the corpses. Now that she mentioned it, he could vaguely see it. She suspected that it was a type of curse magic. The stronger they become in front of that purple aura, the more their life force is consumed. On top of that, their emotions seemed dulled, almost severed, so she called it a curse, and she knew that someone was controlling them. Shutra was confused because they defeated the commander that manipulated them before. He asked who it was this time. Karak told him to wait, and informed him that Daphne was tense the whole fight. He thinks that it was her first real battle. Upon seeing her condition, Shutra realized that she was far less experienced than the Daphne that he knew. She was trembling when she expressed that she could feel the spirit's fear. There was an ominous power that grew stronger the further they go north. Green Wind was in the form of a firefly. She told Shutra that she could sense a sinister energy coming from the north. She suspects that there was an entity that was the source of the purple aura. Felicia expressed that they might learn more if they go all the way to the northernmost point. Savage Eyes suggested that they check from the observation tower at the northern border. Shutra's original plan was just to retrieve the white Suri, but things had gotten more complicated than expected. He agreed to head there for now. It was already nighttime when they reached it. Felicia pointed at the direction where she could sense the sinister energy. They saw a massive gathering there. Even at a glance, they could tell there were about 200 or 300 of them. The only thing that could gather that many of them was an undead. And she could tell that they were high-ranking ones, at least a lich level. Daphne's knees had weakened and she fell on her butt. Karak asked her what was wrong. She replied that she's fine. Felicia explained that the ominous energy felt too direct. As she said before, Daphne was half-spirit, so it affected her too deeply. If the enemy really was a high-ranking undead, then their current forces won't be enough. Felicia suggested that they pull back for now, until she felt something strange. She panicked when she felt someone coming to them. Shutra asked who but he got distracted when the system screen appeared. They were surrounded. Then, Karak pointed at something. He told them that a fireball was flying towards them. Shutra cursed. He realized it was a trap. He yelled at everyone to get out of the tower. The tower collapsed. They screamed as they tried to run as fast as possible. Some of those emitting an ominous aura had flown to the sky. While they were escaping the tower, Felicia used her powers. She activated wind control to make everyone fly and safely get out from the exploding tower. When they landed on the ground, she checked if Shutra was fine. Savage Eyes thanked the sixth princess. They all survived because of her magic. She answered that it's not time to thank anyone yet. Just from a glance, the numbers of the enemy were overwhelming, and so they have to escape at once. But Shutra could tell they were already surrounded. She requested that they buy her some time, so she could find a way to break through somehow. Shutra was touched by her gesture. He promised to hold them off as long as he can. He used Under the King's Banner to the centaurs. They felt the strength surging through their entire body. Savage Eyes asked what it was. Green Wind asked her master if he truly intends to fight. He replied yes. All they could do now was to trust Felicia. He balled his fist, then commanded everyone to prepare for battle. Everyone became serious. Shutra was determined not to be pushed back. Karak fought on the battlefield, along with Savage Eyes and Karma. Shutra defeated so many undead using his Fist of Explosion. The bones scattered, but the skull still floats. He was already exhausted. The undead assembled their body back. He knew that if they continued that way, it wouldn't end. The skeleton warriors charged at him. They had to find the leader controlling those monsters quickly. If they killed them, they might still have hope. Suddenly, he saw bright lights illuminating the sky, and it struck the centaurs. Karak used an undead as a shield. He asked what that was. Among the sea of corpses, there was one who groaned as death came upon him, and a large skeleton warrior rose from them. It wore armor and a crown. Shutra finally found this leader. Savage Eyes attacked it from behind, but to his surprise, he was blocked and was shoved away. Karak attacked next. His weapon hit its armor, but it just sent shivers through his body. Then the undead leader shoved him away. He crashed on the ground with a powerful impact. Then our boy leapt to attack it. He was thankful that this bonehead came straight to him. He was determined to end the fight now. He used Fist of Explosion, but he was left surprised. It had no effect, and he was just thrown on the ground. He couldn't believe that guy. He was so strong. Shutra knew that he's not someone that they could handle. Felicia told him that it was enough and he could rest now. The undead leader got curious on what she was planning. It was the same for Shutra, but she told him that she would take over. She challenged this bonehead to come at her. Felicia charged with a powerful magic on her hand. Her blast attack hit the undead leader. It groaned loudly. It got annoyed, so it counterattacked, but she was able to step away from it. She used wind control next. The undead leader tried to grab her, but she activated Blink, which makes her vanish and appear behind this bonehead. And then she fired 2 beams at it. It made this undead leader groan. Shutra watched the fight, and he realized that Felicia was more incredible than he thought. He didn't expect that she would overwhelm that monster alone. He noticed a faint glow from behind him. It was from Daphne. She asked if he's all right. She used wind control to control the centaurs. Savage Eyes felt her power. Karak, too. He lifted his head as he gained strength. Shutra got excited since this was the Dryad's unique area buff. He was glad that Daphne was now contributing properly. The system notified him that boost level 1 had activated, and his power swirled around him. The power erupted from his body. He was confused as to why he's suddenly learning skills. The system notified him that he acquired Spirit Bloom level 1. This makes a spirit's power dwell within the user, and all abilities are increased. He could feel the power surging through his whole body. In Night Saga, normally only one spirit could dwell within a person at a time. But now, the spirit of life and the spirit of wind were dwelling on him simultaneously. As he expected, it was thanks to his protagonist's physique. Felicia rained a barrage of attacks on the undead leader. But she's getting exhausted. She was attacked, so she used Blink. And she vanished. She was getting annoyed at this persistent bastard. She wished for it to die already. The undead leader expected her to show up at the back, and that caught her off guard. Meanwhile, Karak felt the power course through his body. He attacked the undead leader, and shifted its attention to him. Shutra showed up beside Felicia and praised her for her great work. She didn't expect to see him there. He told her to leave the finishing blow to him. He attacked using Fist of Explosion, and that made the undead leader fall. Karak was hopeful that they would win now. Shutra teased him that it was actually his fist that defeated it. He realized that it's how Shutra wants to play. So he attacked the undead leader with the intention of cutting its head. But when he approached it, a purple glow illuminated it, and he was engulfed by that light. Shutra got worried for him. The light also rained down on him. When it touched his cheek, the purple mark spread, and he felt immense pain, which caused him to fall. Felicia saw what happened to him. The undead leader approaches Shutra and she gets worried for him. Meanwhile, in a different part of the forest, Green Wind was roaming around until she noticed something. It was a grave. She was searching for that tomb of the warrior. The undead leader was about to strike Shutra. It was focused on him. Felicia took offense that it dared to look away when she's the opponent. She fired at him. Using the triple blast skill, the undead leader turned towards her, and it vanished. To her surprise, it appeared behind her, just like how she used Blink, and then it swung its sword. She was able to block it by creating a barrier around herself. She was getting annoyed at this damned bastard. It forced its attack, and pushed her down to the ground. It roared loudly, and the Cassius and the undead surrounded Felicia, while Shutra laid there unconscious. Green Wind told him to wake up. It wasn't the time for him to be laying around. She urged him to hurry and awaken Ankle's power. He asked what she's talking about. He had no idea how he's supposed to awaken Night Ankle's power. Green Wind shone brighter. Then she told him to remember because he already knew the answer. He woke up and uttered, "Dragon blood." A green light swept across the sky. Meanwhile, Felicia battled the monsters around her. She noticed the green light. It moved fast and defeated those monsters around her in one hit. She glanced at Shutra, who was still face down on the ground, but the light got stronger beside him. He lifted his head, and to his surprise, the white Suri was in front of him. He asked how it happened. Green Wind explained that at the start of the battle, she had been searching for the buried grave where the white Suri was laid. She knew that leaving his side and acting alone was reckless, but she managed to find White Suri and succeeded in making it recognize a new master. That made him smile, but she cut him off saying he'd accept the praise later. For now, they had to deal with the creature in front of them. The undead leader attacked, and the impact sent him flying. If this attack hit him, I'm sure he'd be dead. Shutra then stabilized himself in the air, and as soon as he did, he saw the undead leader getting ready to unleash an attack from its mouth. He was overwhelmed at how fast it was. Then it fired at him. Felicia got worried. After that attack, the undead leader released smoke from its mouth. Shutra made a bright light in front of him. It came from his shield. He felt the energy. Green Wind explained that the fragment of Ankle has transformed his body into a dragonborn. And at that very moment, another new power has been added to his transformed body. She asked if he could feel it. Ankle's magic, preserved for 5,000 years within the White Suri. His gauntlet reacted, too. He replied yes, and expressed that it was insane in the best way. The undead leader felt the presence. Shutra challenged his bonehead to keep acting tough, because this time, he was going to destroy it completely. Shutra checked the White Suri. He threw it in an attempt to test it out, and hit the undead in front. It moved through them like a ping-pong ball. Felicia couldn't believe it. The undead leader got annoyed, so it growled loudly. It was targeted by the shield. White Suri was moving towards it. When it revealed its wings and soared in the sky. While the undead leader was focused on that, Shutra attacked from behind. He used Fist of Explosion. The undead leader growled loudly. It unleashed large fireballs and rained it down on Shutra. Shutra evades it and throws his shield. It hit the undead leader right on its jaw. White Suri made its way back and continuously hit the undead leader. It growled angrily. Shutra charged ahead, determined to hit it using his fist. He unleashed his gigantic piston, and the undead leader groaned in pain from being hit in the stomach. Shutra was about to end the fight. He pointed his finger downwards, and the shield dropped to the undead leader's head. When its head was crushed, only a purple aura remained. The other undead also emitted the same purple aura. They froze as the aura came out from them, and they exploded. The system prompted Shutra that he had defeated the boss, Skeleton King Valkaroba, and with that, his level increased. He laughed at him for acting high and mighty despite being nothing special. Shutra had acquired the title Kingslayer Level 1. Felicia rushed to him and reported that the curse had been completely removed. She suggested they leave while the monsters fight among themselves. He agreed with her and left. A few hours later, they camped nearby. Shutra was holding his shield when Felicia asked if that was the White Suri. Savage Eyes was amazed. He didn't expect that the legend of White Suri was true. Daphne shared that a powerful force could be felt from the White Suri. If her senses were right, it's still not revealing all of its power. Shutra realized that the White Suri was limiting its power to match him, just like the Earthquaker. He's excited to see how much stronger it will become. Felicia told him that it would belong to him, so she won't report it to the Demon King. She advised him to take good care of it. He happily thanked her. Savage Eyes approached him and told him that from that day on, they recognized him as the successor of the great warrior White Suri. If he calls, they would join him when needed. He replied that he would be counting on them. He was glad that it seemed like everything wrapped up nicely again. But he almost forgot. He would still have to go farming, which was fun. Not that he got the loot from the great warrior White Suri's tomb he thought he was done, but Greenwind said that he's not finished yet. And it was because he hasn't praised her yet. She was annoyed that he had forgotten something so important. When Karak saw her, he thought she was a ghost. Shutra apologized. Then he pats her head and tells her that she had done well. Thanks to her, they were able to win, so he really appreciated her. She blushed, and then she told him that she would only forgive him just this once. In exchange for more praises, he thought of her like a dog, so he rubbed her head even more, and then he told her that she's the best. And so the incident in the northern region came to an end. However, something still bothered him deep inside. He doubted if Valkaroba was truly the cause of the purple death energy. If so, he wondered why he would try to attack the north and how he even learned the secret of the small temple. Nothing was certain yet, but someday. He believed that he'll learn the truth about the true identity of the purple death energy. After returning from the northern boundary line, everyone's daily life became quite busy and time passed quickly. Savage Eyes was preparing to lead the warriors of his tribe and set out for the north. Somehow, it was only now that the mission to wipe out the Cassius herd was properly underway. Shutra also headed north with Savage Eyes, and it took about half a month to eradicate the Cassius herd at the teleportation site. Felicia wondered if it was just her imagination, or Shutra had gotten stronger again. He simply replied that he's on a growth spurt after all. He asked how her investigation of the temple went. She replied that it was all right. She even made an enormous discovery. She revealed that the magic placed on the temple belonged to none other than Ankle. She got particularly excited when she talked about Ankle, one of the 6 elder dragons, the Watcher, Ankle. Shutra forze and tried to respond that it was great. She noticed his strange expression, so she asked if he already knew. He lied that it was his first time hearing about it. Greenwind pointed out that he's acting awkward. He ignored her and told Felicia that they should hurry and report. At the Demon King Castle. Felicia was warmly welcomed. They gathered around her and made small talk, and once again there was no one to welcome Shutra. Karak couldn't help but comment that the place was still the same. Shutra agreed. Greenwind expressed that her heart is pounding. She asked if it was truly okay to leave the Engel Plains like that, but Shutra ignored her and continued to say that they were the only ones that changed. When someone approached them, Karak asked him if he had done something wrong, because they were being glared at. He recognized that those were succubi. He wondered if they were Anastasia's people. They are from one of the major factions, and it was led by the 4th princess, Anastasia Nekrion. During the day of the massacre, Anastasia's faction had the largest power base. Even Felicia and her twin brother, Sylvan, were part of that faction. Shutra simply stated that since they were paying attention to him, it seemed like what happened on the Engel Plains had already reached Anastasia. He told Karak to get used to it, because they would be getting more attention from then on. At the Office of Public Merits, Shutra was informed by Isabella that his merit level has risen to 10. His monthly support payment has increased from 500 gold to 900 gold, and the number of facilities he may use within the Demon King Castle has expanded. He also now has access to a treasure vault. He was pleased with it. Now, it was time for him to spend some money. He went to the armory. He was told that because his merit level was 10, he may use the first treasure vault. Normally, purchasing weapons requires merit points, but he may also buy them directly with gold. Igor, the armory supervisor, assisted him. They entered inside, and he was told to enjoy his time there. He told Karak to pick anything he needed. Karak couldn't believe it. He explained that the stronger his equipment is, the more useful he would become to him. That energized Karak to go get one. Shutra knew not to skimp on equipment. He chose something good. It was an armor that has resistance to all elemental type attacks. Most importantly, it's lightweight and doesn't interfere with using the beast god fist art. Now that the armor under his clothes was handled, he just needed one last thing. He went to Cater, the blacksmith supervisor. He asked for greaves. Since the beast god fist art uses a lot of footwork, ordinary protective greaves get in the way. He asked Cater how long it would take to make it. The structure was simple, so he could finish it in 2 days. Shutra asked for his recommendations about the materials. He suggested crafting them from dragon leather and scales. It seemed like a joke to Shutra, because he had no way of getting something so rare. Then, Kator informed him that some materials arrived under his name, so he was thinking of using those. Shutra was puzzled. He asked what he meant. Cater realized that he didn't know, so he told him that Lord Ishigard ordered that the dragon leather and scales be delivered directly to him. Shutra knew Ishigard. He's the greatest swordsman of the demon realm, the Sword Lord. He's also an elder of the most powerful race, the Asura. Plus, he's also the legendary warrior who taught Demon King Mitra the sword. Outside, Karak asked him why that legendary figure would help him. He also doesn't have an idea. Karak was surprised that he also doesn't know, but he expressed that if the Sword Lord becomes Shutra's supporter, it would be reassuring. Shutra admitted that it would be nice, though he can't help but wonder why. In the Night Saga, the Asura side never gave support. He wondered if he was simply reacting because the Demon King showed interest in him. Someone rushed towards him to deliver urgent news. He asked what was wrong. The man was panting as he tried to say it, that there would be an audience ceremony tomorrow morning. Shutra was surprised that it was happening again. The messenger informed him that his achievements on angle planes were tremendous, and the audience was meant to commend all 3 contributors. Hearing that there's 3, he asked who else would be there other than him and Felicia. He was told that it would be the second prince. Zephyr Ragnaros has returned. This guy, according to the story of the game, was said to be the strongest among the demon race, and will soon become the next demon king. Karak noticed his expression when he heard that news. Fear and anger was evident on his face. Second Prince Zephyr Ragnaros was the man who would slaughter everyone and eventually kill him. He looked worried and nervous that he would be seeing him there. The next day, at the waiting chambers, Karak asked him if he's all right. Karak noticed that he had been unwell since yesterday. He simply sighed. His hands were shaking. He knew he would meet him someday, but he never imagined that he would be that nervous. Karak brought up the topic about another prince arriving. The attendant informed him that the second prince would enter directly without passing through the waiting chambers. Felicia entered and added that Zephyr was special in many ways, but she pointed out that Shutra's accomplishments weren't small either. She looked stunning in her sparkling black halter dress. Shutra acknowledged her presence. She told him not to let it get to him, and they just have to show everyone their best. The audience ceremony had begun. Demon King Mitra sat on his throne. Felicia and Shutra entered. Their presence had been announced. Shutra knew that if he was already that nervous, there was no way he would be able to handle what comes next. He walked towards the throne. A woman on the second floor watched him, but she didn't say a word. She just blankly stared at our MC. Shutra kneeled in front of the Demon King. He forced himself to overcome his feelings because this was always a mountain that he would have to cross. The next prince to enter was announced. It was the second prince, Zephyr Ragnaros. He stepped inside. Shutra finally met him. Zephyr had a stern expression on his face. This man was the protagonist of the Night Saga Demon Realm arc, Zephyr Ragnaros. Isabella announced the review of the achievements of the princes and the princess. She started with the second prince. As Shutra expected, Zephyr's achievements were overwhelming. His accomplishments alone were enough to justify an audience ceremony. Next, his and Felicia's achievements were announced, and the matter regarding the northern border drew everyone's attention. But the highlight of the day was not the achievements. Demon King Mitra called Shutra's name and told him that he would grant him his mission. This caught the attention of the princess and prince. It was a situation with no precedent until now, and it left him bewildered. The Demon King had just personally assigned a mission during the audience ceremony. His mission was to explore the Thunderdoom Fortress of the Dwarven Kingdom. During mining development, a path leading to the Thunderdoom Fortress was discovered. He was to secure the passage and investigate the interior of the Thunderdoom Fortress. He would be departing in 7 days. He knew this place well, because when he played Night Saga, it was one of the Dwarven Kingdom's key strongholds. The mission was originally assigned to the 27th Exploration Unit, led by General Kashubal, but he died during the investigation, causing the mission to fail. According to the reports, toxic gas poisoning was the primary cause. Therefore, he must prepare adequate countermeasures and ultimately secure the Thunderdoom Fortress. He sighed as he wondered what was going on. Kashubal was a general of Draconian descent, and yet they're giving him a mission that even someone like him failed. He wondered why they wouldn't give it to Zephyr, whose maternal lineage was Draconian. Felicia felt that something was wrong. She asked Shutra if he somehow angered their father. He had no idea what she's saying, so she elaborated that for a mission like that, Zephyr would take full responsibility. Carrick knew it must be a difficult mission since even the general failed. Felicia was certain that this mission was far too dangerous for Shutra. She asked if he thinks so too. Before he could answer, she came up with a conclusion, and that was to go with him. She told him that they would go together. She made it seem like it's what he wants, so even if she's busy, she had to agree. Carrick pointed out that the prince didn't even answer her. She yelled at the orc to shut up. Shutra agreed that they should go together. He thanked her for that. Someone arrived and expressed that he also wants to accompany them on the mission. He asked the 9th prince if that's all right. Felicia was surprised to see Kadarov. Shutra apologized since the members for the mission have already been decided. He understood and left. When he was gone, Felicia asked Shutra why he's being like that. She thought it would be good if he came with them. He's one of the very few male sirens and he's competent, so he'd be useful. He knew she wasn't wrong. Kadarov was one of the strongest magic-type sirens among them. He used a blink to be transported to his master. Shutra was aware that he's secretly a follower of Anastasia. He's one of the very few fanatical followers with abilities specialized in infiltration and espionage, he reported to her. Seeing that they sent him, Shutra could tell that they were really concerned. Anastasia realized that he's much more cautious than expected. Back at his dwelling, Shutra was asked if he knew anything about the Thunderdoom Fortress. He answered that he only knew that there used to be those hot-blooded dwarves who fought dragons. Karak was confused because he thought dwarves serve as Enkidu's treasure keepers. Felicia explained that there wasn't just one dwarf nation. Among them, the dwarf High Kingdom that the Thunderdoom Fortress belonged to fight dragons to protect their cities and their treasures. They even managed to bring down multiple actual dragons. A dragon and an elder dragon were practically different species altogether. So, Karak asked if the princess could slay a dragon too. She answered that if enough time and resources were provided. Karak concluded that she can't, and that offended her, so she pointed out that dragons weren't just some run-of-the-mill monsters. Case in point, even the dwarf High Kingdom was eventually destroyed in the war against dragons. Karak teased her, saying that she knew a lot. She confidently replied that it was natural that she does, because Thunderdoom Fortress was mentioned all the time in dwarf relic duties. So if they excavate it properly, they would hit a jackpot. Her eyes sparkled at the thought of that. Karak could see her practically drooling about it. Meanwhile, Shutra was in deep thought because in the Night Saga, the Thunderdoom Fortress was one of the famous honeypot dungeons. Because battles with dragons caused parts of the fortress to collapse, high-quality weapons and treasures are still buried inside untouched. But more importantly, that fortress contained something he desperately needed. A weapon specialized for killing dragons, and a special anti-dragon weapon that was fatal to those with dragon lineage. It was called the Dragon Slayer Sword. To fight Zephyr, who bears the blood of dragons, he must obtain it. The next day, they prepared to leave. Shutra wore an A-rank Dragon Scale Greaves. It has Fire Resistance Level 3 and Fire Absorption Level 3, plus +5 Strength, plus % Kick Technique damage, and plus 10% Agility. It also has a special skill called Fire Enhancement. He asked if everyone was ready. On his team was Felicia, Karak, Karma, Daphne, and a black-haired elf. They all wore masks. They set off. They entered the cave. The elf held the map and they followed her. Karak noticed that the fog got thicker. Felicia told him that it's not fog, but a toxic gas from the mines. But it was worse than she expected. There was no time limit in their mission, so she suggested they advance slowly. Shutra thinks that was also better. Karak noticed that the fog's color was kind of strange. It was supposed to be yellow. Shutra asked him what, but then he started groaning in pain. Him and Karma fell at the same time. Shutra asked what was happening. Felicia used her power since the type of gas suddenly changed. She used winds to clear the air. Her wind collided with something. It caused an explosion, and a gust of toxic gas blew towards them. Shutra was weakened. He called Felicia. The toxic gas continued. Everyone else was down too. Then, some monsters were lurking in the dark. They stepped out and approached the unconscious bodies. The monsters growled loudly. Suddenly, someone spoke that they were the culprit. Shutra was actually conscious, he just pretended to fall. He realized that they were the ones who killed General Kashabal. The monster's attention was on him, so they didn't notice that the white Suri was coming from behind, and it cut right through them, splitting their bodies in midsection. Green Wind commented that his act of fainting was quite convincing. He told her to shut up. The white Suri continued to slice the monsters in half. One even shrieked when it saw it approaching, but it wasn't able to escape and had its body sliced. After that, White Suri returned to Shutra's arms. He had taken down all of them. Those bastards had used a pretty potent poison. Shutra was almost in grave danger, fortunately. He has level 1 immunity to all poisons because of the level 2 protagonist's physique additional effect. A crack had formed on the ceiling. Suddenly it gave in behind Shutra. He wondered what that was. Those guys had never run out of tricks. He requested Green Wind to protect the remaining party members. She complied with her master's order. He had no idea what was going on, but they needed to get out of there first. He activated Dragon Blood, so he could carry the elf and Felicia at the same time. And then he rushed forward. He found his destination. It was the entrance to the Thunderdoom Fortress. Greenwind tries her best to protect them using the White Surrey. He was back and she told him to hurry because the situation was abnormal. He carried Daphne and Karma next. He told Karak to wait for him and he'll be right back. He moved as fast as he could. The ground beneath his feet caved in from the impact. He reached the room and laid down Karma and Daphne next to Felicia and the elf. He started planning on what to do once he rescued Karak. But a loud noise made him pale. The door had been blocked by rubbles. He desperately called out Karak's name. Green Wind told him to calm down. He panicked because Karak was still there. She reminded him of the spell he used last time on the Engel Plains. He remembered he had that, so he used it at once. He summoned the King's Knight, and a spatial appeared above him. Karak's head started to peek through it, and eventually, his whole body was transported. Then, he fell on the ground. Shutra got worried. He rushed towards him. Fortunately, it doesn't look like he's severely injured. Shutra was relieved. The whole situation was a mess. He wondered what exactly happened. Also, he was curious what those weird things were. He had never seen such creatures in the entirety of the Night Saga. Felicia started coughing. He let out a sigh as he focused on the urgent matters first. He had to detoxify them before it was too late, but more weird creatures showed up again. He could only curse. One monster from the swarm attacked first. He used Fist of Explosion and knocked back that monster. Shutra was pissed off. He was already busy enough and there was another pain in the ass. Those monsters growled loudly. He glared at them as he told them to shut their mouths and attacked all at once since he doesn't have time to waste. When they charged at him, he prepared his fist, and then he struck them with Fist of Explosion. The White Surrey also attacked by his side. It slashed those monsters. The ones closest to him were instantly killed. Shutra went on a rampage. When he was done with that, he started detoxifying them. Felicia gained consciousness. He asked if she's okay. She saw the corpses of monsters around her, so she inquired what happened. He told her not to worry about it since nothing much happened. After they finished the detoxification, they began their full-scale assault on the fortress. Their first target was the control room of the Thunderdoom Fortress. To reach the control room, they had to choose one of two branching paths. One was a long path with few traps, and the other was a shortcut packed with countless traps lying in wait. Felicia asked him what path he would be taking. If they want to play it safe, they really should take the long way around. Suddenly, they heard loud noises. He realized that it wasn't the time to be taking it easy. Karak asked what that sound was. The black-haired elf replied that it was a signal that appeared when the most important facility in the ruins was under attack. In short, someone was basically attempting the dungeon at that moment. Felcia wondered who else would do that. Shutra showed Karak the way and instructed him to raise his shield and take point. He didn't expect that. Shutra told him to trust him and do exactly what he says and nothing would happen to him. There was a dragon's head on the wall, and as they stepped forward, it breathed fire towards them, but Karak's shield blocked it while they stayed right behind him. The next trap was a pit with spikes which made Karak shriek because he almost fell. After that, he deflected spears from left to right, and he faced more traps while the rest just followed behind. Later on, he already looked haggard and he was panting. Shutra praised him for his good work, but he was just annoyed because he almost died. Shutra pointed out that thanks to his hard work, they got to the control room quickly. The black-haired elf expressed to Felicia that something was off. The gargoyles that should be guarding the place weren't there. They decided to just go inside for now and see. The room was messy. Shutra saw something familiar, and he told Felicia about it. Leaning on the wall was the skeleton of the last city lord of the Thunderdoom Fortress. He probably stayed behind alone to operate the fortress so the dwarves could escape. The black-haired elf reported to Felicia that there was something strange there. It was a huge black round object. She inspected it while wondering if the dwarves made it. She had a theory that it would need something to activate. Shutra found something at the corpse that could be the answer to it. The last city lord was wearing a key around his neck. They tried it. And it activated the black round object. It emitted electricity. And then it showed holographic screens. They were all in awe. As Felicia expected, the more she sees the dwarven technology, the more it leaves her impressed. They were just so far ahead. Suddenly, there was a loud noise. Karak asked what it was. Daphne showed them a screen. It displayed a battle happening not far from where they are. The gargoyles were fighting the weird creatures that Shutra faced earlier. They're swarming like crazy. Shutra realized that it was those black bastards who were attacking the fortress. He was intrigued on what on earth they were after. And then Karak saw a huge thing that looked like a dragon. Shutra asked where. His eyes widened when he saw it. A weapon that was struck on a dragon continued to glow brightly. He couldn't believe it. They finally met. It was the masterpiece of the Dragon Slayer series, the Dragon Slayer's spear, Ascalon. Black Dragon Partisan is greedy and wicked in proportion to his immense size. He was the dragon who took the most active stance in the war against the Dwarf Kingdom. Partisan and his legion relentlessly targeted the Thunderdoom fortress, and at last, they succeeded in breaking through the outer wall. Having infiltrated the fortress, Partisan charged at the front and unleashed his power to the fullest, and that was his fatal mistake. A single moment of carelessness, born from overwhelming arrogance. Tiny Spark, the strongest warrior of the Thunderdoom fortress, did not miss that opportunity, and he drove the Dragon Slayer spear Ascalon into Partisan's chest. However, when Partisan died, his legion went berserk, and the dwarves ultimately had no choice but to abandon the fortress and flee. Thus, the Thunderdoom fortress became one vast grave where Partisan and countless dwarves were buried together. Karak asked if the dragon on the screen was Partisan, and the spear stuck on his chest was the Ascalon. Shutra replied yes. They saw those gargoyles fighting those creatures. Seeing that they're fighting over there, Felicia suspects that those pitch-black bastards were after Ascalon. Shutra thinks the same way too. She was angry that they dared to attack them, and then they thought they could just go ahead and achieve their objective. Shutra asked if there was really no way for them to take control over that gargoyle. As much as it sucks, she answered that there was nothing they could do about that. A large guy wields his hammer and blasted those black creatures. He's the one in control at the moment. They watched from behind the wall. It seemed like right before the fortress died, he transferred all authority to that dwarf golem, probably because it's the highest rank guardian. Felicia suggested that they wait and see at the moment. They came to get Ascalon, but the situation doesn't look good. But Shutra refused to do that. He saw this as their chance. She couldn't believe him. But he explained that there were too many uncertain variables for them to just sit around and wait. Shutra rushed towards the battlefield while telling her to stay there and he'll be right back. He followed his map. As long as he secured Ascalon first, they could profit no matter how the tide of battle turns. If the Dungeon Guardians win, they don't even need to fight. They could just rack down the remnants of those pitch-black bastards. If the pitch-black bastards win, they could just gauge the situation and either fight or bail. He kept going since he was almost there. Eventually, he saw Partisan. Having a mini-map sure was convenient for him, but little did he know that the dwarf golem was already behind him. It struck the ground, causing him to be blasted away. It continued to chase after him. He tried to reason with it, but it just unleashed another attack. The dwarf golem waited for the dust to clear. It got confused when it saw that no one was squashed in the last attack, and instead something passed through it. It was Shutra. He rode the shield like a surfboard. He told GW that she had nice timing. Greenwind told him not to call her that, but he argued that shortening names was the trend these days. She yelled that she didn't care about such a trend. They were almost close. Shutra got down from the shield. Being in front of it, he realized that it was more dazzling in person. It was the Dragon Slayer spear, Ascalon. He thought he already had it, but to his surprise, he couldn't pull it out. It was so heavy. That led him to dumping every remaining point into strength. And he tried pulling it out again with all his might while screaming loudly. The dwarf golem was alarmed at what he was doing. Shutra continued giving his all while screaming, and eventually, he got it out. As soon as he did, a golden light shot up to the sky. It blinded the black creatures, while Felicia and the others had their jaws dropped. Even those watching from the screens were shocked. They didn't notice that there was a hooded person nearby. Ascalon is a masterpiece of the Dragon Slayer series. It was a gigantic lance that destroyed the heart of Black Dragon Partisan. It was imbued with the grudge, determination, and rage of all the dwarves who dwelt in the Thunderdoom fortress. Shutra was glad that he had achieved his objective. Unexpectedly, the dragon rose. The hooded person used his powers and had the dragon under his control. Black Dragon Partisan roared loudly. Even an undead dragon now joined the party. Shutra couldn't understand how Partisan, who died hundreds of years ago, was still alive. He saw the hooded man, and he wondered who that was. Suddenly, he was falling, since the dragon flew, and it gathered energy in its mouth. Shutra realized that it could be the work of the purple death energy. Partisan unleashed a powerful attack, which hit all the pitch-black creatures and made the ground crack. Shutra used the white suri to defend himself. He wondered what was happening. He couldn't understand why the purple death energy was coming from Partisan. He was startled when he saw the dwarf golem close to him. Unexpectedly, it just went past him. Its target was Partisan. It hit it with its hammer. Shutra was now even more confused. He had no idea why they were fighting among themselves. Felicia, Karak, and Karma rushed towards Shutra. She asked him what happened when the dragon was supposed to be dead. He suspected that someone revived Partisan with some kind of sorcery. She asked who and why, but he had no idea either. The only thing Shutra was certain of is that it was the same purple death energy that they encountered back on the Engel Plains. It wasn't the time for them to be idle around. They had to kill it fast while it was still incomplete. Felicia could feel that its mana was unstable, but still, she had no clue how they could take it down. He told her that since it was a zombie dragon, there would have to be a core that controls the flow of mana. And if they destroy that core... Before Shutra could finish his sentence, the dragon was about to release a powerful attack. Shutra knew it was bad. He told everyone that a dragon's breath was coming, so they had to get out of the way. The attack was so powerful that it obliterated everything in its way. It even shot out of the fortress, leaving a hole through several layers of wall. It had also destroyed the ground on its path. Seeing that kind of damage, Karak, Karam, Felicia, and Shutra were glad to have evaded it. Karak was left stunned, especially when he was under the impression that it was incomplete based on what Shutra said. Shutra apologized and admitted that he didn't think it would be that strong either. He knew they're in a bad situation, since the longer they drag this out, the stronger it would get. He tried his best to think on how they were supposed to defeat that. When suddenly, Ascalon glowed brightly. A swirl of golden text wrapped around it and around the dragon until its blade became Shutra's hand. With that, Shutra's right hand became like a drill. They were surprised when the shape of Ascalon changed. Shutra asked Felicia if she could draw Partizan's attention for a second, since he had a feeling he could put an end to it. The dragon was alerted. When it got hit with several fireballs simultaneously, Felicia called more flames to continue to rain fireballs on it. It made the dragon roar angrily, while Shutra sneaked behind it. He could feel Ascalon's will, so he believes that if he could just get one shot, he'd be able to finish it. But he didn't expect that the dragon would use its tail to hit him, and that sent him to the opposite side of the room. Felicia and Karak rushed towards him. It made him annoyed. Now he wondered if he was rash. The dragon attacked him again, causing the ground to crack. He just braced himself. When he didn't feel anything, he opened his eyes. There he saw the dwarf golem blocking the dragon's claws. The dwarf golem gripped its hammer tightly and shoved the dragon away. It followed up with another swing, and unleashed lightning attacks towards the dragon. Partizan roared angrily. It counterattacked using its dragon's breath while the dwarf golem continued to attack it using the hammer. Greenwind asked Shutra if he's all right. Felicia reached his side too. She healed him while scolding him. He told her that he could put an end to it, but he ended up getting hurt. He admits that he had no excuse for that. She suggested that they pull back since the dragon wasn't something they could handle. But despite his state, Shutra believed that they could still make it. She yelled at him to stop being stubborn, especially in his condition. He acknowledged that he rushed earlier. He told her that the more urgent it was, the more that they couldn't go back. He requested her assistance again. He promised that he won't make any mistakes this time. She was about to say something, but he already returned to the fight. He rode the shield like a surfboard and got into the middle of the battle. He planned to circle around it so it won't notice them. Greenwind followed his order. Partizan broke the dwarf golem's arm and then prepared to unleash another dragon's breath. The dwarf golem took a direct hit and its body was obliterated. Just right after that, the dragon was attacked. Felicia called her flames again and made an explosion. Even while burning, the dragon noticed something flew past it. Shutra flew to it at different angles to continuously hit it. He circled around it to gain some momentum. Partizan was starting to get annoyed. It prepared another dragon's breath. Greenwind deemed that it was the perfect time. The dragon got distracted. Shutra came from a different side and used dragon blood. So while the dragon was looking up at the shield, he was charging towards it from below. Shutra knew he didn't have to rush, and he had to be careful since he only has one chance. The dragon started to take notice of him. Shutra imitated what Tiny Spark did a long time ago. In that one chance that they got, a violent burst of power erupted from below, ripping straight through the dragon's body. The beast roared in agony as the overwhelming force shattered it from the inside. This attack was called Gigantic Piston. Felicia was left in awe when she saw that Shutra had really done it. Partizan fell. The system notified Shutra that he had defeated the zombie dragon Partizan, and that boosted his level. He was happy to have wielded the Dragon Slayer spear Ascalon's power. He also earned the title Dragon Slayer. The mysterious man spoke to him and expressed that he couldn't believe Shutra actually took that thing down. It startled him. This mysterious person wondered if it was his miscalculation, since it wasn't the second prince who came. Shutra knew that he's the one who revived Partizan earlier. This mysterious guy told him that it didn't matter. He raised his spear covered in blue flames, and unleashed that flame toward Shutra to clean up whatever was left. Shutra was caught off guard. Blue flames surged like a raging tide, slamming into the fortress and tearing its walls apart. Stone and steel were swallowed whole as the structure collapsed under the overwhelming power. Despite this, Shutra stood calmly in the ruins. With the dust around, he could only open his left eye to check what just happened. When the smoke and dust settled, he could now see clearly, but he was still left confused because the attack suddenly vanished. Then it was revealed that the mysterious man was cut in half. To his surprise, the man fell. Shutra was left confused. Out of the blue, someone showed up and said that he came at the right time. Shutra's eyes widened when he saw him. He recognized that it was the Sword Lord. This man smiled at him and greeted him, the Ninth Prince, the final bulwark that protected the sanctuary of Asura, the master of the demon king Mitra. Sword Lord Ishigard was a being in Night Saga comparable to an elder dragon. He was a powerful and extraordinary figure, but he existed only in the background story, so there was no chance to encounter him in the actual story. He's a being that existed merely as a background, even when Zephyr Ragnaros became the demon king. And even when Locke invaded the demon realm, he never revealed himself. Basically, he's a powerhouse of a Night Saga that's shrouded in mystery. He's a monster whom even the demon king had to seek teachings from. Sword Lord Ishigard commented that the sixth princess had grown a lot. He suddenly lifted her up in the air and told her that when he had seen her before, she was just a tiny little brat. Embarrassed, she screamed at him to put her down. He was amused with her reaction and teased her even more, saying that she's throwing a tantrum, making her a child after all. Shutra couldn't believe that this Sword Lord Ishigard was standing in front of him. Meanwhile, Felicia was left annoyed and embarrassed. Then, he asked the Ninth Prince if he liked his gift. Shutra realized that he was talking about the dragon hide. He replied yes and thanked him. Because of it, he was able to make some good equipment. He didn't realize that some monsters were behind him while he was talking. A bright light caught our boy's attention. Then, he was surprised when it suddenly emits a surge of power. Several explosions followed. Karak asked why they were exploding. Shutra also doesn't have any idea. He suggested getting away first. The guy earlier glowed, and he exploded. Only ruins were left. Luckily, Ishigard created a barrier. He asked if everyone was all right. Shutra replied yes, thanks to him. Felicia couldn't understand the explosion out of nowhere. It made her wonder what their objective truly was. Shutra remembered the guy mentioned the second prince, and he finds it strange. Ascalon wasn't the objective since the guy didn't even seem interested in it, so it made him wonder what they were after. Then it clicked. Our MC's expression became serious. He revealed to Felicia that their target could be the second prince. That shocked and confused her. She asked why he suddenly said that. He shared that the guy holding the spear said that they watched because the second prince didn't come. Plus, those guys showed up now of all times. When it has been half a month since General Kashabal failed his mission. So, Shutra could say that it's like they were waiting for someone. Her expression turned grim when she realized it. They killed General Kashabal from the start to lure out the second prince. Felicia supplemented that it was Zephyr who was always assigned to missions like those, so those guys probably thought that it would be the same. It made her curious why and who targeted Zephyr. Shutra answered that whoever it was, they seemed extremely meticulous. They even self-destructed to cut off any information about themselves. Ishigard commented that their story was quite interesting. Felicia got annoyed and yelled that they were being serious. He answered that he's being serious too. She could only sigh in response. Then she probed what brought him there. He answered that the Demon King is deeply interested in the Ninth Prince, so he got curious and came to personally check. Shutra was dumbfounded that he came to take a look at him. He continued that the Demon King never acts without reason. So, if he did something unexpected at the audience ceremony, then there was a reason worthy of it. And now that he's facing Shutra directly, he could now roughly tell what the Demon King is thinking. Shutra felt the mood suddenly change. Then, Ishigard asked him if he would like to learn from him. That surprised both Shutra and Felicia. Ishigard clarified that he's not telling him to become his student. He was also not in a position to raise a student either. And more than anything, Shutra already learned the Beast God Fist art. Felicia was surprised to hear that. It made her ask Shutra on when he had learned it. Shutra asked Ishigard how he knew about it. Ishigard told him that his body has so many kinds of energies mixed together besides the Beast God Fist art. He couldn't exactly see what each and every one of them was. But he could tell that those powers weren't repelling one another. Instead, they're embracing one another to the point where the phrase mutual coexistence fits for them. He expressed that he had taken an interest in the Ninth Prince, and he'd like to pass on a few of his insights to him. He asked what he thought. Shutra knew this was a first. Other than Demon King Matira, the Sword Lord had never been the one to offer his teachings first. He replied yes to him because there was no reason to refuse. Ishigard was delighted with his response. He planned to teach him one method of aura manipulation and a few techniques, and how Shutra applies them would change greatly depending on his skill. He placed a hand on Shutra's shoulder, and suddenly, Shutra emitted golden light. It signaled the start of the instruction. Shutra's golden glow was Ishigard's aura. He closed his eyes to feel it even more. It was different from when he learned the Beast God Fist art. The aura of the Sword Lord feels like it was filling every corner of his body. The system notified him that he acquired Ashura Cultivation Technique Level 11. Ashura Cultivation Technique Wind God Level 11, Ashura Cultivation Technique Great Mountain Level 11, and Ashura Cultivation Technique Lightning. Ishigard commented that he was remarkable. The speed at which he's acquiring techniques was faster than he expected. Golden and blue energy slammed into each other, exploding in a burst of blinding light. Shutra was swallowed by the blinding light, leaving Ishigard frozen in shock. Felicia and the others were shocked and worried about Shutra. Ishigard couldn't believe his eyes. He didn't think something like that would be possible. Blue and gold energy slowly merged together, forming a single shining core. Then, some notifications came out. First, Asura Cultivation Technique and Beast God Fist Art were working in harmony. Second, the level of the protagonist's physique has increased. Plus, the level of immunity to 100 poisons level 1 has increased. When immunity to 100 poisons level reaches level 3, it could evolve into immunity to 1,000 poisons. He acquired Harmony level 1, and the S-rank martial beast God Fist Art evolved. A pillar of golden light shot up towards the sky, striking the fortress and shaking the land around it. Shutra emerged from the light, floating calmly as the combined energy flowed around him. His eyes were closed, his body steady as if the power had fully accepted him. When Shutra opened his eyes, he had already acquired the SS rank martial art, Asura Divine Fist. When the light was gone, he fell on his butt. Carrick and Felicia rushed to his side and asked the Sword Lord what happened to Shutra. Ishigard replied that he only intended to teach him the Asura Cultivation Technique, but Shutra merged the Beast God Fist Art and the Asura Cultivation Technique into one, and he did it unconsciously. Originally, the only SS rank martial art that appears in Night Saga is the martial art of the hero, Locke, which was the hero's sword's art. But now the Beast God Fist Art has evolved into the Asura Divine Fist Strike at the same SS rank grade as the hero's sword art. Ishigard expressed that he was a far greater figure than he imagined. He decided not to pry and told him that he doesn't need an explanation. What interested him was Shutra himself. He asked if he had named the technique. Shutra replied yes and revealed its name, Asura Divine Fist Strike. He replied that it was a simple name, but a good one. But for what happened, he suggested keeping it secret whenever possible. Because Shutra had already drawn plenty of attention, there was no need to increase the gaze and wariness of the royal court. Shutra replied that it would be for the best, too. Now that they were mostly finished with what he came to do, all that was left was to pack those up and then rest. Felicia asked what they had to pack. He asked her if it's her first time exploring the ruins. He's suggesting to gulp the dragon all down before the expedition team arrives. That shocked the siblings. He told them that if they split into thirds and share, it would be perfect. He asked them what they planned to do with those. They only thought of leaving them with the forge at the Demon King's castle. He agreed that it was not a bad idea, but since they obtained such fine materials, he suggested to entrust it to his acquaintance. He personally vouched for their skill. He asked if they knew someone named Amita. Felicia replied that it was her first time hearing that name. But Shutra got thrilled and yelled, "Amita Ignatia! He's the greatest blacksmith in the demon realm who uses the last flame." Ishigard realized that the ninth prince knew. Shutra was confident that he knew him because meeting him was a true hidden even in Night Saga. Amita Ignatia. Sometimes he's a man, and sometimes they're a woman. There were rumors that they were a shape-shifting mage who could transform freely, and also rumors that Amita wasn't an individual at all, but a name shared by a clan or a group. Meeting Amita was literally being super lucky, even if he only managed to meet them 3 times over 10 full clears. Ishigard was glad that he didn't have to bother explaining. He planned to tell him where they had been staying lately. That made Shutra happy. Ishigard told him that there's someone who changes residence often, so once he's ready, he should go find them right away. They were the reclusive type and didn't like meeting people, but if he mentioned his name, they would meet him at least once. Shutra was glad that not only did he obtain SS rank martial art, he even got Amita's whereabouts. He ended up with an incredible haul in such a short time. They eventually descended a staircase. After resting, they thoroughly searched the treasure vault. And the next place they headed to was the archives, which Felicia insisted that they absolutely had to stop by. Shutra started coughing because there was too much dust in there. She challenged his thought by asking if he meant that his curiosity loses to mere dust. Carrick responded that in the first place, the ninth prince doesn't have even a shred of curiosity about dwarf culture. They reached the room. Feltia's eyes sparkled as she shows Delia, the black-haired elf, a book. She was thrilled that the records were kept well. She acknowledged how meticulous the dwarves are. Shutra watched her have the time of her life. Delia brought more books while Carrick slept in the center of the hall. Shutra looked around and got curious on how old the archive room was. He saw that they even preserved records on a stone tablet. One tablet fell. He picked it up. The picture on the tablet showed some people, led by a woman meeting some dragons. To Shutra, it looked familiar. He was able to recognize Einkel and Enkidu, and on the other side were the 6 elder dragons. He checked the opposite side. He recognized the woman. It was the one who told him to conquer, that all would kneel before him. It made him nervous. It was conquest. He wondered why that woman was there. Shutra was confused why the woman was there when it should be a painting more than 1,000 years old. There were 4 people and 6 dragons. It made him curious on what kind of connection they could possibly have to be gathered in one place. Green Wind suddenly appeared upside down, which startled him. She asked what got him so serious. He asked where she suddenly came from. She wanted him to follow her because she had done something praiseworthy. Shutra stood by the table, calmly checking the book. He was surprised at what it was. Green Wind was proud to show him the book. It was a record about the elder dragons. The elder dragons each had a nickname that suited their personality traits. Enkidu, who possessed the power of destruction, was a tyrant. Enkel, who was benevolent to all, was a gentle mother. Qian, wise and thoughtful, was a sage. And Kaltine, fierce and intense, was a warrior. However, unlike his trait of being fierce, he was closer to ice than fire. He's like a cold flame. He's a silent warrior who does not draw his sword easily. But once he does, his ferocity would burn the world to ash. He noticed that the records were mainly about Kaltine. Things like the legend of Kaltine or the location of his lair. Something caught his attention. He saw something marked on the map. It was the location of the Lake of the Sun. He never imagined that an elder dragon with a fire attribute would have its lair under a lake. Now he understood why the veterans couldn't find it. Green Wind became impatient that he's not praising her yet, and then he realized something about the place. It was close to Amida's residence, which the Sword Lord told them about. He said they were staying near Spider Forest. It was close to the Lycanthrope region, too. He was already thinking of finding Caitlin and Chris on the way, so it worked perfectly. He pats Green Wind on the forehead and praises her for doing well. It made her happy. Now his plans were to meet Amida, then obtain the armament of the elder dragon Kaltine. If things go well, the next leg of the journey would be a complete gift set for him. They stayed 4 days at the Thunderdoom Fortress. Felicia's passion was beyond impressive. Shutra finds it astonishing since right up until the day before they left, she never showed a hint of fatigue staying in the archives. He also spent most of his time in the archives, searching for information about the elder dragons. But unfortunately, he couldn't find information on any dragons other than Kaltine. Still, there was one small consolation. Karak had grown stronger. He used the promotion of the king's knights and asked him if he felt stronger. He replied yes, and punched the air to demonstrate. Karak also expressed that all the hard work he had put him through paid off. Knight Captain Karak rank was barracks commander. The next morning, a new mission plan sent by Felicia arrived at the Demon King's castle. A report was also delivered, stating that there was a high possibility General Kashubal's death itself had been a trap meant to lure out Zephyr. The sun was high in the sky. Shutra was ready to depart, but Felicia told him to wait. She suggested looking around a little more before they go. There was still a ton that she hadn't seen yet. He refused her since the Sword Lord said they have to find Amida quickly before they disappear. They didn't have much time, so he urged her to get in the carriage. When everyone was inside, he told Karak, who took on the role of a coachman, that they could go. And so they left. While on the ride, Shutra looked back and realized that there were plenty of dangerous moments, but this was a mission where they gained even more than they risked. He's looking forward to seeing how Caitlin reacts when she sees the Asura Divine Fist Strike. He wanted to see it soon. 3 days later. A new expedition party was formed to investigate traces of those who had targeted Zephyr. He stepped up to take command. Zephyr went to the archives room. In there, he saw the stone tablet that Shutra had previously picked up. He recognized famine. There was death, too. And war. But he had no idea who the woman in front was. This was the woman whom Shutra identified as Conquest. Meanwhile, in a volcano, a dragon and a woman met. The dragon told her to begin. She was addressed as Knight of Conquest. It was also the same warrior that appeared on our MC's dream, if you guys could remember. Back to our MC, he fired an arrow. Only a small fire came out of his hand, and it switched direction, and burned him. Karak expressed that he had never seen training like that before in his life. He was worried that Shutra would mess up his body doing that. Felicia answered that surprisingly, he's completely fine. Shutra healed the burn on his body. His fire arrow level, heal, and proficiency in mana control all had increased. Shutra was panting, but he looked excited. He tried it one more time. Karak commented that no matter how he looked at it, it didn't seem normal. But since his ability in magic was improving, Felicia suggested leaving him alone for now. They trained at night and traveled during the day. Their destination was the Spider Forest where Amida Ignatia was. To reach there as quickly as possible, they were cutting across Lycanthrope territory. Suddenly, they were told to stop. The road was currently closed to traffic. Karak asked what was going on. They were told that it was the official business of the lycanthrope royal family, so they were told to withdraw. An official business of the lycanthrope royal family in the middle of nowhere seemed strange to Felicia. The guard once again told them to withdraw. She told the guard that she had enough and opened the road as she wanted to talk to whoever's in charge. The guard got angry and asked her if she thinks she's some kind of royal. She simply replied, yes. The guard asked, what? So she repeated what she said. It made the guard nervous as he clarified what she said. She glared at him and repeated yes for the third time. A few moments later, the guards were punished back at the camp by making them kneel with their hands raised up high. Caitlin was happy to see Felicia and Shutra. She ran towards them while Chris followed her. She asked what they were doing there. Felicia answered that it should be the question for her. She asked what they were doing in a place like that, and they even blocked the road. Caitlin hesitated to answer. Chris brought up what he heard, that Shutra turned the Demon King's castle upside down. He asked him what on earth he has been up to. Shutra replied that the timing was perfect because he was just about to show him. He told everyone to come out for a second. At a distance from the camp, there was an explosion. It was caused by the sparring between Shutra and Caitlin. Caitlin was serious. Shutra was the same. He concentrated power on his fist, and when their fists met, it caused a big explosion. The impact made the ground crack and the trees around them were obliterated. Caitlin could tell that Shutra's technique was different from Beast God Fist art. She asked what it was. He revealed that it was the Asura Divine Fist Strike. Felicia shared that it's a martial art that combines Beast God Fist art with the Asura cultivation technique that the Sword Lord taught him. Christ was surprised both at the merge and the Sword Lord teaching him. He asked why would the Sword Lord teach him, and Felicia simply replied that it was because he's a genius. Kaitilan was amazed. She wondered if she could learn it too. He apologized since he didn't create it as a structured technique, so he doesn't think he could pass it down. Given that it's a marital art that even its creator couldn't even transmit, Chris commented that Shutra was really absurd. Shutra wondered if that was a compliment. Deep inside, Chris thought how frightening his growth rate was. If he doesn't want to fall behind, he'll have to train even harder. Now that they had seen how much Shutra had grown, it was time to talk about themselves. They went inside the tent and sat down. Chris had a disclaimer that what he's about to say from there on must be kept under wraps. Felicia wondered what it could be for him to get so serious. He revealed that a prisoner who was locked up on the lowest floor of the Grey Tower escaped. Shutra knew that the Grey Tower was the prison where they keep only the most vicious among the lycanthropes' criminals. And if it's someone imprisoned on the lowest floor, he already had an idea on who it was. Chris revealed the name of the prisoner, Gerard Moonlight. He's their maternal uncle. Felicia was surprised to learn that those two had a maternal uncle. He explained that Gerard was imprisoned in the Grey Tower 20 years ago, so it's natural that she doesn't know. They say he was originally a mighty warrior of the lycanthrope royal family. If he hadn't gone insane, the throne would have gone to him instead of their mother. He pursued strength without end. Unsatisfied with Beast God Fist art alone, he even turned to all kinds of heretical methods. In the end, he went completely insane. And Gerard's insanity was a disaster itself. Hundreds of lycanthropes were sacrificed just to subdue him. Still, it was fortunate that everything ended within the palace, so they were able to bury the incident internally. Felicia clarified if what he's saying is that a dangerous person was wandering around. Caitlin shared that according to the report, Gerard seemed to have headed east. Chris assured them that he already lost half of his aura in the last battle, so there was no need to worry that much. East was in the opposite direction from there. Shutra asked how he escaped. Chris answered that they were still investigating, but it looked like he had help from the outside. There was a sub even from Night Saga when the player played Zephyr Ragnaros. It was to free Gerard from the prison to weaken the lycanthropes. It made Shutra wonder if that had been triggered. At nighttime, a man was being choked. A rugged man advised him to speak if he wished to live. This man had already killed the others. He wanted to know where the moonlight herb was. As Shutra was confused, he didn't know where he was. Conquest appeared before him. He asked her what was going on. She pointed toward a black hole behind him. When he looked closer, he saw someone inside it. He immediately recognized the figure. It was Famine. Suddenly Shutra jolted awake, gasping for breath. He couldn't shake the image of that black aura. The hostility he felt from it lingered, leaving him deeply unsettled. Worse, he couldn't understand why the name Famine kept resurfacing in his mind. Before he could think further, Karak burst into his tent with urgency written all over his face and announced that he had bad news. Shutra demanded to know what it was, and Karak frantically reported that an enemy had broken into the camp. He described a man with a long scar across his left cheek, radiating strange black energy, slaughtering soldiers with his bare hands, no weapon in sight. Shutra already knew who it was from that description alone. It was Gerard Moonlight. Chris and Caitlin had already seen the devastation left behind in the camp. Shutra and Karak rushed over to join them. Shutra was confused. Gerard was supposed to have fled east, yet here he was. He couldn't understand why Gerard had come back. He demanded the truth. He pressed them for the real reason they had come here. Caitlin finally revealed it was because of the moonlight herb. Chris was surprised that she spoke up so openly. She explained everything. Their true objective had always been the moonlight herb. They had only learned about Gerard's prison break afterward. The herb was a rare medicinal treasure that bloomed once every 100 years, one of the lycanthrope's most prized relics. It was a consumable item with an absurd effect, powerful enough to pull someone back from the brink of death. In Night Saga, it was an item obtained by defeating either Chris or Caitlin. Now it made sense why Gerard was here. He was after the moonlight herb to restore the aura he had lost, nearly half of it. Suddenly, a golden light illuminated the sky. It was Felicia's magic. The opposite side of the camp had already turned into a battlefield. Felicia raised her staff and unleashed a towering wall of fire. She was clearly exhausted. Even so, Gerard forced his way through the flames. Felicia's heart sank. She thought this was the end. But at the last moment, Shutra arrived and hurled his shield straight at Gerard. He asked her if she was all right. The impact forced Gerard backward. Chris and Caitlin immediately followed up, leaping toward him. Gerard recognized them at once, Elaine Moonlight's children. He steadied himself and raised his arm. Caitlin ordered him to surrender quietly. Instead, he sneered and said he had inherited their mother's will. She hesitated for just a moment, and that was enough. His punch sent her flying. Chris rushed toward his sister in panic. At the same time, a wolf soldier crept up behind Gerard. Gerard caught it by the throat. He drained it dry. Thick, black mist was ripped from the wolf's body. Shutra felt a chill run down his spine. The wolf's eyes turned pitch black as the dark energy continued to pour out. That's when Shutra understood what that black energy truly was. It was famine. Once Gerard was finished, the wolf soldier completely vanished. He slammed his fist into the ground, shattering it and throwing Chris off balance. The black mist surged forward and struck Chris directly. Shutra couldn't believe what he was seeing. In Night Saga, Gerard was never this powerful. After such a long imprisonment, his body should have been completely ruined. Gerard noticed Shutra's moment of distraction and mocked him for it, saying he had some nerve. He grabbed Shutra by the throat. Shutra struggled desperately, using every ounce of strength to break free. Gerard smothered him in black mist and whispered for him to dry up. There was sudden movement. It was Chris. He struck Gerard from behind, forcing him to release Shutra. Shutra screamed as pain tore through his body. Gerard turned, ready to counterattack. Chris stopped him, reminding him that he was his opponent. Chris lunged forward, his body engulfed in raging blue energy. He slammed into Gerard with crushing force, driving him into the ground as the impact shook the area. Gerard blocked the barrage and mocked him, saying he didn't even greet his uncle first. Chris roared at him to shut up. To him, Gerard Moonlight of the lycanthrope royal family had died 20 years ago. What stood before him now was nothing more than an escaped convict. Shutra summoned a golden dagger. He activated under the king's banner on Chris, catching him completely off guard. Chris felt a surge of exhilaration. Power flooded his body, and he wondered if this overwhelming strength truly came from Shutra's magic. Energy overflowed through him. Gerard immediately noticed the change in Chris's movements. At the same time, Caitlin, also empowered by Under the King's Banner, slipped behind him and landed a solid punch. Gerard groaned as the blow connected. Chris followed up instantly with another strike. Felicia and Shutra watched from a distance. The battle moved so fast that only streaks of light remained. Felicia admitted she couldn't see anything and asked Shutra what was happening. He calmly replied that Chris and Caitlin were winning. They attacked in perfect sync, forcing Gerard to block with his forearms. For the first time, he acknowledged it. They truly were Elaine's children. With that realization, he decided there was no reason to hold back anymore. He released his wolf form. With massive wolf-like hands, he grabbed Caitlin by the head. He dodged Chris's incoming punch while dragging her along. Then he slammed her into the ground. Chris's face drained of color. Caitlin was badly injured. Rage boiled over, and he swore to kill Gerard. Gerard answered by slapping him aside. The blow sent Chris crashing through several trees before he finally hit the ground. The moment he landed, Gerard leapt after him. The white suri flared with brilliant light. Shutra blocked the attack with it. Then he called out to Karak, summoning the king's knights. Jared instantly turned and intercepted Karak's axe. Shutra focused power into his fist. He pulled it back, golden energy compressing tightly as he prepared to strike. Then he unleashed his technique. Gigantic piston. Jared endured the hit. He retaliated with Beast God Fist secret art, Wild Wolf Fist strike. The collision sent Shutra flying. The sheer force made it hard for Karak to stay on his feet, panic setting in as he looked toward the prince. Eventually, Gerard's aura settled. He looked pleased. He hadn't expected Shutra to stand again after taking a wild wolf fist strike. Suddenly, Shutra coughed up blood. Gerard stepped toward him, killing intent clear in his eyes. But Shutra stopped him. This time it was his turn. He unleashed the same technique, Beast God Fist Secret Art. Gerard froze in shock. The attack struck him head-on. Shutra saw the notification appear. He had learned Beast God Fist Secret Art, Wild Wolf Skill. It was finally time for Gerard to taste his own power. Gerard groaned in pain. He couldn't understand how that bastard knew the wolf fist strike. Shutra drew his fist back once more. He struck again, this time with Fist of Explosion. The searing heat made Gerard growl. He retaliated immediately. Shutra was sent flying backward. He clicked his tongue in frustration. He had been aiming to blow Gerard's head off. Gerard released a surge of black mist. The mist locked onto Shutra. Shutra summoned the white Suri just before the black mist detonated. His only reaction was, "What the hell?" When the smoke cleared, Gerard was gone. Shutra wondered if he had escaped. The system notified him that his level had increased. He let out a breath of relief. At least the immediate threat was over. He asked Felicia how Caitlin was doing. Felicia's expression darkened as she told him the situation was bad. The injuries were far too severe. At this rate, she didn't think magic alone would be enough to save her. Suddenly, Shutra groaned and clutched his chest. Felicia rushed to his side, alarmed. Despite the pain tearing through him, his thoughts stayed on Caitlin. Even though her external wounds had healed, the inside of her body was completely ruined. He suspected she had pushed herself too far, drawing out aura. Seeing his condition worsen, Felicia asked what was wrong. He brushed it off, telling her he would recover with some rest, and urged her to focus on Caitlin instead. Chris appeared, holding a box, and told Felicia to use it on both Shutra and Caitlin. She asked what it was. When she opened the box, she froze. Inside was a single flower. It was the moonlight herb. Felicia laid them side by side, placing the box between them. She began her work while Chris and Karak stood guard. She carefully took the moonlight herb from the box and split it in half. She placed one portion above each of them. The fragments dissolved and entered their mouths. Caitlin's body began to glow brilliantly. Felicia frowned in confusion. That confusion instantly turned to panic when Shutra's body started to levitate. Chris had never witnessed anything like this, but he remembered the legend surrounding the moonlight herb. Long ago, the one known as the Primordial Wolf King gathered the scattered lycanthrope clans and united them into a single nation. One day, a ferocious red dragon named Castillon invaded their territory. The battle raged for 7 days, ending only when the Wolf King slew the dragon and claimed victory. But the endless fighting had taken its toll. His entire herd was destroyed, and death soon followed. In that desperate moment, the Wolf King encountered a pure white flower. Trusting his instincts, he consumed it. The flower, which held moonlight itself, became his new heart. With a heart forged from moon essence, the Wolf King declared that his life was bound to moonlight, and took the surname Moonlight. It was said he protected the kingdom for an unfathomable number of generations. However, that miracle happened only once. For generations afterward, lycanthropes consumed the same flower, yet none could withstand the moonlight as the Wolf King had. No one else ever obtained a new heart. That was the legend of the moonlight herb. And now, that legend was unfolding right before Chris's eyes. It was happening to Shutra, a being of an entirely different race. Shutra's chest glowed intensely, and a pillar of light shot into the night sky. The system notified him that Protagonist's setting adjustment had strengthened the enchanted encounter. His protagonist's physique reacted to the moonlight herb. He now possessed 2 hearts, which meant 2 starting points. Eventually, Shutra opened his eyes, greeted by a radiant golden light. Caitlin was lying beside him. Startled and embarrassed, he immediately sat up. Still disoriented, he scanned his surroundings and realized they were in an elegant bedroom. Then, there was a knock at the door. Several soldiers entered. They escorted an imposing woman forward. She asked Shutra if he had slept comfortably. She addressed him as the 9th prince, Shutra Ignas. He recognized her face instantly. He had seen it countless times in the game. She was the 4th queen, Elaine Moonlight, queen of the lycanthropes, and the biological mother of Chris and Caitlin. She told him she had heard her children survived because of him, and asked how she should repay such a debt. Shutra answered honestly that it was nothing. He had only done what he should. She told him not to be modest. What he had done deserved recognition. He thanked her. Then, without further pleasantries, she went straight to the point. She asked him directly whether he intended to become the Demon King. Shutra was confused by her question. She quickly realized that the thought had never even crossed his mind. Given his position up until now, that reaction made perfect sense. Still, she pointed out that his circumstances had changed and that he needed to start thinking seriously about it. She advised him to consider every action carefully from now on and to think about which choices would benefit him the most. Shutra learned that he had been unconscious for 4 full days. Green Wind was the one who told him. She added, almost casually, that she had stayed by his side the entire time. Now that he understood, he urged her to continue explaining the situation. They were currently staying in a villa reserved for the lycanthrope royal family. The reason he and Caitlin had been placed in the same bed was to maximize the healing effect for both of them. Shutra asked what she meant by that. Green Wind asked if he truly didn't remember using the moonlight herb. Shutra was stunned to learn that he had consumed it. He immediately confirmed it through his status window. He could also feel something new, an unfamiliar power layered over his existing aura. It felt as if a second heart of aura had formed. Green Wind explained that Chris had told her the closer the two of them were, the more his life force would activate. If he tried holding Caitlin's hand, he would understand. So he did. Power surged through his body in an instant. The sensation overwhelmed him. Green Wind told him that thanks to the moonlight herb, the two of them were now connected, just like he was with her. Later, in the hallway, Shutra learned that no one knew whether Gerard was alive or dead. Chris explained that there had been casualties during the pursuit. They had found Gerard's lower body, as well as part of his upper body. Even so, he intended to keep searching until he was absolutely certain Gerard was dead. Shutra agreed. It was the safest course. Then Chris brought up what he had heard, that his mother had made Shutra an offer. Shutra immediately understood he meant the question about becoming the Demon King. Chris admitted that while he himself was strong, he wasn't overwhelmingly so. At best, he was only around Sylvan's level. Even after nearly 10 years, he still couldn't close the gap with the first prince, Baikal. As for the second prince, who could only be described as a monster, the difference was so vast there was no point in comparing them. But he believed Shutra could catch up to both of them, and even surpass them to become the Demon King. Shutra was taken completely off guard. Chris continued, explaining that unlike him, Shutra could earn the support of other races. On top of that, he had the backing of the Sword Lord. And if his public achievements continued to stack up, even the Gandharvas, who were currently imprisoned, might be granted amnesty. That was when Shutra finally realized why he hadn't seen a single Gandharva until now. He couldn't help but wonder what they had done to deserve such confinement. Chris clarified that he wasn't telling him to make a decision immediately. He only wanted Shutra to think about it because the huge difference between giving it some consideration and not thinking about it at all. Shutra stared out the window, silently contemplating the path of becoming the Demon King. Meanwhile, a carriage moved through the night. Ludwig Moonlight, captain of the Bloodwolf squad, asked Her Majesty Elaine whether she truly believed the 9th prince had the potential to become the Demon King. She replied that the Demon King always acted with purpose. There was never a reasonless action. She was certain he wasn't the type to do something as spontaneous as intervening twice, especially at an audience ceremony, without a deeper motive. She suspected he had seen something in the 9th prince that everyone else had overlooked. After all, they were father and son. Ludwig admitted that he didn't quite understand what made the situation so drastic. Elaine simply called him naive. She explained that to the Demon King, even if his own son killed him and inherited the throne, he would rejoice, because it would mean a Demon King stronger than himself had been born. That was the kind of man he was. Of course, it was a dangerous gamble. But it was also true that a future where the 9th prince became the Demon King was the best possible outcome for them. Ludwig finally understood. In the demon world, strength ruled above all else. Everything flowed according to the will of the strongest. Elaine admitted that it unsettled her, and yet, at the same time, she found herself liking it. That night, wolf soldiers continued their search. In Gerard's condition, he couldn't have gone far. One of the wolves noticed something. They found him. A voice spoke to Gerard, telling him that he must have had enough time to sort out his thoughts. A shadowy figure asked whether he would accept. Gerard placed his hand on the ground. Black mist erupted outward, washing over the approaching wolf soldiers as he ordered them to dry up. And just like that, he had defeated all of them. Since he's in a desperate position, in the end, he agreed to accept it. The mysterious figure smiled, revealing sharp teeth. It declared that it was time to begin again, to reach an ending different from the one before. A few days later, Caitlin finally woke up. Because of Gerard, Chris returned to the main palace. The very next day, they set out for the spider forest to find Amita. A man named Robin guided them. He told them that once they reached the twin bridges ahead, they would need to dismount and proceed on foot. Robin was a boar lycanthrope introduced by Chris before their departure. Shutra asked him what the spider forest was like, whether he had been there before. Robin replied that he had visited once about half a year ago, and that it had been quiet, just as expected. According to him, it was a peaceful place, so peaceful that there weren't even wild beasts or monsters. To Shutra, that sense of peace felt wrong. It was the first time he had experienced calm in a long while. When they finally reached the forest, they were met with bones scattered everywhere. Robin asked what could have happened. Shutra wasn't surprised. He already knew this place wouldn't be peaceful. He just wondered what kind of trouble awaited them this time. The group stood spread out in a forest clearing, all facing the same direction with their guards up. Broken branches and scattered bones covered the ground. Green Wind could sense the presence of the forest's guardian spirit, but its power had become extremely weak. Because of that, the spirits were afraid the guardian spirit of the spider forest might soon disappear. Shutra asked Robin if the spider forest had a guardian spirit. Robin replied that old stories spoke of one, a legend about a gigantic spider living at the heart of the forest. Shutra fell into thought. Then he instructed Karam to inform the lycanthropes about what was happening. She immediately hurried off. Green Wind sensed powerful magic at the center of the forest, and that magic had been destroyed. She knew something terrible was about to happen to the forest. Night fell, and they set up camp. Shutra relayed what Green Wind had told him. The guardian spirit's energy was weakening. He asked what would happen if the guardian spirit disappeared. Felicia explained that there were two ways a guardian spirit could vanish. One was if the guardian spirit itself was destroyed. The other was if the source it existed to protect disappeared. In other words, when the origin that manifested the guardian spirit was lost. Even though Green Wind looked small, she was a guardian spirit of fairly high rank. Even if her source disappeared, she would weaken, but she likely wouldn't be destroyed. Most guardian spirits, however, vanished alongside their source once it was destroyed. That was usually the case with the artificial guardian spirits he encountered in dungeons or ruins. Simply put, the reason the spider forest's guardian spirit had weakened was because its source had taken damage. Felicia suddenly paused, distracted by something in the sky. She noticed that the moon's color looked strange. They were startled when Caitlin suddenly attacked. Shutra reacted instantly and subdued her. He demanded to know what had gotten into her. He shook her, calling out, forcing her to snap out of it. To their shock, the other lycanthropes also began acting strangely. This time, Karak was their target. He panicked, shouting at them, asking what was wrong. He tried to make them remember who he was. Felicia released a burst of blinding light. That momentarily stopped the lycans from attacking. Even she didn't understand what was happening. Daphne spoke up, explaining that it was the spirit of madness. She cast a spell. The purple mist covering the lycanthropes was stripped away. They collapsed, unconscious, to the ground. Shutra checked Caitlin and confirmed that she had returned to normal. Karak demanded to know what had just happened. Daphne explained that they had driven the spirits away for now, but it wouldn't last. They had to find the source as soon as possible. A sudden loud sound shook the area. Karak asked what it was. Daphne told him that the defensive barrier had fallen. Something serious was happening over there. Green Wind warned Shutra that illusion and reality were beginning to overlap. The spirit's power was so overwhelming that it was becoming impossible to tell what was real anymore. Shutra could only curse under his breath. Out of nowhere, monsters emerged. He ordered everyone to prepare. For now, all they could do was fight. He smashed a charging bear with Fist of Explosion. Karak and Delia pushed back the encroaching monsters. Felicia unleashed magic that struck multiple enemies at once. Everyone was locked in battle. There were too many monsters. Shutra called out to Green Wind, shortening her name to GW, and told her to get airborne and report what she saw. She complained that her name wasn't GW, but still went anyway. She shot upward. Green Wind leapt into the air, her body glowing green, just as a blue beam erupted from the ground below. The collision of energies illuminated the night sky, and standing before that beam was a massive figure. She froze. It looked like a giant. The ground trembled. Shutra wondered what kind of problem this was now. Karak shouted that it looked like even more were coming. Then, without warning, the monsters retreated. Everyone stared in confusion as they withdrew, but relief followed quickly. Shutra sensed something approaching. He demanded to know who was there. Something struck Karak in the head. As it rolled across the ground, Shutra stared in disbelief. It was a raccoon. The raccoon stood up and spoke, clearly offended. It demanded to know if Shutra couldn't see how incredible it was. Daphne, Shutra, and Karak all froze, jaws dropping. The raccoon puffed out its chest and shouted that his name was Amida. He was the artisan who protected the last flame. Shutra couldn't believe that he was Amida. Amida looked offended. He asked if it bothered him that he was a raccoon. Shutra quickly clarified that it wasn't like that. Amida's appearance always changed in the Night Saga anyway. Sometimes he was human, other times, an animal. Amida then asked who they were supposed to be. Seeing that he was a raccoon this time, he doubted he'd ever get used to it. Shutra politely introduced himself, along with Felicia. They explained that they had come looking for him at the Sword Lord's recommendation. Felicia apologized for not recognizing him earlier. Then, politely, she asked him to explain what was going on. Amita scoffed. Yet, despite that, he was blushing and clearly willing to explain things to her. He said that a few months ago, he had begun staying in the center of the spider forest. He needed to gather materials for his work there. He planned to stay for another half a year before moving on. That was when a group wrapped in purple death energy barged into the spider forest. Shutra froze when he heard about the purple death energy. Amita asked if he knew who they were. Shutra said he had fought them before, back when he was protecting the guardian spirit of the Engel Plains. Amita replied that it sounded like that was their job. Shutra asked if he was protecting the spider forest's guardian spirit as well. Amita admitted that he owed the forest guardian spirit more than a few favors. Besides, a lycanthrope regularly patrolled the area. Amita figured that if he set up a barrier and held out for a while, the lycanthrope would handle the rest. Shutra asked what kind of barrier it was. Greenwind suggested they take a look at what she had seen. A powerful beam shot into the sky in front of a giant. The giant clenched its fist and punched the beam of light, freezing it solid. Shutra's jaw dropped at the sight. Greenwind told Amita that the barrier had broken. Amita replied that there was still one barrier left. The real problem was that those who had been chasing the last flame for a long time had begun joining forces. The green moon and the berserk spirits in the forest were all caused by them. Daphne asked who they really were. Amita explained that they had once been guardian spirits, but had turned into mad natural spirits. They believed that if they absorbed the last flame, they could return to who they once were, before they lost their origin and went insane. They had teamed up with the Purple Energy Group, and whatever they did together made them far stronger. So the Spider Forest Guardian Spirit drew on the power of the ley lines to strengthen the barrier, but the result was disastrous. The last flame fused with the ley lines. Now, escape wasn't even an option. Felicia asked what would happen if the last flame went out. Amita said he didn't know. It had never happened before. He guessed that the world would end, just like the rumors claimed. Shutra was stunned by that. Amita told them that they had to help him, which left Shutra completely dumbfounded. Karak stepped forward, spreading his arms in front of Shutra. He told Amita that there was no such thing as a free lunch. He demanded that Amita make them a piece of equipment in return. Amita was shocked. He scolded Karak, saying he didn't understand how serious the situation was. This was an unprecedented crisis. The last flame could go out. Karak shrugged and said, maybe it would and nothing would happen. He pointed out that they were risking their lives too, so Amita should think carefully. Amita burned with anger. In the end, he had no choice but to agree to make equipment for all of them. He told them to follow him. Karak reminded him not to break his promise. Green Wind added that he shouldn't forget hers either. The next day, Shutra explained everything to the three of them, who had been unconscious the entire time. Caitlin and Sira were both shocked and frightened by what they had done. Since the situation had grown worse than when he sent Karma, Shutra also sent Robin back to the base. His mission was to inform the lycanthrope of the current situation and request reinforcements. They formed a circle and held a quick huddle. Amita explained that the enemy's pattern could be broken into two main phases. In the first phase, crazed monsters and beasts, driven mad by the spirit of madness, slam themselves into the barrier. Just as it sounds, it's nothing but mindless, brute force attacks meant to weaken it. And because lycanthropes possess strong latent ferocity, they're easily tempted by the spirit of madness. That meant they needed countermeasures. Delia nodded and said she understood. The second phase begins once the barrier weakens. That's when a white giant appears and destroys it. That monster is formed when the mad guardian spirits merge into one. On top of that, those wrapped in purple death energy join in, making it far more dangerous. Amita planned to deliberately open a hole in the barrier and funnel the first wave attackers into a single point. Shutra and the others would wipe them out there. If they eliminated the phase where the barrier weakened, the white giant wouldn't be able to break it. Amita said this with confidence. He had been measuring its strength for days as the barrier kept getting destroyed. If morning came while the barrier was still intact, the enemy would retreat. During the day, they would repair the weakened sections and repeat the process at night. He was still explaining that if they held out for 2 days, they would win, when Caitlin suddenly grabbed him and pulled him into a cuddle. She said he was adorable. Karak leaned over and whispered to Shutra that Amita seemed to enjoy it for some reason. That made Shutra suspect that Amita had a weakness for beautiful women. Felicia asked if the 2-day plan was meant to include reinforcements. Amita shook his head and said no, for reasons of self-reliance. Then he revealed the real trump card. The core of the last flame was actually a weapon he had created, and it was charging. Once it finished, they would be able to use it to defeat the white giant. That night, they ascended to the altar. Karak took hold of the axe Amita had created, grinning as he said he was really looking forward to using it. Daphne handed Delia and Caitlin headbands that could repel the spirit of madness as long as they wore them. Suddenly, a loud noise echoed through the forest. The bushes began to rustle. Shutra knew it. They were coming. A horde of monsters emerged from the darkness. Shutra ordered everyone to hold their positions and not let a single one break through the barricade. They just had to hold out for 2 days. A strange purple artifact spun to life. Rings locked into place as the bright crystal at its center flared, releasing a surge of mysterious power. Felicia called down purple lightning from above as she hovered mid-air. The bolt crashed into the ground below, blasting everything apart in a violent surge of energy. She lowered her staff and let out a small sigh of relief, purple sparks still crackling around her as she caught her breath. Amita told her that once she truly understood the power of all things, she should try using the staff he had lent her. Then she would be able to cast magic far stronger than what she could manage now. Felicia focused. Her staff glowed gold. She unleashed a massive burst of fire. The monsters were swallowed by the flames. A huge explosion erupted and shot straight into the sky. Shutra praised her for the great work. He and Caitlin charged forward. From here on out, it was their turn. Shutra activated Fist of Explosion. Caitlin fought beside him, smashing monsters with her punches. A monster tried to sneak up behind her. Sarah transformed and struck it down. Karak charged in as well. He came crashing down from above like a meteor, slamming into the ground as a golden explosion burst outward and sent debris flying everywhere. Karak commented that the weapon the raccoon had lent them was no joke. Amita and Daphne stayed back, watching the fight. Amita remarked that they were doing pretty well. He recalled that the prince's name was Shutra. He noticed that the boys' equipment still needed work, but that would only matter if they survived this. He decided that he would like to make at least one piece of equipment for him. Suddenly, Amita shouted that the white giant was about to appear and that they needed to get back inside the barrier. Shutra replied that he understood, and everyone ran. The barrier began to close. They all made it inside. A beam of white light shot straight into the sky, connecting with the glowing blue moon as violent energy surged between them. The ground trembled beneath their feet. The giant appeared. It was their first time seeing the white giant. Seeing it in person, it was truly enormous. It punched the barrier. Karak felt overwhelmed by its size. A single blow like that could easily kill someone. Amita assured him that the barrier would never break. All they had to do was wait until it disappeared. The giant kept punching the barrier. They watched closely. Shutra felt something was wrong. It wasn't the same as yesterday. Felicia asked what he meant. He answered that yesterday, it didn't have that blue aura. Its attacks were growing stronger. They saw cracks forming in the barrier. Amita couldn't believe it. He realized the power behind it was death. The barrier shattered completely. Shutra shouted for everyone to get out of the way. The giant's punch hit him head-on, blasting him backward. He crashed down the staircase. Karak and Felicia shouted his name in panic. Shutra groaned in pain. He knew how bad this was. If he took another hit like that, it would be over. Then Karak pointed at something. A ship was floating in the sky. The flying sailing ship made Shutra think of someone. The one and only captain who sailed the skies, the dark elf whose sword could cleave the heavens. Felicia's face lit up when she recognized him. It was her brother, the fifth prince, Sylvan Doomblade. Sylvan raised his voice and ordered the charge. The ship slammed into the white giant. The giant reeled, shocked that something had struck it from behind. The flying ship pierced straight through its back, passing cleanly through its massive body. Felicia was surprised to see Sylvan. The ship landed near them. Shutra noticed fragments of the white giant falling apart. They were liquid, and they began rising again, and started forming into something new. Amita stated that every single one of those was a guardian spirit. They had gone mad and fallen into ruin, but there was no doubt they were once natural spirits. He praised everyone for their hard work. They had finally reached the end of it. Shutra saw that the illusion was gone. The moon had returned to normal. The giant broke apart into the individual guardian spirits it had been made from. Amita was dumbfounded. The attack should have finished everything, but they sensed another energy coming from it. Those guardian spirits were engulfed in purple energy. Shutra looked overwhelmed and confused about what that purple energy was. He realized it must have been holding back its strength all along. It must have planned everything for this exact moment. Felicia instructed Daphne to take Amita and head to the forest temple. Shutra commanded everyone to prepare for battle. It was the start of round 2, and they all charged forward. One guardian remained still, simply observing. Caitlin and Shutra both realized that it looked like the leader. She volunteered to scout ahead, but he told her there was no need. He suggested that they finish it together in one strike. He extended his hand to her. She noticed that he had grown quite gallant. She accepted his hand. They joined hands, and aura burst from her body. The leader of the guardian spirit noticed them. Shutra and Caitlin were fired up to do this. They charged at the same time. The leader of the guardian was alarmed. They struck it together at the same time. The other guardians rushed toward them. Caitlin told him that she would handle the leader while he took care of the purple spirit guardians. He asked if she could handle it alone. She told him not to worry, since they had circulated their aura together. She could now use an aura divine fist strike. Her fist landed on it. Caitlin was confident that she could defeat it by herself, but the guardian wrapped its limb around her arm. She was startled. It struck her, and that caught Shutra's attention, but a bear-like guardian leaped onto him. He blocked it, but he was getting annoyed. He yelled at it to stop clinging to him and get lost already. He threw his shield at them, cutting them down. His level had increased. He was now level 25. From this level onward, hidden skills were unlocked. He learned Special Ultimate Move Control Level 1. He also learned Enkidu's Earthquaker Awakening skill, Destruction Burst. Plus, he learned Ankle's White Suri Awakening skill, Absolute Domain. That meant those enemies were finished. He activated White Suri's Special Ultimate Move. Several guardian spirits surrounded him and charged at the same time. He activated Absolute Domain. And those guardian spirits were swallowed by green mist. It became like a tornado that dragged them away. Shutra was amazed upon seeing Suri's awakening skill. It was his first time using it, but he understood it instantly. The entire area had become his territory. Those spirit guardians were hurled into the air. They groaned loudly. Shutra wanted every last one of them dead. One spirit guardian resisted the pull of the tornado. Shutra created a powerful tornado at the center of the battlefield. After Shutra unleashed his power, he was still standing. But seconds later, he dropped to his knees and groaned in pain. He hadn't expected the aura consumption to be so massive. He was completely drained. When he looked up, the spirit guardian was still standing. It groaned as it tried to move. Shutra couldn't believe it was still alive after taking that hit. The guardian split its limbs, sharpening them into blades. Shutra couldn't move his body. Suddenly, a loud explosion rang out. Smoke blasted toward the guardian leader. Shutra looked up in surprise. It was Caitlin. She extended her hand and told him to take her aura. She was surprised herself, but urged him to hurry. There was no time. He agreed. He took her hand. Their aura surged skyward. He could feel her power flowing into him, restoring what he had lost. The spirit guardian charged at them, its blade-like limbs slashing forward. Shutra grabbed Caitlin and stepped back, narrowly evading the attack. With this much aura, it would be enough. He drew back his fist as the guardian rushed him again. Power surged through his arm as he prepared to finish it. He activated Earthquaker's special ultimate move. Destruction Burst. His fist pierced straight through the guardian's body. His aura overwhelmed it from the inside. A massive explosion followed. Shutra gasped for air. The attack reduced the guardian to ash, carving a scorched trail across the ground. Caitlin asked what that technique was. He couldn't answer. Shutra collapsed, losing consciousness. Felicia and Karak panicked. Suddenly, a deer-like spirit leapt toward him. Felicia spotted it and screamed for him to watch out. Sylvan intercepted the attack. Felicia was stunned. Sylvan ordered his men to wipe them all out. The sailors poured out of the ship. Hours later, a ray of sunlight shone on Shutra, waking him up. He realized he must have passed out again. He was starting to get used to it. When he stepped out of the room, Felicia and Caitlin rushed over and asked how he was feeling. Felicia told him he should have rested more and asked why he was already up. He said he was fine and asked how Caitlin was doing. She replied that she was completely fine. Sylvan also approached when he noticed Shutra was awake. Shutra turned toward him. Felicia told him to introduce himself to her twin brother. Sylvan Doomblade introduced himself as the Prince of the Skies who sails the heavens. He also claimed that he was the benefactor who saved them the night before. Shutra noticed how openly he called himself a benefactor. He expressed his gratitude and asked how he knew to come there. Felicia explained that when she stayed at the Lycanthrope Villa before, she had briefly contacted him. She was only checking in and updating him on the situation, never expecting him to actually come searching. Sylvan replied that if his beloved little sister might be in danger, he couldn't just sit still. He told Shutra that he was impressive. He had heard many things about him for a long time, but he never imagined he was this strong. He openly acknowledged Shutra's strength. Shutra was left dumbfounded. Sylvan told him to be proud. After all, he had acknowledged him personally. Felicia asked what he was talking about, since the Sword Lord had already acknowledged Shutra before. Sylvan was surprised to hear that. He asked what she meant. Shutra thought that Sylvan was strange, but he clearly had a good eye for talent. Amida arrived, carried by Daphne. He said he was relieved that everyone was safe. He explained that thanks to Shutra, they were able to protect the last flame and the guardian spirit. As promised, he would forge him a piece of equipment. But before that, there was something they needed to do. Shutra asked what it was. Amida told him to follow, because the last flame wished to meet the ninth prince. Everyone looked up at the sky. Amida told them to focus and to mind their manners, because the last flame was watching everything. They entered the temple, and Shutra was left in awe. A massive tree stood at the center, and beside it was a woman. She greeted them, saying it was a pleasure to meet them all for the first time. She introduced herself as Kaprang, the guardian spirit of the spider forest. Shutra was surprised and confused that the guardian spirit was just a small child. Green Wind explained that the child wasn't the main body. It was more like a terminal. Judging by her appearance, she guessed that the main body was also a young guardian spirit. The gigantic spider mentioned in legends was most likely the previous guardian spirit. The reason it hadn't appeared in yesterday's battle was probably because it was young and weak, lacking the strength to fight. Shutra realized then that guardian spirits could have children. From that point on, only Amida and the prince would proceed further, so he told the rest to wait behind. They all agreed. Shutra told GW to come out. Green Wind corrected him, saying her name was Green Wind. He asked her to stay behind and talk with the guardian spirit for a while. She questioned what he meant, and he told her it wasn't an opportunity she'd get every day. She looked at Kaprang, and eventually agreed. Amida scolded Shutra for taking so long. He replied that he was coming and said goodbye to the others. Shutra climbed the staircase. Amida leaned against his shoulder. Before entering the door, Amida warned him not to make any mistakes and to move carefully. Shutra replied that he understood. He opened the door and saw a blue flame burning atop a torch. It continued to burn steadily. Amida instructed him to approach the flame and place his hand into it. He reassured him not to worry, since it wasn't an ordinary flame. Shutra swallowed nervously. He slowly reached forward and placed his hand into the flame. The blue fire swirled around him. Shutra felt disoriented, unsure of where he was. The last flame took form and spoke, saying she was glad they had finally met. She addressed him as the Knight of Conquest. Shutra asked if she was the last flame. She saw the confusion and bewilderment in his eyes. She asked if he didn't know what a Knight of Conquest was. He admitted that he didn't really know. She found that interesting. Several small flames drifted around him. She explained the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse: conquest, war, death, and famine. They were the riders of the end, beings who yearned for destruction and brought about the end of days. But she noticed that Shutra was very different, to the point that she couldn't even understand why he was chosen as the Knight of Conquest. The horsemen of the apocalypse were those who thirsted for ruin. It wasn't that they became horsemen and then desired destruction. Rather, they were chosen because they already sought it. But Shutra didn't wish for ruin. And more than that, he wasn't being influenced much at all. Normally, the horsemen were strongly affected by the beings who chose them. Acting as vessels of their power and will, they were driven to bring about the end of days. But Conquest wasn't trying to dominate him. If anything, she wondered whether it wanted to be conquered by him instead. She asked him what he wanted to do. With the Knight of Death still pursuing the end of days, she asked what he desired. The question made him pause. At first, he thought about returning to his original world, but when he truly considered what he wanted most, he thought of Caitlin, who had held his hand and told him to stay close. He thought of Felicia, who hugged him and told him to come back without getting hurt. He thought of Karak, who promised to protect his secret no matter what. So he realized what he truly wanted was to stop the lycanthrope's subjugation, to stop the day of the massacre. He thought about holding someone's hand. He looked forward. Caitlin was guiding him toward the people he cared about, and he understood. He wanted to change the future where everyone with him was wiped out by Zephyr Ragnaros. He declared that what he wanted was to protect everyone. The last flame smiled at his answer. She explained that a Knight of Conquest was one born with a king's fate, to conquer all things and bring them into submission, which meant that he already knew the simplest and most perfect way to make his wish come true. So she asked him a final question. Would he become the Demon King? She waited for his answer as he remained silent, staring straight at her. Shutra realized he only wanted one thing, and that was to change the ending of the game. He made up his mind. He decided to become the Demon King. This made the last flame smile. A blue flame wrapped around Shutra. She described him as a Knight of Conquest who seeks a life beyond the end of days. But she corrected herself and called him the King of Conquest instead. She moved closer to him and wished for his will to come true. Shutra was notified that he learned Divine Power Level 1 and Incarnation of Flame Level 1. An alliance was also formed with the last flame. The alliance status was a firm alliance. Shutra had leveled up. He was stunned that she just kissed him. After that, Amida approached him and asked what was lovable about a guy like him. He told Shutra to follow him because the last flame ordered him to gear him up with a full set. Inside the Spider Forest secret fruit orchard, Amida, with a lazy look, told him they were short on materials. He told Shutra that if he went north from there was a place called the Lake of the Sun. Metal-bodied monsters lived there, so he was told to catch a few. Shutra asked if black dragon hides and bones weren't enough. Amita shouted at him, saying those were just the main ingredients, but to make the equipment, he needed a wide range of materials. He said that if he was going to replace all of Shutra's gear, he would need a lot, so Shutra had to bring back whatever he could. In his head, Shutra wondered why Amita didn't have materials when he was supposed to be the greatest blacksmith. Amita saw his expression and asked if he didn't want to do it. Then he yelled at him for just standing there. He told him to get moving at once. The flying ship soared through the sky. Karak asked if monsters like that really existed at the Lake of the Sun. Sylvan said yes, and that the most famous one was Kaltus. Its weakness was divine power. It was made entirely of metal, and that metal was a rare material used as a natural waterproof agent. Karak said Sylvan really knew everything. That made Sylvan happy, and he said he was the prince of the skies who rules the heavens. It was also perfect timing for Felicia, because she needed to go there too. Caitlin asked why. She explained that the ruined survey map she sent to the Demon King's castle was for the Lake of the Sun. She had to go there sooner or later, so this worked out well and saved her time. Caitlin said she was looking forward to seeing the ruins map. Meanwhile, Shutra was thinking about something. He was looking at his status panel. He decided to save a few points and spread the rest evenly. Then he remembered that when he reached level 25, the King's Knights leveled up too. The system informed him that the number of knights he could accept had increased. The summon's performance had also improved. He could now summon a King's Knight once every 3 days. King's Knights was now level 2, and he had 2 out of 3 knight slots filled. The knight skill was Knight's Blessing level 1, which increased a knight's health by 5%. His special skill was Summon level 2. He could summon a knight every 3 days. Shutra was glad he could add a new member. Ideally, it would be great if Caitlin or Felicia joined, but he knew that would be difficult. Out of nowhere, Green Wind sniffed him. She said there was a different scent on him. He was confused about what she meant. She pointed out that it didn't smell like Kaprang. She suspected it was the scent of the last flame. She shouted that a master who smells like another spirit is disgusting. This made her blow a strong gust of wind into his face. Karak saw him and asked what was wrong. He said he had no idea either. Sylvan told them they were almost there. It was a beautiful lake. The sunset reflected on its clear waters. But Sylvan noticed something. Suddenly, something rose from the water. A large blue water serpent let out a loud shriek. Sylvan was shocked to see a sea serpent. He was confused why a creature that only lived in the ocean was there. He knew it was dangerous to stay, so they had to move away. The sailors quickly took their positions, but someone told him to wait. He stopped. Shutra told him there was no need to move because he would handle the sea serpent himself. Caitlin was confused. He apologized to her, which only made her more confused. He told her he would be back. Then he jumped. She shouted his name. The sea serpent opened its mouth as if waiting for him to fall inside. He activated Dragon's Blood. Strange scripts appeared on his weapon. The timing of the sea serpent was perfect because he needed a target to test this skill. It was Ascalon's special ultimate move. It was called Dragon Bane, and our boy easily pierced through the sea serpent's body like a bullet. Sylvan and all the others were shocked by what they had just witnessed. Our boy used White Surrey to float on the water, and around him was the body of the sea serpent he had just killed. He figured that Dragon Bane was a technique specialized for huge monsters or dragons. Seeing this massive power-up, Shutra was definitely thrilled. On top of that, he had also gained a new title, the one who killed a dragon in one blow. At the shore of the Lake of the Sun, Caitlin scolded Shutra, saying she wasn't his aura battery. He apologized to her. She admitted she understood, but she wanted him to tell her first before taking her aura. He promised that he would. Felicia hushed everyone, because a pack of Kaltus was right ahead. Sylvan got excited for the fight. He unsheathed his weapon, but Shutra told him to wait. He noticed that Kaltus looked like it was made entirely of metal, but it actually wasn't. The metal only covered its surface. So he decided it was best to focus attacks around its mouth. Also, it was weak to cold, so ice magic was a good way to defeat it. Sylvan said he already knew that. He said he had a more effective method, and that was an aura blade that could cut through anything. He claimed that no matter how hard their shells were, they meant nothing to him. His carefree attitude annoyed Felicia. She acted sweet and flattered him to manipulate him into hunting the Kaltus. It worked. He accepted the task. He rushed forward, saying he could cut them all down on his own. Shutra wondered if it was really okay to send him alone. She assured him that he could handle it. She suggested they go back, eat dinner, and rest, because they would be busy again tomorrow. Karak felt sorry for the fifth prince, who was the only one working. Meanwhile, Sylvan went on a rampage, slaughtering every Kaltus. He kept going through the whole night. The sun was already up when he finished. He felt proud as Kaltus corpses were scattered everywhere. Sylvan had dark circles under his eyes, but he still bragged that even if those monsters came at him in a full herd, they were no match for the Prince of the Skies. Felicia ignored him and told everyone to collect the dropped materials. Felicia was glad they had gathered all the materials Amita requested, They were ready to move on to the next stage. Karak, Shutra, and Caitlin were surprised when bubble helmets appeared on their heads. They asked what it was. She explained that it was a spell that would let them breathe underwater during exploration. Karak was impressed. While tying her hair, she asked if they were ready. She declared that it was time for a fun ruins exploration. Underwater, Shutra checked his map. He waved for them to follow him. Our boy led them towards this place that looked like a cave. They rose out of the water. Karak was amazed that a place like that existed inside the lake. Felicia asked how he found the entrance. Shutra gave a vague answer and said he just sensed it. Sylvan stepped forward to lead, letting Felicia guide the directions. But she said Shutra was better at finding the path, so she suggested he go in front while Sylvan guarded the rear. He was surprised that he would be in the back. She tried to convince him by saying he was the strongest, so he should protect them from behind. He was convinced. Just as he expected from his little sister, it was a smart plan. He proudly said he would take responsibility for their safety from the rear. Felicia wasn't impressed and told them to move out. The cave was lit up. Shutra realized the place was in worse condition than the Thunderdoom Fortress, which had been abandoned for hundreds of years. Felicia agreed and said it looked like the lair had been unused for at least 1,000 years. Green Wind pointed something out to Shutra. There was writing on the wall. He asked what it said, but Felicia had never seen those letters before. Suddenly, the system notified Shutra that he had learned Script of the Ruined Precursor Race Level 1. He muttered to himself. Then he read the writing on the wall. It said that 10,000 years ago, the end of days came, and the 6 pillars collapsed after failing to protect them. He said it seemed like nothing but negative words, but he wasn't sure. Felicia asked how he could understand it. Suddenly, Shutra's gauntlet began to glow. It reacted to a light ahead. He followed the glow. Felicia asked where he was going. He was amazed by what he saw. He realized that what he was looking for was there. A mysterious cape glowed in front of him. Sutra knew that this thing is the fierce Kaltine's equipment. Sylvan arrived and said that with just one look, he could tell it was a great item. He rushed toward it, saying it would go to whoever grabbed it first, but he suddenly slammed into a barrier. He rubbed his head and mumbled, wondering why there was a barrier all of a sudden. But Shutra walked through it with ease. Sylvan asked how that was possible. Shutra reached out to the equipment with the arm wearing the gauntlet. A strong gust of wind gathered around the equipment. The system notified him that Night Watch had accepted him as its master. His mental power, magic power, and agility all increased by 10. His resistance to all attributes increased by 1. He learned the embedded skill Blink level 31. He also gained flight ability level 1, and he learned the awakening skill Black Wraith. A powerful wind burst out from him. The others struggled to stay on their feet so they wouldn't be blown away. Shutra was notified that he had obtained the equipment of the fierce Catlin, the Night Watch. He realized it was a muffler, not a cloak. He wondered if it had changed into the form that suited him best, now that his style was closer to a fighter. Felicia expected him to be chosen as the master again this time. Caitlin congratulated him, while Sylvan sulked on the side. Karak noticed some scripts appear in front of him. He told the prince that a message had arrived from the Demon King's castle. He was asked what it said. Karak relayed that all princes and princesses were ordered to gather at the Demon King's castle within 10 days. This made Shutra curious, since a full mobilization order was unusual. He worried that something had happened at the castle. They returned to the Spider Forest Temple. Amita was annoyed by the noise at dawn. He told them they should have come in the morning instead. Felicia apologized and explained that they had to return to the Demon King's castle urgently, so they ended up troubling him. Amita was surprised to hear that. He asked what would happen to the equipment he was supposed to make. Karak called him a raccoon and asked if he did deliveries or something like that. Of course, Amita got annoyed and told him to stop talking nonsense. If that was what he wanted, he should just get lost. So Karak suggested that he come with them instead. He reminded him of what he said before, that he had to protect the last flame, and there was no place safer than the Demon King's castle. He pointed out that everything would be solved if he came with them, instead of hiding in some useless place. Sylvan quietly asked Felicia what was going on with Karak. He found it strange that an orc could be this smart. Daphne agreed that it was a good idea and encouraged Amita to come with them. Amita replied that it would only benefit them. But the last flame spoke and said it would be for the best. Amita was surprised. He asked the last flame what she meant. Felicia couldn't hear her, so she was confused by what he was saying out of nowhere. Amita couldn't believe that the last flame told him to follow them. Shutra arrived and told Amita that he would change his mind. Amita cursed at him and questioned what he had done to the last flame. He couldn't understand why she would tell him to follow them. Shutra played dumb and simply said he only spoke about a firm alliance. He asked again if he was coming with them. Amita growled. He had no choice but to go. Shutra smiled, thinking how easy that was. Karak laughed as well. He asked if they were heading to the Demon King's castle already, but Shutra said no, since they had to stop somewhere first. He called Sylvan and asked if he could take them to the Lycanthrope Palace. The ship flew through the sky. Sylvan said going there wasn't a problem, but he didn't like that they had to take Chris with them. He argued that Chris could just use a teleportation circle at the castle. Felicia explained that they were going to the same place anyway, so it made sense to travel together. She asked if he was still uncomfortable around them. He said it was obvious. She told him to control his expression so he wouldn't upset the fourth queen and cause trouble. He clicked his tongue in response. They arrived at the Lycanthrope Palace. The fourth queen, Elaine, welcomed them and asked if they had a good trip to the Spider Forest. Shutra said yes, and that they had returned safely. She felt relieved after hearing that since she was told there had been trouble in the forest and had been worried. She noticed something and asked if it was a pet. She said it was cute and that it was even wearing a large snack bag. Amita frowned. He was offended that she thought it held snacks when it was actually the last flame. Shutra told the fourth queen that it was their party member, Amita. She apologized to Amita, which made him blush. He said he would let it slide just this once. Since they had all worked hard to get there, she told them to rest. Shutra thanked her. As they were about to leave the room, she called the ninth prince and asked him to stay for a moment. She whispered that they had something to discuss in private. They went to the riverside. The fact that Shutra didn't go straight to the Demon King's castle and chose to stop in her kingdom first meant he already had an answer to her question. She wanted to know what his answer was. Our boy became silent and thought about it for a second. Back then, Elaine had asked if he intended to become the Demon King. This time, Shutra firmly said yes. She asked for his reason, and he said there was something he wanted to protect. She found that interesting, and declared that the lycanthropes would support him. That surprised him. She explained that she also had something to protect, just like him. She admitted that if the next Demon King came from the first prince, second prince, or fourth princess, there was a high chance the lycanthropes would lose their current position. That was because, unlike the current Demon King, those candidates had in-laws filled with ambition. She added that the Dark Elves were likely worried about the same thing, so she suggested that he gain their support as well, since they would be a great help to him. He said he would keep that in mind. She asked how they planned to return to the Demon King's castle. He answered that he planned to have everyone return together on Sylvan's airship. She found the idea amusing. Shutra explained that he was already in the spotlight, and since things had reached this point, he wanted to shake things up properly. That night, someone said it felt strange. It was Elaine's butler, Ludwig. He asked why the ninth prince chose an airship when a teleportation circle would be faster. Elaine said he was being naive again. She told him to think carefully and pointed out that the ninth prince was already being watched. So he asked what the better move would be. Should Shutra spend time easing his rival's guard, or focus on people beyond his rivals? Ludwig asked her to explain it more simply. She revealed that the boy would not leave the airship. That only confused him more. She explained that if the ninth prince used a teleportation circle, Sylvan would return alone on the airship. But if that happened, it would look strange. He still couldn't follow her logic. In simple terms, the ninth prince wanted to show something to the others at the Demon King's castle. The airship set off. Their group traveling together showed that a new faction had formed. Elaine left their future to Shutra. She hoped he would become stronger than before, stronger and more firm in his resolve. Moments later, someone was humming on the airship. It was Sylvan. He was happy because they were having grilled fish, his favorite. He ate happily, but stopped midway when he locked eyes with Chris. Both of them quickly looked away at the same time. Sylvan complained that there were too many fish bones. Felicia saw their interaction and sighed. She wondered what she should do with the two of them. Karak admitted it was making him nervous. He was already thinking about what kind of trouble would happen in front of the Demon King this time. Every time they went there, something always happened. Shutra told him to shut up before he jinxed it. Karak replied that he talked like he wasn't already a walking jinx. He asked why he was acting like that now. Shutra insisted that nothing would happen. Karak said that would be nice. Then he explained that he only said it because he was worried about Shutra. He sounded so sharp that Shutra questioned if he was really an orc. Shutra didn't want to keep going with their banter. The airship landed. Many people were gathered at the dock. With Shutra in front, they stepped off the airship. The crowd watched them, confused about why the Dark Elf and Lycanthrope royalty were traveling together. More than that, the ninth prince was leading them. Chandra called for Kadarov. She told him to go at once and report to Anastasia. She wanted him to say that the ninth prince had formed a new faction. Shutra walked through the streets with confidence. This is basically a declaration of war at Shutra's private residence. Amita called Shutra a con artist because he told him there was a forge there, but it was just an empty room. Shutra told him he could decorate it however he wanted. Amita was surprised. Shutra added that he only needed to say the word, and he would prepare whatever it was. Amita had a bad feeling he would never be able to leave the place. Then he remembered that Amita wanted them to pretend he was just a raccoon while inside the Demon King's castle. Amita explained it was only because he didn't want to get dragged into pointless trouble. He asked why Shutra was asking. Shutra placed a collar on his neck and exclaimed that it fit him perfectly. Amita was dumbfounded. He explained that all pets in the Demon King's castle had to wear a collar. He told him to keep it on at all times. Amita trembled. He was so angry that he yelled at him to cut it out. 2 days later, all princes and princesses were directed to enter the throne room, as the audience ceremony would begin at once. There was the 8th princess, Caitlin Moonlight, her brother, the 7th prince, Chris Moonlight, also the 6th princess, Felicia Doomblade, and her brother, the 5th prince, Sylvan Doomblade. With them was the 4th princess, Anastasia Nikrion, and the 3rd prince, Victor Nerion. Of course, the 1st prince, Baikal Ragnaros, was also present. Shutra looked around. He was watching the 2nd prince, Zephyr Ragnaros. The Demon King stated that it had been a long time since they had all gathered together. Everyone listened to him with full attention. The Demon King acknowledged that they had traveled far to get there. Shutra still wasn't used to this. He felt nervous. He could remember Karak's words that every time they went to the Demon King's castle, something would blow up. Just thinking about it annoyed him. Karak kept saying unnecessary things just to get under his skin. Before they got to the main point, there was someone the Demon King wanted to introduce. Someone entered the room. Sylvan's jaw dropped. It was the Sword Lord. Anastasia was confused about why he was there. Sword Lord Ishigard stopped in front of them. He asked one of them if he had been well, since it had been a month since they last saw each other. He specifically mentioned Shutra's name. Shutra was caught off guard. Chris was surprised that he was speaking to Shutra. Of course, the other princes and princesses were also surprised. Shutra simply replied, yes. But deep inside, he wondered what was going on, and why he was suddenly going out of his way to stir things up. Sylvan couldn't believe that the Sword Lord greeted Shutra first. Baikal admitted that it was surprising. He heard that Shutra had formed a faction, but he didn't expect that he would even manage to bring the Sword Lord to his side. Zephyr clenched his fist as he stayed silent. The man behind the Sword Lord asked if he had taken the 9th prince as his student. This man was Grand General Gallerhead. The Sword Lord replied that the 9th prince didn't use a sword, so all he did was teach him a few moves. Someone spoke, so they turned their attention to him. He asked the Sword Lord if he would have taken Shutra as his student if he had used a sword. This was the Supreme General of the Demon King's army, Richard. Sword Lord Ishigard admitted that he wasn't expecting the question to be asked that way. Richard demanded an answer. But the Demon King interrupted and told all of them to be quiet. He called Isabella, and she knew it was the cue to begin. She held a staff with a red crystal at the tip. She created a globe that floated in the air. She stated that over the last 2 months, 5 frontier regions had been attacked by those shrouded in purple death energy. As a result, 3 of the 5 regions had become barren wastelands. Chronologically, the first place attacked was the Engel Plains. The attack was stopped by the 6th princess and the 9th prince. The most recent place attacked was the Spider Forest near the Lycanthrope territory. The location was well defended by the 2 of them, together with the 5th prince and 8th princess. In particular, the Spider Forest was quite peculiar in that it wasn't just a frontier, but a location deep within the demon realm's interior. While listening to this, Shutra realized that the Death Knight bastard had been busy behind his back. And from the looks of it, those places shared one thing in common. He suspected that their goal was to kill the guardian spirit. Isabella continued, saying that after compiling the series of incidents, she was convinced that an enemy faction had emerged, and they could no longer ignore it. To crush them, they had issued a mobilization order. She showed them the regions that were expected to be attacked next. At the Demon King's castle, they would assign the princes and princesses to defend each region, block the enemy's attacks, and begin operations to track down the enemy's stronghold. Therefore, they would be granting the right to choose first to the ones who discovered the threat. The 9th prince and the 6th princess, and the ones who had stopped the enemy's attacks twice. Internally, Shutra was truly pleased with that. She pointed on the map, explaining each region's characteristics along with information on the commanders who would be dispatched. She then asked Shutra which region he wished to be assigned to. Shutra checked the data. Normally, the correct play was to choose a place that was easy to defend thanks to its natural features. But he saw General Bandal, and that old man had been sent to a pretty brutal place. To him, that was perfect. He answered that he wanted to go to Evian. He took this as a chance to make Bandal his subordinate. Shutra announced that he wished to go to Evian. Isabella acknowledged that. Sylvan commented that Evian wasn't exactly a great place to defend, and it wasn't all that important either. Isabella then asked the 6th princess to make her selection as well. She also chose Evian. Sylvan was stunned. She explained that she was closer to a civil official than a martial one. So rather than taking direct responsibility for a region, she wanted to support the 9th prince instead. The Demon King allowed it. Isabella acknowledged her chosen place. After that, the remaining locations would be assigned according to the public merits accumulated in the Office of Public Merits. A carriage traveled through the forest. Shutra and Karak were inside. Shutra let out a sigh. He felt drained, probably because he had been tense the whole time. Once all the princes and princesses finished choosing, the audience ceremony ended as well. Sylvan went to Horn near Evian, and Chris went to Cal 2. Meanwhile, Caitlin chose Evian to follow him. She insisted it would be better for her, a warrior, to support Shutra, who was still inexperienced, and Felicia, who was a scholar. Shutra was thankful that argument was accepted. In the end, it was him, Felicia, and Caitlin heading to Evian. But when he chose Evian, he sensed killing intent from Zephyr. That made him think Zephyr was also aiming for General Bandal. If that was true, then he knew he had to move fast. He reached his residence. He asked Amita how the work was going. Amita asked if he was trying to pressure him. Shutra clarified that he was just curious. Amita told him to stop talking nonsense and hand over Earthquaker and White Suri. He decided to tune them up as well. If he calibrated them, they would be far easier to use than before. That made Shutra happy. He told him to hurry up before he changed his mind. Shutra quickly replied, "Okay." At the same time, Flora entered the room. He asked what it was because he was busy. She informed him that a letter from the first prince had arrived. Meanwhile, at Chris's estate, Chris also received a letter from Baikal. It stated that they should all hold a joint tea party together. Shutra, Caitlin, and Felicia were in the room with him. Felicia thought they were invited to build camaraderie because Baikal valued that sort of thing. Caitlin thought it sounded fun. She asked if everyone was going. Felicia replied that there was no reason not to. Chris said that normally he would have skipped it, but he wasn't alone anymore, so he would go with everyone's decision. Caitlin asked Shutra what he was going to do. She invited him to go with her and looked strangely hopeful. Her bright aura was so blinding that he answered yes before thinking. She praised him for making the right choice. Chris could already tell this was going to be exhausting. She reminded him that the tea party was in 2 days and everyone had to attend. The next morning, our MC went to the Grand Library to look for information in preparation for the Death Knight. But unfortunately, with his current public merits level, he could only use the surface-level Grand Library. He figured he might need access to the deeper levels to find anything worthwhile. The clues he had were the Death Knight's reason for killing a guardian spirit, Ankle the Watcher, who was killed 1,000 years ago, the intense love and hate relationship death and famine showed toward conquest, and the ruined precursor race. He needed a central axis that tied all those scattered keywords together. Felicia saw him in the library. He was surprised to see her there. She answered that it was her favorite place in the Demon King's castle, and she had something she was curious about, so the timing was perfect. She asked if he chose Evian because of General Bandal. He replied yes, since they had met before, and he figured it would be a bit more comfortable. She agreed that it wasn't a bad idea. It was also a good chance to strengthen ties with him. Shutra also shared that there was somewhere near Evian he wanted to visit. She asked where. Then he asked her if she knew about Takar's slave auction house. Takar was an entertainment city. It could be called the pleasure district of the demon realm. And there, he had one of the subordinates he cherished most in Night Saga. It was Nyatara, a succubus escort knight. He needed to secure her before Zephyr made a move, in case something unexpected happened. Felicia's expression turned grim. She commented that Shutra was a man after all. She looked disgusted as she asked if there was something he wanted to buy there. He immediately realized she had misunderstood something. Regardless, she was disappointed. He tried to clarify that it wasn't what she was thinking. The next day at the tea party, there were statues of dragons at the entrance. It made Shutra think the estate was grand, just as expected of the first prince. Someone told him that it had been a long time since they had faced each other like this. The person towered over him. It was Baikal. He welcomed him personally. Shutra froze for a moment. The man was huge, respectfully huge. Then Baikal smiled, and Shutra quickly returned the greeting, at Baikal's residence. With all the siblings in attendance, the tea party hosted by the first prince, Baikal, began. Zephyr drank his tea. They ate in silence. Victor ate quietly while Anastasia socialized. Caitlin also joined the conversations with ease. In Night Saga, the purpose of a tea party was exactly what it sounded like, socializing but with danger hidden under the sugar. It was an event where people exchanged information, discovered and recruited new talent, maintained reputations, and even ran different kinds of media plays. A tea party could be used for an absurd number of purposes. The conversation mainly revolved around 4 people: Baikal, Anastasia, Felicia, and Caitlin. Meanwhile, Victor kept staring at Shutra the entire time, like he was waiting for a legal reason to start punching. The Demon King did not want his children harming one another, so among his children, rivalry and mutual restraint existed. But there were no underhanded struggles where they openly aimed for each other's lives. At least, not before Zephyr. He changed that atmosphere completely. because of the day of the massacre that would happen someday. In that incident, Baikal would be affected. That day, the Demon King's children would fail to unite, and in the end, they would all lose their lives at Zephyr's hands. Someone called the prince over to look at something. It was Karak. He wanted to show him his new equipment. He asked if it suited him. Amita replied that it looked kind of brutish, but that also meant it was sturdy. Shutra wanted to try holding it too. He inspected the shield and commented that it felt solid. Suddenly, the system notified him that his strength, mental power, and endurance had all increased by 5. Plus, he had learned the equipment embedded skill, Combine. He asked about it. Amita realized he had figured something out. He explained that there were extra parts. Karak looked intrigued. Amita said it was a gimmick that would also fit into his armor. He instructed Karak to raise the shield and say, "Kaltus." Karak did it with hesitation. To his surprise, 4 metal pieces suddenly flew toward him. He panicked immediately. Then the 4 metal parts attached themselves to the sides of his shield. Shutra muttered, "Wow." Karak's shield grew in size, with metal plates locking onto each side. He shouted that it was amazing. Amita explained that not only did it have magic reflection, but Karak's physical defense had also increased greatly, making combat far easier than before. Shutra asked about his own equipment and was told it was finished as well. That made him genuinely happy. Amita told him to look forward to it. The shield was completely different from the old white suri. The next day, Felicia reminded Shutra that he was the main character for the day. She explained that the tea party was for introductions. It was the process of confirming who stood on their side. She wanted him to clearly show that he was the head of their faction. It meant building bonds by speaking directly with the people in the faction and leaving a strong impression on those who once followed Felicia and Chris. The tea party lasted a little over 2 hours, but they achieved every goal they had set. At last, the day of departure had arrived. Sylvan tested his equipment. He exclaimed that it was the finest sword he had ever seen. He thanked Amita and promised to use it well. Amita commented that he was more useful than he looked since he could recognize its true worth. He remembered that Shutra was about to depart for Evian. He asked if he could wait half a day longer since the adjustments on Earthquaker were not finished yet. Shutra replied yes. He added that Amita would be coming with them anyway. Amita simply answered that he would wait for half a day. Then he finally realized what Shutra had said, and the truth hit him like a shock. Shutra informed him that Last Flame had already given permission, and if he did not believe him, he could go check for himself. Amita was left frustrated. Eventually, the time came. They stepped onto the teleportation circle to depart. Chris entrusted Felicia and Caitlin to him. Sylvan also saw them off while holding a banner that said, "I love you, Felicia." Shutra told him not to worry. Amita protested that the Last Flame would never do that to him. He claimed something was wrong. Shutra commented that it had been a while since they last used a teleportation circle. Amita did not want to go. A beam of light shot up to the ceiling. They headed to Evian. Shutra looked forward to what was going to happen next. While being teleported, Shutra was thinking deeply. From the information he found in the Grand Library, he wondered if the Elder Dragon was the only one who could help pinpoint the lair of Ruthless Talia. Shutra thought that even though he could only use the Grand Library for a limited time, it was not a total waste. Even with that short time, it was not wasted. He found a few books related to the Elder Dragons, and through them, he learned that they had disappeared from sight around 1,000 years ago. But Qian, the Guardian whose main domain was the human world, was an exception. Over the past 1,000 years, he had revealed himself in the human world several times, but the other 5 Elder Dragons had completely vanished starting 1,000 years ago. At the same time, Ankle had been murdered, and Kaltine's dungeon had been destroyed. He thought that maybe an enormous battle had happened and was never recorded in history. A battle between the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse, the 4 beings who chose them, and the Elder Dragons. Then it made him wonder what Locke was doing at that time. He was the other protagonist of Night Saga, the hero of the human world arc. Locke. He was the one who crushed the Demon King's army that invaded the human world. Then, in return, that same man invaded the demon world and brought down the Demon King himself. Shutra tried to remember when Locke first drew the Holy Sword. Then he arrived at his destination and fell on his butt. He wondered if he landed like that because it had been a while since he used a teleportation circle. Karak scolded him, asking how long he planned to sit there. He yelled at him to snap out of it and get ready to fight at once. Shutra had no idea what he was suddenly talking about. Karak informed him that they were being ambushed. They were cornered as the enemies charged at them. Felicia gathered her magic using Roar, and she unleashed a deafening blast of wind. It sent those enemies flying. The others who were still standing ran toward them. Everyone engaged in combat. Greenwind told Shutra that there were way too many enemies. Shutra was lost on what was happening. The commander of the enemy army ordered them not to let their foes catch their breath and to keep pressuring them. This commander was familiar to Shutra. He was called Mad Dog Jix. Now he understood the situation. He realized it was about time that bastard started moving. He instructed Green Wind to take care of the small fry first. He looked forward to seeing what changes Amida had made to his shield. He threw White Suri. It glowed brightly, and the front metal piece detached from the main body, and it struck several enemies along its path. Mad Dog Jix saw the chaos it caused on the battlefield. Daphne was impressed. Amida declared that adding a gimmick like that was nothing to him. Those two shields slashed enemies all over the place. Amida called them White Suri and Black Suri. He was proud of his work. Green Wind proudly declared that she could now protect her master twice as well as before. Shutra found it impressive and asked if she could control both of them at the same time. She confidently replied that she could and promised she would do it. Mad Dog Jix then targeted Shutra. He screamed at those little punks and declared that he would kill them himself. Shutra stepped back and answered that it would not be easy. The shield sneaked behind Mad Dog Jix and slashed his arms and legs, but a cheap trick like that would not work on him. He activated the Draconian Dragon fighting arts, and those shields bounced off his body. In an instant, he closed the gap between himself and Shutra and punched Shutra, blasting him away. Shutra crashed hard into the mountainside. Green Wind got worried for him. Mad Dog Jix was pleased with his perfect hit, but Shutra came out with a wide smile and thanked him. Mad Dog Jix was confused, but because of him, Shutra had just learned something useful. He had acquired the dragon fighting arts. Mad Dog Jix was shocked and confused about how he learned it. Shutra challenged him to a fight to see if he had more tricks. Mad Dog Jix was spooked by Shutra's eyes. He knew they were not normal. He judged that the situation was dangerous, so he decided to retreat. He punched the ground. Shutra noticed the poison he had unleashed. Mad Dog Jix told him that it was a mist made by collecting the venom of all kinds of notorious poisonous insects around Evian. Even if he only breathed it in once, he would be in extreme pain. But Shutra's immunity to 100 poisons level 1 was activated. He ran forward to grab Mad Dog Jix. By resisting a rare and powerful poison, Shutra gained immunity, raising his resistance from hundreds of poisons to thousands. With this, his resistance to poison greatly increased. Mad Dog Jix was dumbfounded. Dragon fighting arts and even immunity to 1,000 poisons made Shutra happy with what he gained. Shutra smirked, thinking it was nice, and prepared his fist as a reward for Mad Dog Jix. He planned to end him in one blow. Shutra rushed in, his body wrapped in green energy, and struck the blue-skinned enemy with a powerful blow. The impact could be felt throughout Mad Dog Jix's body. It made him cough blood. Then he fell to the ground, causing debris to fly everywhere. His men grew worried for him. Shutra knew this was a mandatory event in Night Saga, the raid on Evian. And judging from the fact that Mad Dog Jix was mobilized, it looked like General Richard had finally made his move. The enemy army declared that their captain was dead. They started running away. Felicia asked Shutra what happened, wondering why everyone suddenly started fleeing. Shutra suggested that they realized they had no chance of winning, even if they kept fighting. Suddenly, someone exclaimed that this was expected of royalty. An old man came out from behind the boulder while expressing amazement at how easily they dealt with the infamous Mad Dog Jix. Felicia asked who he was. The man introduced himself as the guide assigned to lead the prince and the princesses. He greeted them warmly, saying it was a pleasure to meet them. After hearing that he was a guide, Shutra grinned. He expected him to know the place well. The guide confirmed that and asked if he had any questions. Shutra had a mischievous grin on his face when he asked how much Jix's bounty was. The old man answered that it would be pretty substantial. He wondered why the prince would even keep track of things like that. Shutra replied that he was more frugal than he looked. Besides, the more money he got, the better. And Jix's bounty was quite a nice payout. Later that day, General Richard was informed that Jix had been taken down. Just as he expected, the 9th prince had become even stronger than they thought. His butler asked if he already knew Jix would end up like that. He replied that it was not just the 6th princess there, the 8th princess had been with her as well. He added that if he truly intended to eliminate them, he would have sent someone far stronger than Jix. After a brief pause, the general ordered him to prepare, as they would return to the northern front tomorrow. He had a bad feeling about the 9th prince, and he had just confirmed it was true. It made him curious how strong the 9th prince had become. At Evian. From the Demon King's castle's perspective, Evian was like a thorn they could not pull out. Evian, one of the border regions of the demon world, was located at the far end of the eastern boundary. Beyond it lived barbarian tribes who chose to remain outside rather than submit to the Demon King's castle. Because of that, lawless scum like Mad Dog Jix ran rampant, making it a chaotic land with no real law or order. However, they could not just abandon it either, since it was a place they could neither live with nor let go. There were 2 ways to reach Evian Fortress, their destination. One was to pass through Takar, and the other was to head straight for Evian. From his perspective, going to Takar would be better. So he told Felicia that they would need supplies if they wanted to cash in the treasures they got from clearing dungeons. But before we proceed, I would like to shout out this horse for carrying Karak. You can do it, horse. She wore a mischievous grin as she teased him, asking if that was the reason he wanted to go to Takar. Shutra was caught off guard, which made her tease him even more by asking if he had some other reason. Flustered, Shutra quickly denied it, insisting it was nothing weird or serious. She was only joking, and told Shutra not to worry, adding that they had already decided their rendezvous point would be Takar anyway. Shutra was confused and asked what she meant by a rendezvous point. Felicia then mentioned that Caitlin and the Lycanthrope group said they would also come to Takar. Caitlin confirmed that it was true. Caitlin explained that since this was a military mission, the proper move was to bring support troops along, and there was also a fairly large teleportation circle near Takar. Hearing this, Shutra felt relieved. Caitlin then added that it had been a while since she last went to Takar. She wondered if the auction house was still the same. They reached Takar that night. It was a lively place beneath the night sky. Some people were out having fun, while others were busy throwing punches in the streets. Karak looked worried. Just as he had heard, the city was something else in every way. Shutra could not agree more. Felicia warned them to stay careful since it could be dangerous with all kinds of people gathered there. They reached a building, where they would be staying. Felicia suggested that since there was nothing to do until the auction opened, they should each enjoy some free time. Shutra replied that it sounded good. He informed her that he would go take a look around with Karak. She told him to have fun. Then he ran off immediately. Felicia could already see how excited he was. Caitlin asked Felicia for the real reason why Shutra wanted to go to that place. Felicia had no clear answer, except that maybe it was because of women. Caitlin was dumbfounded at Takar's slave market. Shutra approached a guard and was informed that there was no slave named Nayatra there. Karak sighed. He asked Shutra if he was sure there was a woman named Nayatra there, saying it felt like they had already searched everywhere. Shutra simply told him to wait. Shutra thought that maybe this was how things were supposed to be. He recalled that in Night Saga, Zephyr met Nayatra a year from now. He then wondered if that meant they could not find Nayatra yet. He sighed and decided to head back. Karak followed him. He asked Shutra if the succubus named Nayatra had pink hair. Shutra confirmed it, and the orc added that her horns were black too, asking why he suddenly brought it up. Karak said it was because he had just seen someone who looked like that. He pointed toward a nearby group, and Shutra turned to look, his eyes widening in surprise. He was stunned when he saw Nayatra. He saw her leaving, so he rushed to follow her. He even accidentally shoved someone aside. He shouted for her to wait. He reached a narrow alleyway, and got confused when she disappeared, even though he was sure she went that way. He told Green Wind to find the woman they had just seen. Green Wind had no idea what was happening, but she still did her best. Shutra looked around in confusion, wondering where she had suddenly gone. Karak called out to him, saying something strange had come up. He then told Shutra that the slave trader mentioned the woman was also looking to buy slaves. This was surprising news to Shutra. He did not expect that. Then he realized that at this point in time, Nayatra was not a slave. Someone watched them from the rooftop. It was Nayatra. Shutra sensed it. He turned around while wondering what had happened to her. He looked at the rooftop, but no one was there. He was intrigued by how she ended up a slave in just 1 year. Back at their lodging, Caitlin asked Karak if something had happened with Shutra since he had not said a word after going out and coming back. Karak could not explain much. She approached Shutra and suggested that they delay going to the auction house if he was tired. But he replied no, since they did not know when they would be able to come again. She told him not to push himself, saying they could return early if things became too much. Before he left, Amita stopped Shutra and told him to check the gauntlet. He explained that the tuning was finished, so it would be far more convenient to use now. Shutra thanked him. Felicia then called everyone, telling them to hurry and get ready since they were leaving. Karak answered that they would be there, at the auction house. There were a lot of people inside. Karak noticed Caitlin's new dress. Caitlin smiled and said she could not wear it before because of Chris. She asked if it looked pretty now. He commented that the 7th prince seemed more conservative than he looked. She scoffed and said he was not conservative, just a brother who thought like an old man. Meanwhile, Shutra looked so anxious that he was biting his nails. He kept thinking to himself, knowing he needed to find Nayatra quickly before they left. But things had already changed from what he knew, and he was not even sure how he was supposed to find her again. Noticing this, Felicia leaned closer and asked Shutra what he was thinking about so seriously. He answered that it was nothing, but she pointed out that it was written all over his face. The host stepped forward. He thanked everyone for waiting and announced the start of the auction. While Felicia was helping Shutra with his bow, Shutra noticed something. Nayatra was on the other side of the audience. He rushed off while telling Felicia that he just needed to use the bathroom. She was confused because the auction had already started. While Shutra was running, he kept wondering why Nayatra was there. He asked himself if she came to join the auction. He even imagined worse possibilities. Until he noticed a man. It was a familiar face. Suddenly, an explosion went off near him. Everyone panicked. Shutra was furious at the culprits. The host tried to calm everyone down, telling them to stay where they were while he checked the situation, but the man Shutra saw shoved the host to the ground. The host died. The man was enraged that they dared lay a hand on their merchandise, so he declared that they would be taking over the place. Some men charged inside the auction house, and they struck the guests without mercy. A woman screamed for help. The intruder grinned as he grabbed her. Suddenly, a fist slammed into his face. It was Shutra. He stepped in and saved the woman. Then he turned his attention to Paratus, the younger brother of the barbarian king Karatus. He wondered what he was doing there. The crowd suddenly fell into chaos. Karak was confused about what was happening. Felicia noticed that Shutra was still not there. He answered that he had not returned yet and said they would have to go look for him. Felicia muttered that of all times, Shutra had to step away now. Below, the situation turned brutal as attackers charged in, shouting for everyone to die and drop dead. She told Karak to go find Shutra on his own, because she had to handle the place for now. Meanwhile, in a quiet hall, Paratus searched for something. He stopped in front of a helmet inside a glass case. It was his target. The golden helmet of the Heavenly Dragon King. But a woman arrived. He turned to see who it was. It was Nyatra, though she wore a mask. She ran at once, but he hurled a glass case into her path. Then he closed the distance. He warned her that if she wanted to escape, she had to put down what she had just taken. He was about to grab her, but she flipped away with a somersault, making him call her an arrogant bitch. He grabbed a pillar and threw it at her. She managed to dash sideways and avoid it. She kept running despite the random objects being hurled at her, until a sword came flying. It slashed her side, causing the pouch to rip open and the treasures to spill everywhere. That distracted her, and Paratus used the chance to close in. He challenged her to keep running. He compared her to a slipper loach. She braced herself for his fist. A loud sound rang out, but she was not injured. When she opened her eyes, she saw Shutra blocking the punch with one hand. He greeted her, saying that they had met again. She was surprised. Paratus was annoyed by him and demanded to know who he was. He tried to punch him. Shutra pulled out his shields. He threw White Suri. The shields kept smashing into Paratus. He could not even defend himself, making him scream loudly under the non-stop attacks. Shutra asked Nyatra if she was okay. She asked who he was and how he knew her name. He told her that he would explain everything later. For now, he had to deal with the musclehead first. Shutra used Summon the King's Knights, and Karak appeared. Karak was instantly confused, but Shutra had no time to explain. He ordered him to get Nyatra out of there immediately. Karak asked what Shutra was going to do. Shutra said he still had something left to finish. He then faced Paratus. Karak understood his intention. He princess carried Nyatra and said he would go ahead, telling Shutra to catch up once he was done. Of course, Nyatra made a fuss. She screamed at him to let her go. Shutra was relieved that he had secured her. Then he was surprised when he saw a familiar helmet. He knew what it was. Out of nowhere, an explosion erupted. White Suri returned to him. Paratus was offended that Shutra mocked him. He came out looking even sturdier. Shutra recognized it as the barbarian's body-strengthening special martial technique, the body-strengthening art. Paratus told him to go ahead and try whatever he wanted. With a sinister grin, he threatened that he would tear Shutra's body to shreds. Meanwhile, Karak kept running. Nyatra struggled and told him to let her go, but Karak kept carrying her as he ran. He apologized, saying he had to keep his promise to the prince. Suddenly, enemies appeared in their path. They were all fired up. Karak punched through them while still carrying her. But it seemed like there was no end to them. And then he realized that Nyatra had escaped from his grip. It annoyed him badly. The hall was a complete mess. Rocks fell everywhere. Shutra recognized Paratus as the barbarian king's younger brother, one of the finest warriors among the barbarians. He realized that Paratus's martial prowess was at least on the level of a high-ranking intermediate-class general. Their fists collided at the center. Shutra realized that even a moment of carelessness could mean death. The impact of their fists trying to overpower each other was immense. They were both blasted backward. Shutra acknowledged that his strength was absurdly powerful. He released White Suri, but Paratus knocked it aside while calling him pathetic. He scoffed at Shutra, mocking him for daring to challenge him with such weak skills. Shutra simply stood there, even as the fist came flying at him. Shutra used Blink, instantly closing the distance as he moved behind Paratus and launched a quick counterattack. He asked him why it mattered if he had weak skills. Paratus was confused by what he had just done. But then, Shutra landed a punch on him. Shutra smirked and said that no matter how strong his opponent was, As long as he kept dodging, there was nothing he could do. Shutra launched himself upward, unleashing a barrage of attacks from above. Paratus took the hits head-on, gritting his teeth as every blow landed. Shutra used Blink again, striking Paratus with a fast kick from behind. Paratus defended himself, but quickly shifted into an offensive stance. He was getting annoyed. He yelled at him to stop evading and fight head-on. He tried to punch Shutra, but struck the ground instead, causing debris to explode everywhere. Cracks spread across the ground. He did not expect it to cave in. Shutra commented that he had quite the impatient personality. He declared that he would end this fight. Shutra caught him off guard when he said the timing was perfect, since his preparation was complete. Inside his gauntlet, concentrated energy formed. This technique was Earthshaker Awakening. He unleashed Destruction Burst, releasing a violent attack that exploded outward and slammed into Paratus. Paratus took the direct hit and coughed blood. Paratus was blasted downward, crashing through several layers of the floor as the attack drove him deep into the ground. Shutra kept pushing. The impact could even be felt outside the auction house. It caught Felicia's attention. She knew it was Shutra. Smoke and dust filled the room. Shutra let out a sigh of relief. Though he knew Paratus was not dead because his experience had not increased. That was fine since fighting him was never the main objective anyway. He decided to step away for now and leave the rest for next time. He leaped across the broken stones and crossed to the other side of the hall. He hoped Karak had escaped safely. But when he looked at the map, he saw that someone else was still inside besides him. It was Nyatra. She pointed a blade at his neck and told him to move. She accused him of taking the object that had fallen on the floor. He was confused. She demanded that he hand over the Jewel of Crimson Tears. Now, Shutra understood what was happening. He used Blink for the third time and moved behind her. He realized she had come to the auction house because of the jewel. She was caught off guard. Then, he remembered what came next. She would end up captured and enslaved. She grew annoyed at him. She turned around to attack while asking what nonsense he was talking about. He blocked her dagger with his hand. She screamed at him to stop talking like he knew her. Then he said, "Lapisaria." That stunned her. It made her hands tremble. She asked how he knew that name. He knew that succubi reveal their true name only once in their lifetime, and only to someone they have genuinely loved. Because a true name is magic itself, she could not resist anyone who knew it. Nervous, she asked what his point was, but their conversation was interrupted when Karak arrived, screaming. He was being chased by the mob. He begged the prince for help because there were simply too many enemies. She heard Karak call Shutra a prince and wanted to ask about it, but Shutra told her they would introduce themselves later. He handed something to Karak. It was an axe. Karak got excited at once. He gripped his axe and charged into the enemies while thanking the prince. Nyatra was left confused about what was happening. Shutra remembered that she was looking for the Jewel of Crimson Tears, so he suggested they settle that matter first before continuing their talk. She looked skeptical. The mob kept roaring in the background as they continued attacking. She agreed with Shutra and fought alongside them. Eventually things calmed down. Caitlin and Felicia met up after everything was over. Then someone called out to them. It was Shutra. He arrived with Karak and Nyatra. Felicia was worried because she had heard an enormous sound earlier. She asked what happened there. He casually answered that he fought Paratus. That shocked her because she knew Paratus was the barbarian king's brother. She asked if they had not only attacked the auction house, but Takar itself. He stated that it seemed they were after the auction items. Felicia's attention then shifted. She asked who was standing behind him. He introduced Nyatra and explained that they would be traveling together for a while due to certain circumstances. Felicia recognized that she was a succubus. Now she suspected that the real reason he came to Takar was for a succubus. But they were interrupted when the guide called out in panic. He reported that there was trouble. She asked what was wrong. Then they were informed that the barbarian army had crossed the border. Shutra was shocked and horrified by the news. They asked him if it was true. Felicia asked if he was certain the barbarians had really moved. The guide firmly responded that he was sure. They had even confirmed that the barbarian king himself had joined the march. Felicia was stunned and had to ask again if even the barbarian king was involved. She asked what the current situation was. The man explained that General Bandal was leading forces to intercept them, and requests for support would likely reach them soon. Felicia worried that their reinforcements had not arrived yet. Internally, Shutra already understood the situation. He realized that Paratus's reckless heist was meant to strike both Evian and the auction house at the same time, while also securing the golden helmet. That had been their plan. He let out a deep sigh as he realized things had become even more complicated. He knew that barbarian King Caritus had been a formidable enemy even to Zephyr back in year 515. It was currently year 512, 3 years before that. He wondered if he could really face Caratus. In a house. Nayatra was inside. She turned toward the door when it opened. It was Shutra who entered. He apologized for making her wait. He explained that things had taken an unfortunate turn, so he was late. She answered that it was fine and asked if he could answer her question now. He sat in front of her. First, she asked how he knew her real name. His answer was vague. He simply said there were many difficult things that were hard to explain or understand. That only made her ask what he meant. Shutra apologized and said he would tell her eventually, asking for a little more time. Nayatra fell silent. She looked disappointed. Then she asked if Shutra could at least tell her why he brought her there. He said he had a proposal. He told her that he wanted to hire her as his subordinate. Nayatra looked confused and asked him to repeat himself. Shutra assured her not to worry about compensation, saying he would pay her properly since he wanted to hire her as a royal escort knight. However, Nayatra immediately refused. Nayatra apologized and said she had to refuse, explaining that her younger sibling was waiting for her at home. Shutra cut her off mid-sentence, suddenly saying that did not make sense. He pointed out that she did not have a sibling. That made her nervous. He added that her parents had passed away when she was young, and she grew up as an only child with no siblings. Shaken, Nayatra trembled and asked how he knew so much about her. Nayatra admitted that she was starting to feel scared. Shutra told her to stay by his side. He promised that he would explain everything someday. After a moment, Nayatra agreed, and said she would give it a try to become his royal escort knight. That made him happy. She knew that if she refused now, she would not be able to leave with peace of mind, since Shutra already knew far too much about her. She then questioned how he could hire her as a guard when he did not even know where she came from. Shutra told her not to worry, because he knew her very well. Flustered, Nayatra told him to stop saying things like that. Shutra simply replied that it was good, then suggested they proceed with the knight's commission right away. He drew his sword. So she asked why Shutra had suddenly pulled out a sword, wondering if it was some kind of magic binding contract. Shutra explained that it was only a procedure, adding that Karak went through the same process, so she did not need to worry. She knelt on the ground, and the knighting ceremony began. He called her name, tapped her shoulders with the sword, while declaring her appointment as his knight. Suddenly, a white glow enveloped her. She was surprised. The light grew brighter. It became a massive beam that shot through the roof. It even reached the sky. Meanwhile, Zephyr was walking through a dark hallway. He noticed the sudden bright light in the sky. It twinkled like a star. At that same moment, the Demon King was thinking about how fate had changed. He was curious what kind of result it would bring and how much fate could truly be twisted. He lifted the wine glass and thought of Samita. He wondered if she could see how much their child would change the world. The child he meant was Shutra. Back to our MC. After forming the contract, the system notified that Shutra's King's Knights level had increased. The maximum number of members rose from 3 to 5. He also acquired the Crest of Conquest level 1. His conquest level increased. He was smiling brightly now that the ceremony was complete. From then on, Nayatra was his. Waifu number 3, acquired. That night, Green Wind said that she wanted to become his knight too. She explained that she already belonged to Shutra, but it was different from Karak or that succubus, so she wanted to become like them. Shutra hesitated and asked if there was really any need for that. But Green Wind insisted, repeating again and again that she wanted to. Shutra thought it over and realized that even if he gave Bandal a knight position, there would still be one spot left, so it did not matter. He then agreed. Felicia called out to Shutra, asking to speak with him for a moment, but she stopped when she heard a loud laugh. Green Wind proudly declared that now there was not a single thing she needed to worry about anymore. She was talking about the mark on her forehead. Nayatra looked at her in confusion. Felicia asked what Green Wind meant by having nothing to worry about. Just then, Shutra said the timing was perfect, since he also had something to discuss with Felicia. He then told her that Nayatra had decided to take on the duties of being his escort knight starting today. She was surprised by how sudden it was. Felicia admitted that she was a little caught off guard and paused to think. She then told Shutra that since it was his decision, he would have to handle it properly on his own. He thanked her. Felicia mentioned that she heard Shutra had taken the auction items and asked if it was true. Shutra admitted that he did, but asked why she was bringing it up. That confirmed her suspicions. With a greedy smile, she leaned in and asked if he could show her those items. Moments later, she was overwhelmed by what she saw. The room was full of treasures. Felicia remarked that Shutra had a lot of nerve for taking that many items. Shutra replied that it was better than letting them be stolen by Paratus. She noticed the golden helmet and asked if that was what Paratus had been after at the auction. Shutra confirmed it, saying it was the golden helmet of the Heavenly Dragon King. He explained that it was a sacred artifact proving the authority of a king, said to have been worn by the legendary Barbarian King. She compared it to a crown. She then said that if that was the case, it would be useful one way or another. He had no idea what she meant. She warned him to be careful not to let anyone find out he had taken it in secret. She added that if Vulcanus, the auction hall manager, found out, things would become complicated. He agreed and said he would keep that in mind. The next day, everyone gathered and formed a circle as Felicia brought up the news of the barbarian king's attack. She then declared that for now, before heading to Evian, they were supposed to meet with reinforcements at the rally point. She expected the Dark Elves to already be there, while the lycanthropes would arrive at noon. They were planning to join them with the supplies they purchased yesterday. No matter what, they would leave the rally point in the afternoon and head back to Evian, so everyone should prepare accordingly. The others agreed, saying they understood and not to worry. Following Felicia's instructions, they finished their preparations and left Takar. Not long after, they arrived at the rally point. A short-haired elf approached them and acknowledged that they had a hard time getting there. She respectfully greeted the sixth princess. This woman was Alita Doomblade. Felicia excitedly approached her and said it was good to see her aunt. Alita asked how she had been. Shutra recognized Alita as the last escort knight who protected Felicia in Night Saga. He recalled always seeing her with a serious expression, but now that he saw her smiling, he had to admit it looked better on her. As time passed and it was slightly past noon, the lycanthropes arrived. The total number of reinforcements was around 400 soldiers. Not a huge number, but enough given the urgency of the situation. Just then, an urgent report arrived from the stronghold. Alita brought it to Felicia. The report stated that the enemies had begun attacking multiple strongholds at the same time. Shocked, Felicia asked if it had already started. Based on the reports from each stronghold, Alita explained that the enemy seemed to be pinning down General Bandal's forces with their main army while deploying multiple special task forces to seize the strongholds. She warned that if they were not careful, General Bandal could end up isolated. Felicia asked which stronghold was closest to where the urgent report came from. The reply was that it was the 7th stronghold, but even if they left immediately, it would still take at least 2 days to get there. It was a serious problem. Felicia realized that arriving 2 days later would already be too late, and the stronghold would likely have fallen by then. Shutra concluded that they needed to move immediately, and he started by storing the supplies first. The supplies were placed into his inventory. Those two women were shocked when the large boxes suddenly vanished. Felicia was surprised by how many items Shutra could store, wondering how powerful his magic was to hold so much. Shutra then asked Felicia if she could gather the troops for him. She was so stunned by the request that she had to ask again. He instructed her to gather them all in one place in the densest formation possible. And so she did. He praised them for their excellent work. Felicia asked what he planned to do now. They asked Shutra if he had any plan. Shutra admitted that it was his first time doing something like this, and he was not sure if it would work. That made her both curious and worried. He released green wind around his body. He worked with GW to test it. He closed his eyes, and green wind appeared behind him. She smirked, and assured him that he could trust her with it. Alright, that's it for today's story. If you want the weekly chapter updates for this series, those will now be uploaded on my second channel, Manhwa Updater. So if you don't want to miss what happens next, make sure to check it out and join the update gang. Thanks for watching, stay cool, stay awesome, and I'll see you in the next one.